Seeing that everybody was more or less ready, the middle-aged ringleader gave a final speech. "All right, everyone, listen up." He didn't continue until everybody had stopped to look at him. "Tonight, we have to be fast and hard. Don't get caught up with the cops. We'll break in, find the target, and evacuate. If anyone is injured and caught, keep your mouths shut. Everybody will supervise the transfer of your share to your account. Got it?" The criminals replied with discordant voices, "Got it." Then, everybody looked up. Because a cold, mechanical, "got it," had also rung out above their heads just now. Some guys with quicker reflexes pointed their guns at the source of the voice without hesitation. But they didn't see anything out of place. There wasn't any trace of a person on the empty factory's steel beams. While everybody was still in a daze, a black giant glided out of a dark corner of the warehouse and swooped at them as his cape hardened into narrow wings. The black giant kicked out with both legs in mid-flight at the stomachs of two criminals on the edge of the group, and there was the faint sound of cracks. The two criminals were sent flying and hit the criminals next to them. At the same time, four dark shadows on gray metal wires flew in arcs from the black giant's hands toward the furthermost criminals. Bang! 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 Ouch! Ah! Oh! Pooh! After a series of noises, 8 or so criminals were either kicked away or tied up by the rope darts. The cape on the black giant's back went back to normal as he slowly landed in the middle of the criminals. First warning. Everybody, lay down your weapons and drop to your knees on the ground, and I guarantee you'll be fine. A mechanical voice rang out as the triangular lenses on the black helmet flashed red, like bloody eyes which stared coldly at the criminals. A bald man dropped his pistol and asked in a shaky voice, "Beat Batman?" The stranger with bloody eyes looked at the baldy. "Very good. You'll keep all your limbs when you go to prison." All the criminals exchanged alarmed looks. Nobody moved. If anybody had opened fire a moment ago, they might have followed that lead. Yet, the first person to stand out dropped his gun and surrendered. Then, should they surrender too? Even though they were villains, they weren't entirely crazy. They had seen on TV how Batman valiantly saved people in recent days. Naturally, they were a little hesitant to shoot him. Secondly, Batman was very strong, and in a small group of hoodlums, he only needed to deal with every one of them with a single kick or punch. They themselves weren't small fry, but they didn't think they could fend off an attack by Batman. Luke secretly sighed. "Why are you really surrendering?" "I only said that in order to set Batman up as a knight." He could only continue, "Now, everybody drop your weapons, lie on the ground, and put your hands behind your head." The criminals still didn't move. They were too cowardly to attack first. Whoever made the first move was usually the most unlucky one. The criminals understood this principle. However, they were unwilling to just lie down obediently either. "Luke, warning. On the count of 3, I will attack you. 1. 2. Bam!" There was the sound of a crash as half a brick suddenly fell from the wall of the warehouse and hit some broken metal. The criminals whose nerves were already stretched taut subconsciously pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Gunfire rang out, but Luke just stepped forward and picked up 2 criminals in front of him before he hurled them at the criminals nearby. As the 2 men flew out and distracted most of the others, Luke's sturdy figure charged forward swiftly and shouldered a guy who was firing an AK. The guy's AK flew out of his hands as Luke pushed him back several steps to smash into a wall. Luke then swept his right leg out to hit a criminal nearby in the face and send him spinning around. After that, he kicked a criminal who was firing wildly on his right. This unfortunate criminal smashed into his companions behind him like a cannonball. At that moment, the criminals' heads had gone blank. All they knew was to pull the trigger and shoot like crazy at the black giant. But to their despair, all their bullets shattered or were deflected when they hit the dark suit, leaving nothing but white marks on it. Pa! Bam! Clang! With a series of noises, Luke didn't stop moving as he made his way around the factory. Like sandbags, all the criminals were either sent flying by Luke's fists and legs, or knocked aside by the heavy Batman suit. They flew everywhere like cannonballs. In less than 20 seconds, they had all fallen. They yelled and moaned as they lay on the ground in weird positions. Some of the unlucky bastards were even hanging from or had been smashed into various items, including but not limited to tables, benches, beams, cars, and dustbins. 3. Luke finished his countdown unhurriedly. Bang! Bang! He abruptly kicked two criminals next to him who were tied up with the rope darts. They both screamed. Ah! Ah! Luke had broken their shins. Luke strode to the center and said, "I did say that if you still make a move by the time I count to 3, don't think about going to prison with all your limbs intact." The two criminals felt like crying. "Bro, we haven't moved at all since you tied us up." Luke was too lazy to pay attention to the two unlucky bastards. What was the most important thing for family? Of course, it was to stick together. He hadn't used much of his strength in the fight, and had crushed the criminals with nothing but the bulletproof suit. The more savage criminals who were clearly bent on killing him had crushed joints at the very least, while those who hesitated and were less fierce only had broken arms or legs. At that moment, Luke focused his attention on the middle-aged ringleader who had just gotten up from the ground. The two parts of his body that had been hit just now suddenly warped, and traces of what looked like sand appeared. A moment later, his twisted arm was back to normal. Luke raised his eyebrows. A super ability? The middle-aged ringleader grinned maliciously. "You actually forced me to reveal my ability. I'm going to kill you." With that, he charged forward. As the middle-aged ringleader rushed forward, fine sand within a 10-meter radius around him started to quiver, and in less than 2 seconds, a sand vortex was formed. As this unusual phenomenon appeared, the middle-aged ringleader became a vague, demon-like figure in the sand. Arms crossed in front of him, Luke wasn't surprised at all. His blood-red eyes flashed as he observed this ability which looked like a special effect in a movie. Ha! The middle-aged ringleader rushed at Luke with his hands stretched out to grab him. Luke raised his eyebrows and let the man grab his arms. "Die!" the middle-aged ringleader roared with delight. And then, nothing happened. He couldn't believe it. Impossible. Why aren't you turning into sand? Die. But, still nothing happened. Except for 2 gray handprints left by the middle-aged ringleader on Luke's battle suit, there was nothing wrong with it. The middle-aged ringleader finally realized that his ability couldn't deal with this battle suit or hurt the person wearing it. His expression changed sharply, and he turned around and tried to run. But a giant hand grabbed the back of his neck the moment he turned around. "What a shame. Your ability is a lot weaker than I imagined." Of course, Luke hadn't been worried at all when the ringleader touched the battle suit. He was only 1.88 meters tall, while the battle suit was 2.1 meters tall. It wasn't hard to imagine how many layers of protection there were in between. Besides, the Batman suit also had an ejection mechanism and some of the plug-in parts could be offloaded. Suddenly, the middle-aged ringleader's nape softened, and Luke felt like he was grabbing quicksand, which slipped away. He was finally a little interested. "So, this ability is actually for life-saving purposes? Check this out, Pegasus Meteor Fist." Before the middle-aged ringleader could make sense of this Pegasus whatever, punches rained down on him. He yelled like crazy and roared inwardly, "You're just throwing blind punches." That was right. Luke had pressed the middle-aged ringleader to the ground and was punching him heavily without any finesse. Anybody who had watched UFC could imagine the situation. The middle-aged ringleader couldn't handle the rain of fists at all. Furthermore, his ability wasn't very strong, and he had to concentrate to use it. In the blink of an eye, Luke's fists had broken most of the bones in his upper torso, except for his head and neck. 5 seconds later, Luke drew back his fists, stood up, and tossed the middle-aged ringleader to the side. He made a round of the warehouse, broke all the criminals' legs, and kicked all their guns to the side. He didn't even spare the few men whom he tied up at the beginning. The only lucky dog was the scared Baldy who dropped his pistol at the start. As the person who dropped his gun first and who trembled the whole time without doing anything, the bald man was unscathed. Many criminals were already staring at the traitor with hate. The lucky Baldy, however, yelled inwardly, "I wasn't surrendering, I was just so scared I dropped the gun." However, watching as all his comrades got their legs broken and his boss got beaten into a pulp, the Baldy rejoiced. "Serve you right for usually laughing at me for being a coward." Suddenly, Luke was standing in front of the Baldy, who began to tremble violently as he was overshadowed by the 2.1-meter-tall stranger. Luke made a few gestures, and the Baldy obediently lay down and put his hands behind his back. Next, he was tied up and thrown to the side. In less than 5 minutes, all the criminals were trussed up. Luke finally walked back to the middle-aged ringleader and took out a coin. "Let's play a game. Heads or tails?" The middle-aged ringleader gnashed his teeth. "What do I get if I win?" "Luke, I'll give you 10 chances. As long as you can win 3 times, I'll spare your bottom half. If you don't want to play, I'll crush your D***ck, let's see if you can regrow that." The middle-aged ringleader trembled and lost the will to resist. There was no way he could fix his D***ck with his ability. Hatred and fear flashed across his face, and he gritted his teeth. Okay. He swore that he would kill this goddamn Batman. The silver coin flipped in the air, and 10 rounds of the game went by. Luke silently stood up. The middle-aged ringleader was full of despair. He had lost 7 times, which was 4 more than 3. He cried out fearfully, "No, I have money." "Don't," but a giant foot had already been raised, and it stomped down again and again, like an ordinary person trying to kill a cockroach. Crack. 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 Ah. The middle-aged ringleader screamed, but could only writhe on the floor like a worm. Looking at how wretched the man was, Luke thought for a moment before he finally took out a syringe and gave the man a shot. The middle-aged ringleader's cries quickly stopped, and he passed out. It was a powerful dose of anesthetic. The middle-aged ringleader might be screaming miserably now, but once he started to fix his body with his ability, it was still possible for him to recover and run. The safest approach was to make him pass out. "System, you have defeated Barkley Williams and received a list of his abilities. Barkley Williams abilities: Basic Combat, Basic Firearms. Elementary Sand Transformation, unavailable." Luke had won the coin toss, but found that he couldn't use the guy's ability. Naturally, he wasn't in the mood to bother with him anymore. Leaving the warehouse, Luke took a running leap and then glided away in the night sky. In a black SUV, 2 FBI agents were quietly monitoring the end of a street. The man who was lying in the back seat sat up and yawned. "Okay, you can take a break in 2 minutes." The driver hummed a response as he kept an eye on their surroundings. As he stretched, the agent complained, "When will this be over? My wife and son were frightened by the earthquake, but I still have to work overtime. She'll definitely divorce me if things go on like this." The driver finally sighed since his own situation wasn't any better. "That can't be helped. You have to blame the son of AB***TCH who put out that reward." He consoled his partner, as well as himself. "The CIA, the DEA, and our boss all want to catch more fish, but those fish aren't stupid. As long as we catch some of the more reckless ones, there should be fewer people who'll try something, and we won't have to work overtime anymore." Muttering under his breath, his partner crawled into the front passenger seat. Shifting around with a rustle until he found a comfortable position, he took out a cigarette. "Want one?" The driver shook his head. "Your smoke is enough to wake me up. Open the window for some fresh air." This naturally wasn't standard surveillance behavior, but they hadn't sensed anything unusual in the last 2 days. In their fidgety state, they didn't really care about this minor transgression. His partner chuckled and rolled the passenger window 5 centimeters down. Lighting the cigarette, he took a deep puff and said, "If my wife leaves me and takes my son with her, I'll have nobody but you, old friend." The driver scoffed. "Smoke less if you want to live longer. Otherwise, your wife and son will still be someone else's after you die." His partner snorted angrily and lay down. He took another puff, raised his right hand, and stared at the burning cigarette. "If I'm unlucky, a bullet will get me before lung cancer does, and my wife and son will become someone else's." Swoosh! A shadow suddenly spun its way through the gap in the window, cut through the burning cigarette, and pierced the tissue box on the dashboard. Both of the FBI agents bent down at the same time as their gazes swept over their surroundings. But the subsequent attacks that they were expecting didn't happen. It was utterly quiet. Bent down, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Eventually, the driver carefully picked up the tissue box and pulled out the item that was stuck in it. It turned out to be a dart. Staring at the weirdly shaped dart for a while, their expressions then changed as they exclaimed, "Batman?" Both ends of the dart that the driver was holding had significantly curved edges like wings, and the middle of the dart protruded a little, which made it look like a slightly exaggerated bat. As they yelled, the driver brought the dart closer for a more careful look. It was impossible for him to turn on a light while they were on a surveillance assignment, so he could only examine the dart in what little light there was outside. Suddenly, his face changed, and he peeled off a note that was stuck to the flat side of the dart. He quickly took out a small flashlight and used his legs to hide the light as he read the note. His partner asked in a low voice, "What is it?" The driver, "An address, 3 blocks away." His partner, "What's going on?" The driver considered for a moment before he said, "Let's report to the boss first. If there's no other choice, then the 2 of us will go." A moment later, the driver hung up helplessly. Their boss had ordered them to stand by, and a backup unit would go check the address to make sure it wasn't a trap. Bored stiff, they could only keep staring at the end of the street as the cars passed by. His partner, whose cigarette had been cut in half before he could finish it, had already rolled up the window. He nearly pissed his pants because of the dart just now. He felt that it was safer to close the window. In the end, several minutes after he closed the window, another shadow spun toward them out of the darkness and pierced the engine hood in front of their eyes. The 2 of them both swore at the shock and ducked down again. A moment later, they craned their necks slightly and looked at what was in the engine hood. It was a second bat dart. The driver gritted his teeth. "I just had my car repainted the other day. This damn." He held back. He actually quite admired Batman. The 2 of them looked at each other before they got out. Covering for each other, the driver peeled the note off the bat dart once more and turned on his flashlight. It was yet another address, but 5 blocks further away. They had a bad feeling and called their boss again. After a brief silence, their boss this time said, "Okay, I'll have the squads nearby check it out. You stay right there. It might be a trick to lure you away. The criminals may be trying to get past you. Don't be careless." After they hung up, the driver's partner cursed. Bullsh *T. How can Batman possibly help the criminals deal with us? The driver, however, shook his head. "We don't know that it was Batman who threw the dart." He looked at the dashboard as he spoke. There were 2 evidence bags on the dashboard that contained the 2 bat darts they had just collected. He suddenly said, "Why don't you open the window on your side 5 centimeters? His partner found that odd. "What's wrong?" The driver, the car still stinks of your cigarette. It's disgusting. His partner grumbled unhappily but still did as he was told. Suddenly, their boss called them. Are you still there? Yes, replied the driver. Boss, don't move without my order. Let me know if anything happens again. He then hung up, and the driver's partner was confused. What the hell? Why is he asking us to? Swoosh! A dark shadow flew through the gap in the window on his side. But this time, a certain someone now had experience and better control of his strength. The dark shadow lost most of its momentum after it flew into the car. It hit the dashboard lightly and fell onto the other two bat darts. The third bat dart had appeared. This time, the driver simply put on a pair of gloves and peeled the note off the dart, before he relayed the address to his boss. He understood that he and his partner were just the messengers responsible for delivering Batman's information to their boss. Their boss was clearly excited and didn't have time to say anything else. Very good. Stay there and wait for updates. In his excitement, his boss had in fact revealed some of the truth. The addresses on the notes were indeed sources of information. After the driver hung up, his partner suddenly asked, "Did you ask me to open the window so that it would be easier for Batman to shoot his darts?" Unconcerned, the driver lay back. Otherwise? Should I let him shoot his darts at my engine hood or the door? It's troublesome to get the car repaired. This way is convenient for everyone. Lost for words, his partner could only take out a cigarette. Then I'm going to have another cigarette. You don't object? You cheap dog. His partner cursed angrily. Give me a cup of the coffee that your wife made. The driver replied with the same look, sorry, but I made the coffee today, and I was picking my toenails while I was at it. Still want it? Get lost. His partner gagged and finally admitted defeat. They didn't know that they were the least busy people that night. Their boss, for example, was excitedly making calls and gathering men together. I don't care. You have to give me another 20 men. I've already arrested more than 50 guys, and at least 3 of them are major wanted criminals. We have yet to identify the rest of them. If you don't want the big fish to escape, you better give me more men. Luke was also very busy. Thanks to his drones, which were on autopilot, the surveillance cameras on the top of some high-rise buildings, and the information he obtained from the gangs, he was able to lock onto several suspicious locations. He simply investigated the locations one by one. As long as there was an illegal gathering of armed unknown men, they became possible targets. After he overturned each criminal nest, he would send a dart message and have the professionals clean up the mess. He visited 16 locations in a row, and 5 of them had allies, including but not limited to the FBI, the DEA, the CIA, and Homeland Security. In the other 11 locations were tough criminals who had gathered from all over the world for that $100 million reward. These 11 locations had more than 200 criminals in total. Most of them were well trained, and only a few were there to make up numbers. Unfortunately, Barkley Williams was the only one with a super ability, and Luke couldn't use. Fortunately, Luke's experience and credit revenue wasn't affected. He earned more than 6,000 experience and credit points in one night, which was proof that most of the criminals were evil B***stars who had killed more than once. Luke wasn't scared of beating up the wrong people. When he confronted the gangs, the system would verify that the host's life was in danger as long as anyone planned to attack Luke. It would then consider the entire gang as enemies, and immediately cancel whatever protection they had in the system. It could be said that Luke was the system's son. The system's rules only prevented him from turning into a bad guy, but wouldn't tie him down in a crisis. But Luke hadn't gathered any information on these criminals this time. Therefore, he didn't kill any of them, and just maimed them to different degrees based on how brutal they were. Some of them had more fragile bones. A person wielding a pistol might have 5 broken bones while his partner who had an AK only had 4. These were inevitable errors as Luke passed through. If there was a cop deep undercover among the criminals, they could only complain about their bad luck. After busying himself for more than an hour and throwing out almost a dozen bat darts, Luke was finally done. The two FBI agents in the car were already resigned to their fate. They simply put an empty box on the engine hood. Luke took the hint and threw the bat darts into the box instead of the car. He had approached these two FBI agents simply because he had met them before. Almost a year earlier, during the Carlos family's assault on Shackelford, the two agents had come with the FBI captain Chris Jones to back up the town's police department. The driver in the car was Mario Santos, who had shown up the earliest with Chris Jones. Since it was the same no matter who he gave the credit to, Luke naturally chose to let Chris Jones have it, since they were on friendlier terms. There were in fact some CIA and DEA agents lurking around as well, but Luke didn't know any of them. Those that he did know all belonged to Wales's or Flagg's crew. Luke didn't want Batman to behave as if he knew either of them, so he deliberately kept away from them. After all the criminals were handed over to the FBI, more than 10 black SUVs and patrol cars arrived in the district and got the situation under control. Standing on the rooftop, Luke smiled and leaped forward, gliding away into the night sky with his stiff cape. In the morning, Selina got up and found Luke whistling as he cooked in the kitchen. She asked, "Good mood today?" Luke shrugged. "Not bad." Selina scuttled over, opened a steamer, and quickly took out a roast pork bun. "Ah, roast pork is the best." Luke didn't stop her. "Take the steamers out, or Gold Nugget will come charging in here." Selina said disdainfully, "It dares. It needs my approval first." Saying that, she threw a roast pork bun toward the door. "Come here and help me carry out the steamers." Gold Nugget ran in happily and swallowed the bun in 2 bites. It then let Selina put a big plate of the steamers on its head. She and the dog took the steamers to the dining table while Luke put prawn dumplings into another steamer, washed his hands, and went to the dining table as well. Old News on Batman was still playing on the tablet next to them. What Luke did last night hadn't been reported yet. But while he could leisurely eat and make breakfast at home, many departments in Los Angeles were being run ragged. The busiest of all was Chris Jones's FBI squad. Chris Jones had been up all night and was exhausted, but had to face an even bigger headache. When Batman delivered the first address the previous night, he hadn't thought much of it. After the 11 criminal nests were all destroyed, Captain Jones knew that he had a huge headache ahead of him. Of course, it was just an inconvenience, and he actually reveled in it. His squad inevitably got requests from various parties to take part in joint investigations, some of which were related to the 200 criminals that had been arrested last night. But more of them were requesting that he work with them to investigate a certain someone. Of course, that certain someone was none other than Batman. This new superhero had already caught enough attention during the disaster relief earlier. Captain Jones had nothing to do with that. But it was Batman who had notified Captain Jones's squad of the criminals' locations last night, and Captain Jones had no choice but to deal with the questions. He was just an FBI squad captain, not the director. He couldn't handle the pressure from the various parties at all. But while he couldn't handle the pressure, he knew someone who could. Captain Jones simply called a meeting of all the department representatives who were requesting joint investigations and showed them the 11 bat darts as well as the notes that came with them. One of our surveillance teams received these 11 bat darts yesterday while monitoring the end of a street, and 11 notes were attached to them, which gave us the criminals' locations. Captain Jones picked up an evidence bag and held it out for everyone to see. Thus, we didn't see Batman. All we did was catch those criminals based on the addresses in these notes. Seeing that some people were about to speak, Captain Jones raised his hand. "Direct your efforts to the right place. The 200 criminals we caught last night were the ones who really saw him. If you need any help, you can talk to my boss Deputy Director Breezen, or have Director Salsko give the order. I'm afraid there isn't much else I can do." With that, Captain Jones left. His implication was clear: want a piece of the FBI's pie. Then negotiate interests with Deputy Director Breezen. Jones was just the warden, he would hand the prisoners over to whomever his boss told him to. Of course, before that happened, the FBI would squeeze them dry first. That was also why Captain Jones didn't hate Batman at all for the trouble on his plate. Batman had actively delivered a bunch of criminals to Jones, who could sell them 3 times over. It was really generous of him. The first instance had to do with money. 17 wanted criminals had been identified among the 200 men detained. The bounties on them amounted to over 2 million. This 2 million would be a legitimate gain for Jones's squad. By using the darts to give Jones the information, Batman clearly had no interest in the reward, so Jones's squad could rightfully claim it for themselves. Secondly, the criminals would be implicated in a lot more cases, and would give them more intelligence. Lastly, they were also the first batch of criminals to have personally witnessed Batman's capabilities. The hoodlums whom Batman had beaten up the night of the earthquake didn't have any valuable information. They were all idiots who couldn't even explain why or how Batman beat them. The pros who had been beaten up, on the other hand, were much more valuable. They could perceive Batman's capability more clearly, unlike the street thugs who could only say meaningless crap like, "He sent me flying up 3 floors with a single punch," or, "He beat the sh*t out of me." Captain Jones couldn't be any more satisfied with the triple rewards. Once he reported the matter, his boss took over the work of negotiating benefits. Jones was quite happy about that too. What benefits a deputy director could demand was far more than what a small squad captain could. In return, Captain Jones would be able to obtain more benefits than if he had taken charge himself. After Captain Jones's frank speech, the meeting participants reported to their superiors. Very soon, the first criminal was taken away. It was Flegg who took him away. The criminal was Barclay Williams, the middle-aged ringleader who could turn into sand. With Flegg's resources, it was easy for him to be the first to take someone out of the FBI's hands. It was only after that that the other units and departments took some of the criminals away one after another. The various units and departments soon drew out all the information they had on Batman. Multiple assessment reports on Batman were written and delivered to certain big shots. He's stronger than an ordinary person, but not significantly so. His suit is bulletproof and didn't sustain damage from a regular rifle at close range. It's most likely made with special materials or technology. He didn't use any sort of firearm, even with the criminals' guns at hand. He's very good with rope darts, as he demonstrated during the earthquake. He's definitely a veteran practitioner. He's extremely adept at close combat, and knows multiple combat techniques. Reading the assessment reports that he had obtained from other departments, Flegg couldn't help but wonder if this man was a certain person's relative. But if it was the senior that Flegg was thinking about, he probably wouldn't have left the criminals alive, and he definitely wouldn't have deliberately avoided using firearms. He didn't have the habit of, nor was it necessary for him to conceal his identity. He never covered up how or where he killed scoundrels. He never left his name behind because he couldn't be bothered or thought it was unnecessary. He was done as long as he killed the criminals in his way. Tossing the reports aside, Flegg walked into the interrogation room next door and read the interrogation transcript. Next to him, his men continued interrogating Barclay, who was exhausted. "Agent, describe again how he subdued you." Barclay could barely keep his eyes open, but he suddenly yelled as he jerked awake from an electric shock. He said in despair, "I've told you 1,000,000 times, he just charged at me, pressed me down, and beat me up." "Agent, how did he hit you? In what posture?" Eyelids drooping, Barclay mumbled, "How would I know? He hit me like I was a sandbag and broke a bunch of my bones. How am I supposed to tell how I was beaten up? I'm not a damn camera." Maintaining his cool and calm tone, the agent said, "But you mentioned that he shouted, well." He finally paused at this point and checked the transcript, before he read the words on it. "Pegasus Meteor Fist, what do you know about this combat technique?" Barclay seemed to collapse. How the hell would I know why he shouted that? I like shouting guillotine, tombstone piledriver and death coil when I'm beating up other people. That's all from the WWE. The agent was about to continue with the questions, but Flegg patted his shoulder and said, he just mentioned WWE. The teammate found that odd. So? Flegg tapped the table and asked Barkley, then, have you ever heard of any move called Pegasus Meteor Fist in WWE? Barkley was full of despair. No. Would WWE use such a tongue twister? It doesn't sound violent and fierce at all. Flegg hummed in response and told the agent, keep interrogating him and make sure he confesses everything. He then walked out. He was an observant man, and felt that there was something behind Pegasus Meteor Fist. Catchphrases were a habit that was very hard to fix, and was one way to lock onto a suspect. Perhaps it was a star sign, perhaps it was something from the past, perhaps it was a story. The chances of finding a person based on a phrase were very low, but it could never be wrong to focus more attention on Batman. Mulling over this, Flegg asked another agent who was busy in front of a computer, do you have any suspects? Based on the intelligence we currently have, there's a guy nicknamed Big Dad, who has a similar build to Batman, but he's been active in New York for a while. The agent pulled up an image on the screen. Also, this Big Dad is much worse at doing things in secret than Batman. He continued, on the night of the earthquake, this Big Dad and his partner, Hit Girl, burnt down a warehouse which belonged to a drug gang. They had a huge battle at the docks and were surrounded by over 100 officers before they escaped in different directions. Big Dad? Hit Girl? Flegg frowned, the names sounded like jokes and weren't as mysterious as Batman at all. He glanced at the image and shook his head. They're only slightly similar on the surface. Both of them wear black clothes and a cape, and have two sharp points on their helmet. Too many people have the same appearance. What about Big Dad's abilities? The agent shook his head. Big Dad is reasonably good at melee fights, but he uses a firearm most of the time, and is a pretty good sniper. Hit Girl, his partner, is better with cold weapons. He pulled up another picture. Looking at the short girl who was 1.2 meters tall at best as well as the huge weapon she was holding, Flegg said after a brief silence, do you think this can be called a dart? The agent smiled bitterly. This is a double-headed long saber that has nothing to do with a dart. Even though it can be thrown out to kill people, it would be a flying saber rather than a dart. Seeing that Flegg was growing impatient, he tacitly stopped talking nonsense. Also, these two, whom we suspect to be father and daughter, are very straightforward in their methods. Their targets are all drug dealers, and they do their best to kill all of them every time. They're the polar opposite of Batman. Looking at Flegg's face, the agent ventured, perhaps, that's what Batman deliberately wants us to think of him. Maybe he does use firearms to kill people. That possibility can't be ruled out yet. Flegg nodded. Considering Batman's performance with the rope darts and in close combat, as well as his familiarity with all kinds of equipment, he must have trained hard for a long time. Flegg thought for a moment, then shook his head. But there's a limit to how much energy a person has. It's difficult to be both good at so many professional skills and marksmanship. His teammate agreed. Besides, long-term hand-to-hand combat training affects the flexibility and agility in a person's hands, which will adversely affect their use of firearms. That's a problem too. Flegg heaved a sigh. Fine. Contact our branch in New York and have them reach out to Big Dad and Hit Girl. Ask them what they think about Batman. His teammate chuckled. Boss, even if there's just the slightest resemblance, you're not willing to give up on this Batman. Flegg, Batman's style is more to my liking. It wouldn't be bad if we can rope him in. He's good at fighting, at least, and has boundaries. His teammate clicked his tongue. He crippled more than 200 people in one night on his own. He's very dangerous. Flegg shrugged. But nobody died. Most of them will make a full recovery. If it was us, most of them would have died on the spot. Who do you think has more boundaries, us or him? His teammate chuckled. We have a license, but he doesn't. Flegg patted his teammate's shoulder. So, as long as he's willing to join us, I can give him a license so that he can hit them legally. On the distant East Coast, in the basement of a 2-story building in New Jersey, Mindy stopped hitting the sandbag and looked at the TV on the wall where Batman was beating up hoodlums. She took off her gloves and grabbed a cup of water. At that moment, the basement's metal door opened and Damon walked in with a pained expression. Noticing her father's expression, Mindy asked worriedly, "Dad, is there a problem?" Damon shut the door and nodded at the image on the TV screen with a bitter smile. It's all because of your new idol. Mindy rolled her eyes. Someone asked you again if you know Batman? Looking at his daughter's face, Damon heaved a sigh. There's no need to test me. I've never heard of this guy before. None of my friends fit his description. Biting the straw in her pink Snoopy cup, Mindy mumbled, deep in thought, but why does he dress so much like you? Even Damon, who was normally unflustered, couldn't help but scratch his head. How are we similar? Because we're both in black. But looking at his daughter's big sparkling eyes, he admitted defeat. Fine. We're a little alike. But how would I know why he's copying me? In the end, holding the cup in both hands, Mindy's eyes continued to sparkle as she stared at him. Damon suddenly realized what his daughter was implying. Stunned, he pointed at himself and then at Batman on TV, before he stressed, word by word, "Are you saying that I'm the one copying him?" Mindy turned her head away. Cough, cough. Dad, I didn't say anything, you said it yourself. Damon, **T. After joking around, Mindy finally said, "Actually, we have an old acquaintance in Los Angeles, don't we?" Damon hummed in response. Mindy rolled her eyes. Dad, why don't you send a message to V and see if he knows Batman? Damon shook his head. That's his business. V never asked us if we know the Punisher, right? But he suddenly got it and looked back at his daughter. Are you implying that V is Batman? Mindy chuckled. Look, V is in Los Angeles, he's very strong, and also wears dark clothes and covers his face with a hood and a mask. They're really similar. Pondering for a moment, Damon shook his head. Have you forgotten V's shooting skills and how vicious he is? Mindy paused for a moment, but argued again, what if it was on purpose? Damon stared at her. Are you serious? Mindy's mind spun with thoughts. She knew that her father asking this meant that there had to be a flaw in her thinking somewhere. But she couldn't figure out what it was. Damon finally reminded her, don't forget that V fought Bullseye and dozens of his men on his own that night. Eventually, Bullseye had to sacrifice all his subordinates for the chance to escape back to New York. Also, V has never been soft with criminals. Why bother covering himself up? Mindy shook her head. Someone as skilled at shooting as V could take on 100 people at his level, abandoning his skills in battle would be very jarring for him. Forcing a regular person to do everything with just one hand would be very difficult for them. Given V's expert marksmanship, he must be using his gun like an extension of himself. To suppress the instinct to use a gun would be very hard. If V was using the guise of Batman to take action, there was no reason for him to. In the end, Mindy abandoned this illogical speculation. She had no idea that she was the very first to guess correctly. Of course, it didn't matter even if she guessed right. V was just a shadow to Luke. This person had never really existed. The only people to remember V vividly were Bullseye, whom V had sent packing, and Damon and his daughter. After abandoning her correct guess, Mindy thought of something else. Dad, let's ask V if he can make Batman's suit. I think it's awesome. Damon nodded. Okay, but we have to be clear about the price first. He hadn't forgotten how he had taken $500,000 with him to buy equipment, thinking that it was more than enough, only to discover that it was only half the cost of the top-notch equipment. Damon didn't like putting on airs, but he didn't want to be embarrassed in that way again. In his Malibu beach villa, Tony dropped the bat dart in his hand, a strange expression on his face. This object is just made of regular steel. There's nothing special about it except for its shape. Judging from the marks on it, this and the other 10 darts are crudely made and can be manufactured in any workshop. It's not difficult at all. Jarvis's voice rang out. Looking at the bat darts that had been thrown onto the workbench, Tony had a bite of his cheeseburger and said cryptically, "I was right, this guy is doing it on purpose. Everything that he's revealed is a facade carefully established to conceal his real identity." As he chewed on the burger, he mumbled, "That ridiculous, obsolete battle suit, the gliding cape, the rope darts, and these darts were all made for everybody else to see. This guy might be kicking back to watch the show and playing everybody, with no one the wiser about who he really is." He stuffed the rest of the burger into his mouth. "Just you wait. You'll never get away once my suit is ready. I'm going to personally unmask you, Batman." "No, Mr. Mysterious." At that moment, Mr. Mysterious was driving Claire and Selina to the police academy. Originally, after talking to Director Remick, Luke only needed to show his face once every couple of days and pop right back out. His 3 statements of cowardice lecture had also come to nothing. Luke had thought that he could fumble his way through the 3.5 months of police training like this, but yesterday, Director Remick had actually brought up the matter of Luke becoming a military instructor again, and not a temporary one. When he first heard it, Luke thought that Remick was joking, but realized after a while that the man wasn't. Luke's role had nothing to do with the daily administration or training. The physical training and classes on various skills and knowledge were still the responsibility of the school instructors. What Luke needed to do was pick out good seedlings from the new batch of students. Like a quality inspector for an assembly line. The police academy itself did the same screening, but Luke would be picking outstanding talents who could work on the front line. After he picked out these excellent candidates, the police academy would pay more attention to vetting and grooming them. This assignment had even been submitted to Westside's Major Crimes Division, and Dustin had personally approved it. This assignment could be understood as a talent training program that LAPD had set up in order to make up for the shortage of capable police officers. As he approached the police academy, Luke realized that the traffic jam was much worse than usual, and all sorts of cars were headed toward the police academy. Suddenly, a yellow RV drove past Luke, and he heard loud cursing. All 3 of them turned their heads, only to see a woman in a nightgown and slippers lying on the engine hood of the RV, pink rolls in her hair. Hanging onto the windshield wipers, she cursed out loud again. "If you take one more step, you're dead. Do you hear me, you be *******? Both cars were going at about 80 kilometers per hour, but he could still hear that earth-shaking bellow. "What the hell?" Luke muttered despite his usual calm. Selina and Claire, on the other hand, clicked their tongues with great interest as they looked at this bizarre scene. After thinking for a moment, Luke decided not to turn on the police light or siren. Otherwise, the RV might speed up as it tried to escape, and the woman in the nightgown might be flung off. In the end, the RV stopped less than 2 minutes later. Luke also stopped, because he had reached their destination. The RV braked abruptly, and the woman on the engine hood was suddenly sent flying in an arc to land with a splash in the fountain in front of the car. A moment later, Luke and his companions looked on as the woman in the nightgown stood up in the fountain, still cursing. After some consideration, they decided to leave her alone. She was yelling things like, "Divorce," so was the driver of the RV. Her husband. Looking at the middle-aged man who walked into the police academy without looking back, Luke felt that he must have decided to become a police officer after he had enough of married life. Luke parked the car in the staff section. Claire and Selina wandered around on their own, and Luke walked toward a large building. He had been here many times before and would always see a lot of students, but they would all be taking part in organized drills. Today, however, this place had turned into a noisy market. People of different genders, races, sizes and ages all poured through the entrance of the police academy. A convertible suddenly pulled up in front of him, and 4 hot girls in scanty clothes kissed a young man in the car goodbye, calling him Sweet Pea as well as other nauseating nicknames. After the girls bade him farewell, they gave Luke obviously provocative gazes. Luke didn't bat an eyelid and simply smiled slightly. The young man turned around with a suitcase and saw Luke. He chuckled. "Hello. Are you also here to register?" Luke's expression didn't change as he nodded. "Yes. Are they, all your girlfriends?" Looking at the convertible that was driving off, the young man nodded with a smile. "That's right. Don't be too surprised. It's very normal." Luke nodded, deep in thought. "It's indeed normal." "Right, what's your name?" "George Martin," replied the young man. "Luke, I hope that you'll have a good time here." As he walked away, he mumbled to himself, the first candidate. A man who could snag 4 girls at the same time, not because he had money, was definitely gifted in communication. Even if this ability might only be useful with women, it was still helpful in detective work. After all, half of the world's population was women. A few steps away, Luke heard a mother and daughter conversing. "Why do you want to be a policeman?" "Mom, it's a policewoman." "And it's because I don't want to live like you, it's too boring." "As a police officer, I'll encounter many exciting things," replied a young and beautiful blonde impatiently. The older woman snorted. "Are you sure it isn't because of the news about Batman that you want to become a police officer?" The girl, "That's why I want to become a law enforcement officer, so I can help the common people above board." Examining their clothes, Luke then went forward with a smile. "Hello, I'm Luke Coulson." "And you are?" The mother and the daughter both turned around in surprise. It had been a long while since they had heard such a simple and blunt pickup line. The mother didn't say anything, but the girl stuck out her hand in a straightforward manner. "Karen Thompson. Nice to meet you, Luke." Luke shook hands with her with a smile. "I hope you hang on to your beliefs. It's very important." After that, he let go and continued moving. The mother and daughter were left stunned. Wasn't the man trying to hit on them? They actually found the guy quite pleasing to the eye, otherwise they wouldn't have bothered with him in the first place. Who would have thought that after saying a few words, he would walk away, just like that? Luke tagged this girl named Karen as his second candidate. She had a sense of morality and justice, and she was from a rich family. Apart from the inevitable envy, most people actually didn't really hate rich people, they just hated those rich kids who were useless. Luke, for example, might not be a kid from a rich family, but he had connections. But few people at Westside hated him. That was because he never used his connections to steal credit, but always shared the credit with others. Meanwhile, his connections could help crack cases. As long as his companions weren't idiots, nobody would hate people like him. Money and influence were also resources that could be used to crack cases. What other people couldn't do, these people could. They could also bear some responsibilities that might be too heavy for other people. There were 2 sides to everything, and it was the same with rich kids. As Luke headed for the building entrance, 2 people got out of a police car. After a glance, he promptly avoided them and kept his distance. Both men were wearing police uniforms. One was the chief of police, the boss of all LA police officers. If Luke was close by, he would have to stand at attention and salute this big shot. Why bother? 2 guys who were clearly students, however, approached him with bright eyes. "Student Cale Bronx/Chad Copeland, reporting for duty, sir." The chief of police was unhappy. "Scram, idiots." "Yes, sir." The 2 guys saluted and slunk away, crestfallen. Luke chuckled in amusement. He made the right decision to keep his distance. One might think that the chief of police wouldn't be so crude, but he had once been a regular police officer too. The chief of police looked like he had just been forced to swallow sh*t. Given his bad mood, it was only natural for him to curse at the two students. The third and fourth candidates had appeared. Those two students, well, they had better self-awareness. Guys who followed orders were always needed, even if their fellows might not think very well of them. A few minutes later, Luke entered Remek's office. Staring at the old man, Luke said helplessly, "Director Remek, are you trying to swindle me? There were only 233 students in the last batch, which is why I agreed to help screen them, but you didn't tell me that you would be recruiting a second batch this year. Tell me the truth, how many more people are you recruiting?" With a bitter smile, Remek waved his hand at the window. "All of them." "Luke, are you kidding me? How much is going to be spent on training? Will the department agree to that?" The department received a lot of donations recently and was already planning to recruit more officers. Remek explained, "You know how terrible law and order has been in Los Angeles recently, right?" Luke nodded. There was no one else in Los Angeles who was clearer on this than Luke. "Remek, the mayor thus has given the commissioner a strict order to improve the situation, or the commissioner will have to beat it." Luke was amused. "But we won't see results with this batch of students so soon, right? It seems that the commissioner might be sent packing in half a year." "Remek, the usual practice is that students won't start their internships until after 8 to 12 weeks of professional training, but they'll start fieldwork this time after 4 weeks. Luke clicked his tongue. "So, creating a favorable situation since the situation doesn't favor you?" Remek smiled bitterly. "That's right. I have to ask for your help even though I know you're busy." Looking at Luke's face, Remek quickly said, "I'll have your 3 tips included in the materials and issued to the rookies. You won't have to personally teach them anymore." Luke nodded speechlessly. He truly wasn't planning to shirk this responsibility this time. Why did this old man look so cautious? "Remek, Luke, you have to give me a short list of the best students as soon as possible so that we can focus on training them." Pondering for a moment, Luke nodded. "Remek, I'll give you a list as soon as I can, but I can't guarantee that you'll like the students on it." Remek readily agreed. "Okay." Luke wasn't the only detective who had been sent here to help with the screening. Many other seasoned detectives had been deployed to cast a wide net. In the end, after comparing the lists submitted by the detectives, no good seedling would be overlooked. As they were speaking, another conversation was taking place in an office upstairs. The chief of police was standing by the window and staring at the chaos on the training ground. He muttered, "Look at this trash. They think they can put on a police uniform after just doing one round of the police academy." The other 2 men in the office, one standing and the other sitting, didn't say anything. The chief of police continued, "Do you know why I'm here, Principal Lassad?" The white-haired old man asked tentatively, "To give a speech to the new students." The chief of police laughed out loud. "No, Lassad. Look at those scum. They've turned the police academy into a dumpster that reeks of weed, drugs and body fluids. I won't give a speech to this trash." Looking at Lassad's face, the chief of police snorted. Lowering the bar and recruiting new students on a large scale was Senator Thompson's idea. She wants us to increase the size of the police force. So, we have to treat all students equally, regardless of gender or race, in order to create a more beautiful Los Angeles. What do you think? After a brief silence, Principal Lassad said, "That be *tch. Pleased, the chief of police nodded. "But she's going to be the mayor soon. The commissioner specifically called me to say that we must accept these students. You know what to do. Now." Principal Lassad frowned. "Do our best to teach them." The chief of police slapped his hands down on the table and looked down at Principal Lassad. "No, I want you to kick out as many of them as possible. Once these cancers enter the police department, LAPD will be doomed. I don't want our officers to be referred to as dirty cops again, so they must not enter our force, understand? Lassad smiled broadly and quickly nodded. Got it, sir. Satisfied, the chief of police nodded and put on his hat. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you. Yes, sir. The person standing on the side responded loudly. The chief of police gave the man a light smile and waved at him to get out of his way. As long as you understand, Instructor Harry. With that, the big shot opened the door and left, and Instructor Harry followed him with an obsequious smile. The fake smile on Principal Lassad's face collapsed several seconds later. He quickly got up and closed the office door. Walking over to the window, the old man looked at the crowd of new students down below. Those scum, according to the chief of police, were being organized into lines by the instructors. The old man sneered. He murmured softly, "You didn't object to Senator Thompson and the commissioner when they gave the order, yet you came to me asking me to go against them. Do you take me for a fool? You don't have enough backbone to be commissioner, young man." At that moment, the new students downstairs were being herded onto the training ground and divided into lines like chicken. Remick picked up his uniform and hat and said, "Okay, time to give a speech to the new students. I have to be there." Luke shrugged. "Do I need to go?" Remick rolled his eyes. "The students that got your lecture are already done with their training." Luke chuckled. The man was obviously implying that he should stay as far away as possible. He took the hint and simply watched the crowd from a window. He saw a white-haired old man standing before the students with a big smile. "I'm Principal Lassad. Welcome to the police academy." "Here, you will," Principal Lassad suddenly forgot his lines. An instructor sitting in the front soundlessly mouthed the words. Principal Lassad finally remembered. Undergo 14 weeks of training, including but not limited to learning the use of weapons, due procedure, local legislation. Luke sweated and thanked Daddy System again. He had never officially learned any of these. He had taught himself, mostly when dealing with big-shot gang leaders and corrupt lawyers who were especially creative when it came to taking advantage of the law and loopholes. Luke liked these sorts of creative B***stars the best. After watching for a moment, Luke walked to the parking lot. After a brief opening speech, the students would be assigned to different classes and dorms. Their training wouldn't start until the next day, so Luke didn't have to waste time here. He gave Selena a call, but she was the only one waiting for him at the parking lot when he got there. He found that odd. "Where's Claire?" Selena chuckled and pointed at the training ground. "She signed up for the student training." "What?" Luke was shocked. "Isn't she here for college?" Selena shrugged. "The requirements for the students are really low. Even those who are only 17 and a half can sign up. She said she wanted to experience what our lives are like." Luke rolled his eyes. "I've never studied at the police academy before. Everything that she'll experience here has nothing to do with my life." Even if he said that, he wasn't too bothered, and simply left with Selena. There were still 2 months to go before the end of Claire's vacation. She could pass the training before the start of college. He would be popping into the police academy frequently during this period, so it was fine if the naughty monkey wanted to have some fun. She was a girl born and raised in Texas. Even though she wasn't familiar with the laws and legislation, she was no stranger to fighting or shooting. This would be something like advanced military training for her. Luke didn't really care if it would be a waste of the police academy's resources. He had gotten enough donations for LAPD to train hundreds of police officers. His sister was definitely justified in using some of that. While the police academy was busy recruiting students, Los Angeles was still a complete mess. Soon after they entered the city, they were caught in a traffic jam again. Looking at the image on the surveillance camera, Selina asked, time to get to work. Looking at the hoodlums who were moving stuff from a truck, Luke heaved a sigh. Let's. Otherwise, we'll be stuck here forever. The two of them got out, and Luke grabbed two hoodlums by the back of their necks, one with each hand. Selina then tackled a young man who was about to pick up a TV and pressed him to the floor of the truck. LAPD. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. A hoodlum who was moving a fridge inside the truck was stupefied. Luke stared at him and said, "Get out, keep your hands behind your head and stand still. Name, license number, and address." The young man blankly got out of the truck and did as he was told, before he finally said, "Officers, what are you doing?" "Luke, we're working, just like you." The young man was confused. "But we're only helping our friend move. This isn't work." Luke and Selina couldn't help but look at each other. Eventually, Luke asked, "You're moving? Whose place?" The three young men all looked at their pitiful friend whose face was stuck to the floor of the truck. His. Luke cursed inwardly before he coughed lightly. "Then why are you moving stuff in the fast lane? Also, look at what you're wearing. You look just like criminals robbing a truck," Luke secretly scolded. Selina finally relaxed her grip on the unlucky man's head, and he explained, almost in tears, "Officer, my new place is right up ahead. It's even more jammed there. I borrowed this truck from my friend, and I have to return it in the afternoon. So, I can only unload the furniture by the side of the road first before I move them into my place." Both Luke and Selina were lost for words. 10 minutes later, Luke and Selina got into their car silently as the four young men nodded at them respectfully and fawningly. "Officers, thank you for your help." Luke heaved a sigh and patted the dust off his sleeves. "All right, at least we can go home now." Selina, however, suddenly burst out laughing. "It's good enough that they didn't file a complaint. Helping them move is nothing. You're strong, anyway." Luke smiled bitterly. Looks could really be deceiving. Although these four were dressed like criminals, they really were moving to a new place, and not helping other people move, for free. Luke could only warn them that it was a violation to unload stuff on the fast lane. However, considering the traffic jam, their behavior was understandable, and the two detectives were lenient enough to let it go. Luke even gave them a hand and helped them move the stuff from the truck to the side of the road. He also confirmed with sharp nose that the stuff belonged to the young man, who hadn't stolen anything. After that little mishap, Luke and Selina finally returned to the city amidst the traffic congestion. At that moment, a lot of the secret departments and agencies had already come up with a preliminary plan for handling Batman. The overwhelming majority had clandestine intentions. They used different wording, but the meaning was more or less the same. Batman probably had a genetic mutation that boosted his physique, but not by very much. People with this sort of extraordinary ability weren't rare in this world. Batman's strength mostly had to do with his rope darts and combat tricks as well as his special bulletproof suit. Cultivating high combat ability through long-term rigorous training had long been the systematic approach in various agencies. They had no need for Batman's working-class training method. Batman wasn't valuable enough to these departments and agencies in terms of research or propaganda. They basically chose to keep an eye on him and try to catch him if they had a chance, but they weren't in a hurry to make a move against him. On the other hand, several of the departments and agencies that were more interested in Batman wanted to employ this super warrior to fight for them. They had their own men to do that, but a lot went into training them. Batman was a self-taught, finished product which didn't require further investments. He was also an idiot who was dedicated and had a sense of justice. Certain big shots liked that more than anything else. But they weren't in a rush either, since they had yet to discover Batman's real identity for now. Even if they roped in Batman, he would only be a contractor outside their system. They weren't in a hurry to obtain this free tool and potential scapegoat. They could take their time. No matter how many big shots there were who had thoughts about him, Luke, who was now known as Batman to all the major departments, was going about his daily life as usual. One of the advantages of Claire going to the police academy to experience the life of a student was that Luke and Selena now had more time on their hands. That day, he was watching the news while cooking when he suddenly received a message. Luke raised an eyebrow, wiped his hands, and opened it. It still looked like a meaningless jumble of characters to outsiders. Luke deciphered it after a quick glance, and couldn't help but laugh. This father and daughter pair, why are you joining in on the fun here? Wait, Damon's equipment. Luke patted his forehead helplessly, only then did he remember that Damon's black armor and cape did look like Batman's. Thankfully, Damon's whereabouts weren't hard to pin down. Since he was on the East Coast, he probably wouldn't be suspected of being Batman. But someone might suspect that they were connected to Batman. After pondering for a long while, Luke sent a reply. In Damon's house in New Jersey, Mindy jumped up and ran over to her laptop to open a post. She similarly didn't need a secret code to decipher the message. She sighed in disappointment. Dad, V replied. Damon, who was cleaning his gun, asked without raising his head, what did he say? He can supply armor that's 70% as bulletproof as Batman's. He hasn't studied the flying cape yet. He's not interested in making bat darts or rope, Mindy said, looking depressed. What she valued the most were the bat darts and the super cool cape. She already had battle armor from V, which was good enough. Damon's armor had also been specially made by V. He would be able to withstand 7 to 8 hits, as long as it wasn't in the same spot, and he just needed to replace the hit plates later. These bulletproof vests were enough to satisfy most of their needs. After all, nobody would stand around to be shot from head to toe. Damon paused and thought for a moment, before he nodded. Then order one for each of us. After all, it's quite troublesome to keep changing the plates. Oh, right, tell him to change my armor to gray and modify the helmet, I don't want pointy ears. Mindy burst out laughing, knowing that her father no longer wanted her to think that he was a copycat. Damon shook his head helplessly. Fine, are you done? Look, V didn't make those things. Mindy tilted her head. That doesn't mean that he can't, right? Damon again put down the parts in his hands. He said that the armor can give us 70% of the effect, hasn't studied the cape, and isn't interested in the bat darts. Rubbing his chin, he said, so, he might have better armor, but can't give it to us. He might be able to make a cape, but just hasn't worked in that direction. He can make bat darts, but thinking they're too simple. Mindy's eyes lit up, and she clenched her fists. That's right, that's exactly what he meant. How can someone as proud as V admit that he can't do it? Damon coughed. You can make your own bat dart with a rope, but are you sure you can use it as freely as Batman? Mindy frowned in vexation. I tried a rope dart before, but I don't think I have any talent for it. Damon decisively crushed her fantasy. That thing is much harder to use than a gun. If you start practicing now, you might be as good as Batman in another 10 years. Mindy lost interest. 10 years? To practice the use of a support item? Furthermore, she could always replace it with something else. It was too extravagant. Annoyed, she picked up the butterfly knife on the table and threw it at a target 10 meters away. Do I have enough daggers? Damon shook his head with a smile and continued cleaning his gun. Mindy lowered her head listlessly and sent out a new post on her laptop. She soon heaved a sigh of relief. 2 sets of armor will only cost 500,000, and it'll come with a bunch of spare parts for our current equipment. Same as always, he'll put it on our tab. Damon just hummed in acknowledgement and didn't say anything else as he focused on his task. Luke didn't think too much about Mindy's order. When he was developing his own equipment in the last few months, he had crossed out various options. Whether it was the cheap product that Damon had worn at the very beginning or the mid-range goods that he would be giving the father and daughter this time, they were all different ideas that had nothing to do with Batman. Luke wasn't going to use this leftovers approach anymore, and was going to give Damon and Mindy some benefits. He felt that the information which the father and daughter had given him, especially the intel on gangs in New York, was worth letting them run up a tab. Because of security reasons, even if Damon and Mindy didn't want to owe him money, most of the equipment they were using had yet to be paid for. When Luke wanted information that had nothing to do with their own private affairs, how could Damon refuse? After sorting out yet another friendship tab transaction, Luke ate, trained and worked overtime as usual. In a Malibu villa, Tony Stark was absent-mindedly brushing someone off in the living room. The man said earnestly, "Tony, you've mobilized a lot of resources from the research department in the last few days. I'm not trying to stop your new research project, but suddenly mobilizing these resources without an explanation or a notification will make the shareholders suspicious, and they'll want to investigate the use of the funds." Tony absent-mindedly took a sip of his wine. "Obi, when have they ever not criticized my research? Don't worry, they'll shut up in the end." After a brief silence, the person said, "Can you at least get Pepper to report what you're doing? Didn't you hire her to deal with small things like this?" Tony was at a loss. "Huh? I didn't tell her." The person said, "Tony, I asked, and Pepper doesn't know what you're doing. You've been holed up in the villa every day recently. I'm worried about you." Tony smiled awkwardly. "All right, I might have been too busy that I forgot. I'll have Pepper put a report together. I haven't had breakfast yet. That's not good for the body. Let's call it a day, Obi." The person nodded helplessly and got up. "Fine, you have to take care of yourself. Don't forget the report. I can't keep making excuses for you every time, right? The shareholders are very concerned about your research. I can't keep them in the dark for long." Tony put his arm around the man's shoulders. "No problem. I'll have Pepper put the project report together." After seeing the man out of the living room, Tony turned around and returned to the basement. He said, "Jarvis, send a message to Pepper. Modify the concept manual for my previous cruise missile proposal and give that to that useless bunch." "Yes, sir. But that manual is only a rough framework. Miss Potts may not be able to hand over a complete proposal." A gentle male voice rang out. The big shot snorted. "It's not that troublesome. The Jericho missile project will be enough to shut those guys up. In any case, I didn't say I would be building it right away. If it was that easy to make missiles, they might as well find a few college kids to do it and save money." "Right, have Happy bring me some cheeseburgers when he comes over," said Tony Stark as he entered his basement lab. Looking at the video of Batman projected on the wall, he said in annoyance, "This guy crippled more than 200 criminals in one night without leaving any footage from the scenes. This cautious behavior is so boring. What's the point of hiding? If it were me, I would have let them see my face on TV and told everybody that I'm Tony Stark." That being said, Tony had had mixed feelings when he saw Batman charge outside the building to catch a falling Pepper. It felt like he had been slapped in the face by the pretentious prick. No matter how he disparaged him, however, he had to admit that this Batman's skills weren't bad. What Tony looked down on was his level and resources. Would Tony, who considered himself the smartest genius on Earth, acknowledge that someone else was better than him? Furthermore, Batman hadn't left any clear leads so far, which was enough to prove that his suit was pure DIY. If Tony wanted to make a suit of armor, especially one that included cutting-edge technology, he wouldn't be able to hide his purchases from discerning eyes. Batman's equipment didn't seem very technologically advanced, but its source was completely unknown, which was probably why it was so crude. Tony still believed that Batman was deliberately hiding things about him. He didn't have any proof, but he firmly believed that he had seen through this pretentious prick. "Batman, just you wait," Tony murmured. "When my armor comes out, I'll catch you and take off your mask." Saying that, He looked at the prototype of the silver humanoid armor not far away. There were still a lot of parts that needed to be tested and fitted. Once this suit of armor was completed, he was confident that he could capture Batman easily and even play this pretentious criminal. Thinking that, Tony was inspired again. He opened up a light screen and continued working. In the following days, Luke and Selina's lives returned to normal. In the meantime, Luke received a call from Wayland, who invited him on another private assignment. Although Luke was tempted by the location, he still refused. The Amazon jungle wasn't a peaceful place. The main point was that it would take a long time before he came out. A conservative guess was 3 to 6 weeks. It was the best time to earn points in Los Angeles. Luke planned to turn Batman into a live target to cover up news of the Ghost Butcher. He was saving his strength for his upcoming life as a New York detective, so he didn't take on the job even though Wayland offered a sky-high price of $5 million. However, Luke gave Wayland a number and promised that it would be a good choice. The condition was that the money couldn't be too little. It had to start at $1 million, and it would be best to pay half of it up front. At least Wayland got Luke's recommendation out of it. While his investigation revealed that a certain person had a lot of bad habits, the man had a good reputation in the industry and was a perfect example of someone who worked as much as he was paid. Luke wasn't the type to speak without thinking, and Wayland wouldn't be going personally this time. Since it was just a matter of money, Wayland called the number. A day later, a private plane flew out of Los Angeles for Brazil. Apart from that, Jenny's phone company had already started to take shape. Luke had gone over a few times to fix some bugs on the production line. More than that, what amazed Luke was that Jenny had negotiated with Wayland Corporation to facilitate the construction of the wireless network. When Luke asked her how she had done it, Jenny said with a smile, "I didn't say that you were the big boss, but I did say that we were close," and Mr. Wayland arranged a meeting very quickly. "I don't think you're interested in listening to the rest, so I won't go into detail, but Wayland is very interested in the combination of wireless technology and smartphones." She hesitated. Looking at her, Luke asked with a smile, "Is there anything else?" Pondering for a moment, Jenny said, "But Chairman Wayland wants to invest in our phone company." Luke raised an eyebrow. "How much?" Jenny chuckled. "Based on our cash investment and shares, I estimate that the phone company is worth $2 billion, and he wants 30 to 50% of the shares." Luke was taken aback. "Is our phone company that valuable?" Jenny sighed. "If we already had a wireless network, that value would be double. Wayland is a smart old man. Now that we're done with most of the preliminary work, what we're short of is a large-scale marketing campaign for the wireless network and our company. We'll be able to make money right away once Wayland Corporation gets involved." Luke nodded. He didn't know much about business, and wasn't going to delve into it. Pondering for a moment, he said, "We can let him invest, but do your best to keep his share down to 10 or 20% at most. If he isn't willing, we can take word of the construction of the wireless network to other companies. Business is business." Jenny heaved a sigh of relief. She was worried that Luke would simply give up a large amount of shares, which would be detrimental to the company's future finances and operations. She was the CEO of this cell phone company, and while Luke was in a real sense the major shareholder, he left her to it. Any attempt to weaken his position with the shares would only weaken her authority. Naturally, she had to be careful. After solving this big problem, she raised another pending issue. "So, what's the name of our phone? We can't call it a universal cube phone after our company name, right? It sounds awkward and isn't easy to remember." Luke found that odd. "Apple? Didn't we talk about this last time?" Jenny was angry. "Can you be more serious? How can you call such an innovative smartphone an Apple? And there's even a bite that has been taken out of it in the logo. Are you implying that our consumers are buying a second-hand phone?" Luke was lost for words. The second-hand Apple company was worth hundreds of billions of dollars in his previous life, and dominated the cell phone industry. Depressed at the rejection, Luke agreed to the phone brand Jenny suggested, Timit. Translated into Chinese, it would probably be titanium. Luke couldn't complain. It was fine as long as Jenny liked the name, and the rotten apple could fly away with the wind. But when he thought of the bald man holding a phone in a certain ad in his previous life, Luke decided that when the titanium phone came out in the future, he would make a high-quality, no-brand fake for his own use. He wouldn't use a real titanium phone. On the other end, Jenny received a reply from Wayland that they would do their best to build a wireless network in Los Angeles, the base of luxury goods consumption, as soon as possible. Wayland Corporation was an international telecommunications company that operated a network and broadband business. Jenny had convinced Wayland not only with the phone, but also with the wireless router which Luke made. Routers had already existed for a while, but what Luke made was, of course, a wireless router closer to what was used in his previous life in 2010. Furthermore, it was cheap to make. As a result, Wayland Corporation could start earning profits from their broadband users right away with their preliminary wireless network. Want your computer to be free of internet wires? Pay up. The new generation wireless router only costs $49.80. It was impossible to give them away for free. Coupled with the smartphone, how many young people would refuse to buy it? Instead of taking your laptop around with you for an internet connection, you could easily go online on your phone. Who would be able to resist such temptation? Apart from companies and organizations, the main users of the internet were still young people. Whether it was phones or wireless networks, the first people to accept them would definitely be the young people who pursued novelty. In contrast, most middle-aged and elderly people still used phones that could only be used for emails and phone calls even over a decade later because they regarded them as tools for communication and not entertainment. When Luke had mentioned their development goals to Jenny before, he had made it clear that he was going to empty out the pockets of these young people and consumers of luxury goods. He was going to take the high-end route, and copy the so-called second-hand Apple. As for how far this cell phone company could go, Luke didn't really care. There was too much advanced tech in this world. Tony had even actualized his VR tech a long time ago, but wasn't using it to make money. Luke anticipated that the phone company would make a fortune. It was good enough if it grew into a medium-sized company. In fact, selling phones wasn't the biggest money-making route. The Apple company had already demonstrated how even more profits could be generated, and Luke would tell Jenny about it when the time came. He didn't say anything now because he didn't want Jenny to get too excited, otherwise, her expectations would be too high. Besides, if he did everything himself, this girl who had inherited her parents' blood for business would probably be very unhappy. People still needed a goal to strive toward. That way, life wouldn't be too boring. Jenny left right away this time. She didn't continue discussing business with Luke and left in a hired car that night. She still had to catch a plane to negotiate with the manufacturers about supplying the various components. The main reason she had dropped by in a hurry to see Luke was, they had to lock down the logo. If she didn't do her best with Luke, she would really have to choose that half-eaten second-hand Apple as their logo. After all, he was the big boss. After Jenny left, Luke went to the police academy every other day to observe the new batch of rotten students. Actually, these people weren't that bad. However, the mix of tall and short, fat and thin, and young and old, inevitably gave off a sense of dissonance. Luke didn't pay it any mind. In any case, he was in the mood to enjoy the show. The new students were divided into 30 classes according to the alphabet. For example, Class A had 2 classes, A1 and A2. There were 4 B classes, 9 C classes, and 15 D classes, with 20 to 30 people in each class. What Luke found strange was that the first 4 candidates that he had chosen, along with Claire, were all assigned to D15. D15 stood for the class with the worst students. At first, Luke didn't understand why Claire had been assigned to this class. His first 4 candidates weren't that bad either. It wasn't until he looked for Remick and skimmed through the information on D15 students that he understood. This was a tacitly acknowledged slacker class. It wasn't that the people here were the worst of the bunch, but after a rough analysis by the police academy, it was very likely that they wouldn't stay behind as police officers, except for those 2 cadets. Harry had accepted these 2 cadets as his right-hand men to help him manage the class. Or rather, they had been chosen by Instructor Harry to be his lackeys. Instructor Harry clearly thought the same as Luke. Enthusiasts like these who proactively approached the leaders were needed everywhere. Because little monkey Claire was in this class, Luke paid more attention to D15. First was running. The little monkey took first place, and the others lagged behind. In the end, there was a fatty who struggled miserably at the very back, and Instructor Harry took a stick to the fatties but so that he crossed the finish line. Luke shook his head regretfully and wrote in a notebook, "Does not care about the goal." Of course, that didn't include Claire. Second was the field obstacle course. The little monkey ran through it nimbly and took first place again. The others? Luke shook his head helplessly as he looked at a black girl who hung from a 2-meter-high wall and kicked her legs, but couldn't get up. On the other side, Instructor Harry had no choice but to let her go around and continue with the next section, or she would be stuck on the wall forever. Boom! There was a loud bang, and Luke turned his head. Half of the 2-meter-high wall had collapsed, and a tall black man flipped over it with both hands. Instructor Harry, who was 2 meters away from the cement wall, was sweating. He rejoiced that he hadn't been smashed into the wall. Luke smacked his lips and wrote in his notebook, "Moses Hightower, suspected strength user." Moses might be 2 meters tall, but pushing down a cement wall so easily wasn't something that any ordinary person could do. The little monkey took the lead again and easily reached the top of the rope. Instructor Harry nodded in satisfaction. When he turned his head and saw someone hesitating and not moving, he couldn't help but yell, "Moses Hightower, what are you waiting for? Use more strength." Hearing his bellow, Moses subconsciously pulled the rope in his hand. Boom! Everybody around him quickly dodged, and Instructor Harry fell back to the floor. Bang! The metal anchor attached to the ceiling fell down with a large piece of concrete. Moses looked at him innocently, as if asking, "Do I still climb?" Harry said, "Go to the logistics department and get someone to fix this." Luke chuckled and wrote down in his notebook again, "Moses Hightower, very strong, a little slow." Fourth was unarmed combat. The little monkey was the first to jump up to perform a demonstration with the female instructor, Callahan. 10 seconds later, the female instructor said in despair, "Claire, can you let go of me?" The little monkey excitedly released her from the leglock and jumped up. "Instructor, do I pass?" Callahan, the female instructor, rubbed her chest. It felt like Claire had almost crushed her legs. But in the face of this cheerful and likable little monkey who excelled in everything, she said helplessly, "Claire, this is a lesson, not an exam. I'm only asking you to help with a combat demonstration, this isn't a real fight." Claire nodded and asked awkwardly, "Should we continue?" "I promise to cooperate this time." Callahan subconsciously covered her chest with her hands and shook his head. "No, you can go back and sit down." Barbara, why don't you come up?" Making a circle around the male students, she picked the fatty whom Instructor Harry had hit to finish running. Barbara stood up nervously. "Me? Really?" Barbara's face was already a little red. Callahan said, "Yes, you. Attack me." Barbara took 2 hesitant steps forward. "Hurry up, don't dawdle," Callahan shouted. In a panic, Barbara raised his fist and swung clumsily. Callahan used a shoulder throw to put the fatty on the ground, then mimed kicking him in the head. She then bent her knees and locked Barbara in place. Only then did she turn to the students. "Did you see that? After you take down the enemy, you have to control them with your legs and knees. The neck is a good choice. It can limit movement significantly. Now, who's next? The male students raised their hands in unison. Me. Barbara, who had been humiliated by the hot female instructor, had already stopped breathing. His face was flushed as he lay there like a drunkard. Luke smiled. Callahan was a young woman with blonde hair and big breasts. She was only 26 or 27 years old, and was quite pretty. It was no wonder that the male students were so enthusiastic. The female students, however, looked at the enthusiastic male students with disdain. Fifth was shooting practice. Claire examined the gun proficiently and checked that it was loaded, before she fired quickly. Pa! 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 Bullet holes appeared in the half-sized body targets, and they were all between the 8th and 10th rings. Instructor Harry nodded in satisfaction as he walked past. He admired this girl the most. She had outstanding abilities, a serious attitude, and a likable personality. It was a pity that she was too young to become an official police officer. Otherwise, she would have been assigned to the A1 class. He walked past them one by one, and their shooting skills varied widely. Some of them didn't hit the target, and some were clearly shooting blindly, with the bullet hitting the 9th ring on one try before flying who knew where on the next. Bang! Instructor Harry jerked at the loud crack. It was completely different from the sound of a Glock. He composed himself and looked for the source of the sound, only to see a man proudly holding a revolver. He was clearly very satisfied with the shot. Looking at the target, half of which had already been blown away, Harry asked, "Kid, where did you get this gun?" The student said happily, "It was a birthday gift from my mother." Smiling, Instructor Harry slowly stretched out his hand. Can you let me have a look?" The student said, "No problem, Instructor." Harry carefully picked up the Colt Python and immediately took 2 steps back as he popped out the cylinder. Los Angeles stopped issuing officers with these .45 revolvers 5 years ago. "So, I'll keep this gun for now, and you use your Glock." Luke was amused. Dustin had approved his Smith & Wesson M500 because of his contributions and connections. Thankfully, Dustin believed Luke's claim that he needed it to deal with some tough enemies, or he wouldn't have approved it. A gun with a caliber of more than .45 was too powerful for police officers and wasn't very practical. Thus, even SWAT and all the special forces rarely used such a large caliber pistol, let alone ordinary police officers. Luke took out his notebook and added another line, Eugene Tigerbelly. Proficient with firearms and has excellent arm stability. But during shooting practice 2 days later, Luke saw this Tigerbelly rush into the house with a gun, kick the target out, and fire twice on top of that. Luke had to add one more thing, too impulsive and tends to use too much force. After 2 weeks of observation, Luke looked at his notebook and sighed. There were more than 20 good seedlings, and most of them were in Class A, but there were also a lot of bizarre people with personal strong points. These included physical strength, speaking skills, driving skills, shooting skills, computer intelligence analysis, the ability to pick up girls, money, and so on. To become an LAPD officer, these were just extras and not prerequisites. The crux was that these people leaned heavily toward one particular strength but were weak in other aspects. Conversely, the 20 or so people didn't have any obvious shortcomings, and moreover excelled in several respects. And the most outstanding of them all was Claire. Luke wasn't surprised. Claire was smart, cheerful, and adored sports. A year ago, after the Carlos family tried to kidnap her, she developed a strong interest in combat and firearms. With a first-class instructor like Robert around, her combat ability improved significantly, and she was definitely a good candidate for a police detective. But Luke didn't put her name on his list, she still had to go to college. One day, the little monkey noticed Luke at the end of training. She grabbed him to whisper something in his ear before she ran off. Looking at her laughing and joking around with the girls, Luke shook his head with a smile and took out his phone. Selena. I'm taking Claire and her classmates out for dinner. Do you want to come? Selena immediately agreed. Of course. Has Claire forgotten about me now that she has new classmates? Luke smiled. She asked me to call you. Selena snorted. Can Dollar go too? Luke thought for a moment and said, it should be okay. I'll find a restaurant that allows pets. Selena quickly came over, and found him in a quiet corner of the campus. Luke found that odd. That was fast. Selena said, I was on the east side today to help them maintain order. Luke asked, is the east side still in a mess? Selena said, don't talk about it. If the earthquake you mentioned happens, the east side will definitely be the very first place where trouble will break out. There are too many people without jobs gathered there. What are you doing here? Luke raised his hand to show her the notebook he was holding. I'm observing the students. Looking at the dark sky, Selena asked, so dedicated? She looked around, then pointed at a building dozens of meters down a slope in astonishment. Is that how you're examining them? Luke chuckled. I'm not here to examine the female students. I'm here to examine the male students, like the one outside the bathroom window. Selena was even more shocked. You're just letting him watch. Luke shrugged. He just arrived. I haven't had time to stop him yet. Selena said disdainfully, if you stopped him, you would have no reason to hang around here yourself, right? Luke shook his head with a smile. I called his instructor. Selena was suspicious. Really? Luke pouted. Look, his instructor is here. The two of them looked down the slope. Instructor Harry came around a corner, slowly approached a man who was leaning against the railing, and tapped him on the shoulder with a stick. The man turned around and was stunned to see Harry. Instructor Harry reached out and took the drink bottle that he was holding, giving him a dead-eyed glare. The man silently turned around and left, giving up the best viewing spot. Watching the guy walk away, Instructor Harry wiped the rim of the bottle with his sleeve and took a sip. Then, he turned around leisurely and leaned against the railing himself. Ah! A woman's sharp cry rang out from the basement room not far from the railing. Instructor Harry jerked at the shock and he turned here and there, not knowing what to do. Another series of screams rang out. There's someone outside the bathroom. An old pervert's peeping through the back window. Find the instructor. Drenched in sweat, Harry threw away the drink in his hand and forced himself to calm down as he quickly walked away. After taking a few steps, he broke into a sprint and disappeared down the path. Selena's eyes widened. He peeped into the women's bathroom. Is he also an instructor? Luke sighed. That's right. He's that toady lackey instructor I told you about. He's in charge of Claire's class. Selena was lost for words for a moment. He's even more shameless than that student. Luke shrugged. He's just a bootlicker. If he cared about dignity, he wouldn't have come here. He took out 2 lollipops from his bag and gave one to her. Gold Nugget whined, and Luke could only stuff his lollipop into its mouth and take out another one. Selena mumbled around her lollipop, aren't we leaving? Luke leaned lazily against a tree and sucked on his lollipop. Claire is still getting ready. It'll be at least another 10 minutes. We can continue to examine the students here. Selena narrowed her eyes and observed him for a moment, before her lips twitched. So, you're even more shameless than the other two, right? You're staring at the girls' dormitory. Luke chuckled and put his arm around her shoulders. He raised his hand and pointed. Look over there. That's the first candidate on my list. Selena looked at the window of a building 20 meters away. A moment later, her eyes widened in shock. Is that a man? Luke sucked unhurriedly on his lollipop. On the first day of school, this candidate number 1 was sent here by his 4 girlfriends. Those 2 female students aren't any of his 4 girlfriends. Holy sh*t. Selina couldn't help swearing. Looking at the man whose wig and bathrobe had just been taken off by 2 female students, Luke said with a smile, George Martin is best at seducing women. He claims to have mixed blood, but his accent is clearly fake. Selina could only admire him. The speed at which he hooked up with girls could absolutely help to deal with women when he worked cases. A sweet mouth was also a profound skill. Selina's interest was piqued. Her gaze shifted further to the right and exclaimed, this woman seems pretty good. Looking at her body and muscles, she must work out a lot, right? Looking at the athletic woman in white underwear and who was working out with dumbbells, Luke shook his head. Debbie Callahan is another of Claire's instructors. Selina immediately lost interest. She looked at the hallway outside the male students' bathroom on the first floor of the building next door. The male students were laughing and joking around. One of them was holding a razor, and the sound of a saw rang out. Selina listened for a moment and asked, did that sound come out of his mouth? Luke said, candidate number 8, Lavelle Jones, beatboxer extraordinaire. He can mimic animals, machines, men, and women. Selina clicked her tongue. Then why does he want to be a police officer? Isn't it better to be a talk show host or something? Luke shrugged. It's not like we became pro wrestlers either. Selina laughed and a person with a dejected face walked through the hallway. Who's this guy? This was the person whom Instructor Harry had chased away earlier. Luke said, Carrie Mahoney, number 5. He's bold, thick-skinned, and smart. He's the most suitable candidate to be a detective. Shamelessness was very important for a detective. Someone who was too thin-skinned and who was bound by the rules wouldn't make a good LA detective. A few people greeted Mahoney. He clearly had a good relationship with the male students. There was only one guy who was standing with his legs apart and laughing loudly like he was gearing up for a performance. A fatty walked past and was stopped. Barbara, come, hit me. Barbara's eyes widened. What? The man continued, that's right. Hit me hard. Barbara was surprised. Really? The man said, that's right. Come on. Do it now. Barbara waved his hands. No, I can't. The man said, I told you to hit. At a loss, Barbara subconsciously raised his hand and swung. Pia. The room fell silent. Barbara smiled bashfully. How was that? Was that all right? The man slowly turned his head and said despondently, yes, very good. Relieved, Barbara went to the bathroom to wash up. Selina finally laughed out loud. My God, that's the first time I've heard someone make such a request. Ha 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 ha. Hit me. Ha 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 ha. Is his face swollen? Luke shook his head with a smile. Eugene Tigerbelly, candidate number 6. He's a military and firearms fan. He was going to show that he could take a blow to the stomach, and didn't think that he would be slapped in the face. When he saw the male students laughing in the hallway, Luke couldn't help but laugh himself. Of course, he didn't say anything about not hitting the face. At that moment, Claire called. Luke picked up the call and made a couple of sounds of acknowledgement before he said, let's go. The monkey is ready. We'll pick her and her classmates up. Luke and Selina drove to another dormitory and picked up Claire and 4 of her classmates. Claire and 2 of her classmates got into Selina's car, and Luke picked up the other 2. When the 2 girls got into the car, one of them was stunned when she saw Luke. You. Luke turned his head and smiled. I look familiar, right? Hello, Miss Karen Thompson. Nice to meet you again. Also, Miss Lavin Hux. You can call me Luke. The 2 girls in the back seat looked at each other. Hello, Luke. A moment later, it was Karen who spoke. Do you know us very well? It made sense with Karen. She had spoken to Luke on the first day of school, and she was confident that her looks and character would leave an impression. But Hux was a small, timid black girl. Few men would remember her name. Luke smiled and pointed at a staff card on the dashboard. I'm a temporary staff member of the police academy. I see you a lot. He usually hid in the distance to assess them, and Karen and Hux had never noticed him during their rigorous training. After chatting for a while, they reached a restaurant. Everybody sat down and continued chatting after they ordered. Claire had always had good interpersonal skills, at least on the surface. From what Luke could see, she was closer to Karen and Hux, but the three of them weren't in the same dorm. The other two girls were Claire and Karen's roommates, who had tagged along. And their gazes burned when they looked at Luke. A generous, gentle and considerate brother who was willing to take his sister and her friends out for a meal was the dream of many girls. More importantly, this brother was very handsome, and not their own brother. After they ate and dessert was served, they started talking for real. The two random girls kept focusing on Luke, but Luke would bring the topic back to their life at the police academy. Claire and Hux were more artless, and would pick up the topic right away. The two random girls couldn't say anything. Claire was the real sister of the handsome guy, and they didn't have the right to say that she wasn't tactful. The sister of a handsome man was always a major obstacle in getting close with him. They were already mentally prepared for this. But the conversation quickly turned in a direction which they couldn't resist. Why do you want to be police officers? Luke asked with a smile, but he was looking at Karen and Hux. As members of the D-15 that he paid the most attention to, he could tell that these two police officers were serious. Karen, who was born into a rich family, seemed to already long have an answer to this question. It's enough to encounter interesting people and interesting things. Luke looked at Hux with a smile. The shy girl lowered her head and said, I think being a police officer will help me open up more. Luke nodded. You're doing well. You should be able to accomplish this goal if you work hard. Hux lowered her head even more and whispered, thank you. Luke then said to Karen again, but being a police officer is boring most of the time. You'll encounter a lot of dark things. Are you sure you can take it? Karen's eyes glowed. Isn't there still Batman? Luke was stunned. What does this have to do with Batman? Karen looked around furtively, like a spy in a movie. Seeing that nobody was looking, she said in a low voice, do you think that all Batman did that night was save a lot of people? At that moment, even the two random girls' attention was caught. Didn't he save them? Luke chuckled. How did you understand that? What she probably means is that he did more than save people. Karen shook her head and lowered her voice mysteriously. No, he did save people, and it was even more than what was reported on TV. But Batman appeared again after that night. Did you know that? Surprised, Luke shook his head along with everyone else. He was truly surprised that Karen knew. A regular wealthy family shouldn't have access to news on Batman. Looking at their faces, Karen was very satisfied. Finally, she threw out the explosive news. 10 days ago, Batman appeared at night and helped the police capture hundreds of extremists all at once. Impressive, right? The two random girls exclaimed in surprise. Claire wanted to scream too, but she covered her mouth. Hux opened her mouth, but forgot to cry out. Karen quickly gestured with her hands. Don't scream, don't scream. That being said, she looked even more pleased. She had shared these news to shock them. Now, even the guy who had been smiling calmly was surprised. She felt that it was worth it. Surprised, Luke asked in a low voice, why isn't there any news? Karen shook her head. I don't know. It might be a secret operation. You know that we can't give the extremists an opportunity to put up a final fight. Maybe that's why this operation was kept so confidential that even few people in LAPD knew about it. Everybody was amazed and looked at the well-informed young woman in admiration. Pleased, Karen continued, "So, I'm going to be a police officer. Maybe I'll meet Batman someday and we'll deal with the criminals together." Luke nodded in agreement. Selina, who was busy eating in the corner, could only cover her face with her big ice cream cup. She felt that she knew the kind of person Batman was, better than anyone else in the world. Team up with Batman? Don't be ridiculous. Wait a minute. If Karen became a police officer, she might really be able to team up with Batman. Selina suddenly realized the error in her thinking. Claire's eyes glowed as she discussed Batman's magnificent feats with Karen in a low voice. She had also become quite obsessed with Batman recently. However, what she was more a fan of, was the fact that Batman could fly, which was cool. She envied the people whom Batman had flown down the most. That was definitely the most exciting form of extreme sports. For one moment, Luke and Selina became bystanders. The 5 girls of the police academy chatted about Batman. What was even stranger was that the 2 random girls were also loyal Batman fangirls. Once they started discussing Batman, none of them had the energy to hit on Luke anymore. Luke was very pleased. He hadn't wasted his efforts in creating Batman. He had to avoid the advances of these 2 girls and let them down easy at the same time. How difficult was that? It was definitely more difficult than insisting on filming and singing with an extremely high fever and a broken leg. In the end, Luke and Selina had no choice but to interrupt the heated discussion between the 5 Batman fangirls and send them back to the police academy. After they got out of the car, Claire simply hugged Luke and said goodbye to Selina before she left with her classmates. The others also said goodbye to Luke and Selina, and the girls giggled as they bounced off to their rooms to talk about Batman. Luke and Selina smiled as they looked at each other before they got into their cars and went home. Just when Luke thought that his leisurely life would continue for a while longer, Jenny suddenly called him. "Luke, I need your opinion on something." Luke said, "What is it?" Jenny asked, "Do you know Senator Thompson?" Luke said, "An outstanding member of the Thompson family and a female counselor who's been in the limelight recently. According to the polls, support for her is increasing, and it's very likely she'll be the next mayor of Los Angeles, Patricia Thompson." Jenny said, "That's her. Something's happened in her family which we might be able to use." Luke asked, "What's up?" "One of her nieces went on a trip to Europe with classmates, and is now missing," Jenny replied. Luke was stunned. "Is her niece rich?" Knowing what he meant, Jenny said, "This young lady planned the trip herself and left according to her scheduled itinerary yesterday, but no one can reach her now." Luke asked, "So, Senator Thompson came to me?" Jenny coughed awkwardly and said, "No, I only learned about it because this missing lady is a major shareholder in Island Dragon Electronics, which is our phone chip supplier." Luke was lost for words. "Are you saying that I have to save her first?" Jenny nodded helplessly. "Our router technology needs authorization by Island Dragon Electronics, and we need the company to supply the phone chips in advance before we can start manufacturing the phones as soon as possible. Based on Island Dragon's current production plan, it'll only get to our order at the end of the year." Luke understood. The phone company had just started production, but was keeping down the amount of phone parts in its purchase order. Jenny wouldn't be able to fully expand production until after they obtained the initial market response. As a large-scale manufacturer of electronic components, Island Dragon would already have in place a production plan that was months or even a year ahead, and would supply its customers with the goods based on that plan. Since the titanium phones were new, their company didn't have a large order, and naturally could only wait in line with the plan. Luke frowned and thought for a long while, unsure if he should take the job. The main point was that the other party hadn't looked for him. Wouldn't this be delivering himself to their door? Pondering for a long while, he finally said, "If possible, it would be best for me to go to this missing lady's house first. Jenny heaved a sigh of relief. I'll contact them and give you a reply as soon as possible. After Luke put the phone away, Selena asked, another business trip? Luke shrugged. Money. Selena asked curiously, didn't you reject Wayland's $5 million offer a few days ago? Luke sighed. It has to do with the phone company. If I don't take care of it, it'll delay the profits that the company can make. Selena shook her head decisively. Don't talk to me about that. I only know how to use a phone, leave selling the phone to your young lady. Luke was amused. Want to go to Europe together? Selena's heart skipped a beat, but she shook her head when she saw Gold Nugget in the rearview mirror. Forget it. You're going to look for someone. Claire is in LA too. Gold Nugget and I can take care of her at home. After a brief silence, Luke nodded with a smile. All right. When Selena mentioned Gold Nugget, she was naturally saying that it could ensure Claire's safety during an emergency. She hadn't forgotten that there might be another earthquake in Los Angeles. Thinking that, Luke didn't really want to go to Europe. The phone company could make money later. If an earthquake happened in Los Angeles, he could go out again in the Batman suit. On the other end, Jenny was very quick. She sent Luke a message that night to say that she could take him to the Thompsons' place in the afternoon tomorrow. Luke didn't refuse. He was still weighing the pros and cons. After half a day, he deliberated the issue again. If an earthquake happened in Los Angeles, he would be able to build up Batman's popularity and earn a lot of experience and credit points. But he had gained a lot from his previous trip to Paris. At that time, he hadn't wanted to stand out too much, so he had spent the rest of that week relaxing with Elena. Otherwise, he could have earned even more experience and credit points. Thinking this way, Luke's hands felt a little itchy. Also, things were different now. He subconsciously scanned his inventory. After the last expansion, it still looked empty no matter how much of his gains that Luke put in. Maybe I can do something more this time around. Luke murmured inwardly. The next afternoon, Luke and Jenny, who had just flown back, took a company car to the Thompson house in San Diego. This was the home of Malachi Thompson, not the home of Senator Patricia Thompson. The Thompson family had branched out all over America, but California was their base. This Malachi Thompson was also an important figure in the Thompson family. Even the all-powerful Thompson woman in Los Angeles was only a little sister to this big shot. Luke had no idea how Jenny had obtained this chance to meet him. Looking at her tired and nervous expression, he knew that she had put in a lot of effort. Patting her back, he said with a smile, "Don't worry. Even if this doesn't work out, our phone company will still make money. Success will be ours eventually." Dazed for a moment, Jenny's tense body then relaxed and she leaned against him. "Fine, you're always so calm, as if the company isn't yours." Luke chuckled. "Do you remember when we first met? At that time, you were still Miss High and Mighty, and you were so anxious and restless because you bought a bit of weed." Jenny hit him angrily. "Don't talk about that." But she couldn't help laughing. Thinking back to how she and Luke met, and how she was working so hard now for their fledgling smartphone company, the difference was like between clouds and mud. "Fine, maybe I'm too nervous. After all, this is my first time," she said. Luke was shocked. "What? Wasn't I your first time?" Stunned for a moment, Jenny then punched him several times in anger. "Hey, we're talking business here." Luke put his arm around her with a smile. "Did you forget what I said? Anything discussed between a chairman and a CEO is business." By the time they reached the Thompson house, Jenny was much more settled and most of her nervousness had disappeared. She finally adjusted her mind frame after Luke talked her into taking a nap in the car. Led by a maid, they entered the main building of the luxurious manor. Luke was calm. He was able to maneuver around Tony Stark and his vicious tongue. No matter how formidable Thompson was, could he be worse than Tony Stark? It was hard for Luke to feel intimidated by a big shot with nothing special about him. In the end, less than half an hour later, Luke and Jenny were sent off with tea. America didn't actually have this saying. However, the younger brother of the missing Miss Thompson, Rupert, had come out with an impatient expression and only said a few words before stating that he was going to have coffee in the rear garden, leaving them high and dry. Thankfully, however, Luke had achieved his goal. Before this young Master Rupert went to take his coffee, he allowed Luke and Jenny to visit his sister Beth's room, but only in the company of 2 maids, and they couldn't touch any personal items. Getting into the car, Jenny looked at Luke apologetically. "I'm sorry. I didn't think you would be the one to receive us." Luke waved his hand dismissively. "At least he didn't spit at me, or take off his pants and shake his butt at us." Jenny burst out laughing. "He's a young master, not a street thug." Luke shrugged. "Which is why his attitude wasn't that bad, it could have been 10 times worse." Seeing that he didn't look angry, Jenny sighed and explained, "Rupert was born to Malachi's current wife. Miss Beth was born to his first wife, so," Luke hugged her. "I know. Don't talk about this young master. I don't like men." Hearing that, he immediately understood why Jenny looked so disappointed. Would Jenny's half-brother also be like this with his sister when he grew up? It was hard to say. Jenny hummed in acknowledgement, but still frowned and shook her head. "But Malachi still values Miss Beth very much. Why would he let a playboy like Rupert receive us? It would have been more reasonable for the butler to send us off." Luke rubbed Jenny's forehead and said, "All right, if you frown for too long, you'll get wrinkles." Jenny exclaimed and immediately took out a mirror from her purse to examine her forehead. "Looks like the start of one. God, I'm only 21. I don't want to age so quickly." Seeing how worried she was, Luke said, "Then don't think so much about other people's family matters. In any case, I'm going to go look for her. Finding her will be a good thing for us. If I can't find her, we'll just take things step by step. It's not a matter of life or death. Don't worry about it." Jenny was lost for words. Only someone like you would think nothing of the development of a company worth billions, right? On their way back to Los Angeles, Luke made his decision to take this trip. Rescuing Miss Beth Patrick Thompson was just a side goal. Based on what Jenny knew, the Thompson family had also sent people to look for this young lady. By the time Luke arrived, the young lady might already be safe and enjoying coffee as she sunbathed in a 5-star hotel. Rich and powerful. The efficiency of this combination wasn't something ordinary people could imagine. And given the current situation with the phone company, Jenny could also be considered to have reached that level. Using her connections, she easily got Luke on a private jet 2 hours later for a direct flight to Poland's capital, Warsaw. Luke had already called Elsa about leave. At the mention of Senator Thompson's name, Elsa didn't ask any more questions. She wouldn't stop Luke from expanding his connections, especially with such a powerful senator. Also, Luke only took 2 days off. 2 days later was America's National Day long weekend, 4th of July. Since the police academy would be on holiday, he could put aside his task of inspecting the students. Elsa simply told him not to overdo it before she hung up. There was no need to explain anything to Selena, they had already discussed it yesterday. He just had to let Claire know, or she would definitely grumble about him sneaking out. It was a different matter if he was upfront about it. She wouldn't kick up a senseless fuss. On the private jet, the 2 flight attendants took turns asking Luke if he needed anything. The young and beautiful attendants both asked him, "Coffee or tea?" Luke could only smile and say, "Give me a pot of tea. Green tea would be best." Of course, these 2 weren't here purely for the money. Luke had always kept a low profile. It was obvious that he wasn't poor, but he wasn't extravagant either. However, since he was able to take this private jet, he looked more and more pleasing to the eye. It was no wonder that the two flight attendants were so close to asking, or me. After receiving a clear rejection from Luke, the two attendants could only tactfully stop bothering him. To be able to take this job, they weren't dumb. Some passengers might look forward to certain services, while some who were preoccupied would be fed up with the harassment. They didn't want to lose this easy, high-paying job. Luke found a quiet place to sit down and read the files as he drank his tea. It had to be said that private jets were much better than passenger planes. Unlike his last trip to Paris, Luke was a lot stronger now, and the jet lag didn't affect him at all. He couldn't sleep even if he wanted to. During the almost 12-hour flight, he had plenty of time to gather a lot of relevant information and plan his upcoming search. It was already the afternoon when Luke arrived in Warsaw. He was setting off from Warsaw because Miss Beth Thompson and her two classmates had started their free and easy trip here. Miss Beth was an art student in college. She had come to Europe during the holidays with her teacher and class to draw, and she told her family that she would go out sightseeing when she was free. Supposedly, she told her bodyguards that she was going to Prague before she went missing. The arrangement made sense. In Poland, one had to go to Warsaw. In the Czech Republic, one had to go to Prague. It was like how one would visit the Forbidden City when in Beijing. Actually, Beth Thompson and her two classmates had left their Warsaw hotel early in the morning for some reason without letting the bodyguards know. It was only a few hours later that they discovered she was missing. They couldn't reach her phone, and the girl's car was still in the hotel parking lot. Only the empty room and the hotel receptionist's words proved that they hadn't been coerced into leaving. The surveillance cameras also verified this point. Naturally, Luke didn't have access to this information. He didn't have an identity suitable for use in Poland, nor could he use most of his methods for working cases, which was a little troublesome. For example, Luke couldn't employ the best used, three-step classic, flash badge LAPD CCTV. Even though he was confident in his own abilities, the mission this time really depended on luck. He first found a hiding place and completely disguised himself as a downtrodden man. He then went to a second-hand car dealer, bought a Polonez car that was in relatively good condition, and drove to a 3-star motel. After checking with the hotel receptionist for a moment, he booked room 1026 and paid for 3 days in one go. After a while, he went up to the 10th floor and swiped his room card. In actual fact, he opened the door with his fake phone, before he walked in. When he entered, he saw two men in white shirts looking at him in surprise. Luke asked in surprise, "Who are you?" The two men frowned. "How did you get in?" Luke looked at the card in astonishment. "This is my room. Why is there someone here?" The two men in white were stumped, and their expressions were suspicious. "This is room 1024. How did you get in?" Luke was stunned. "Isn't this room 1026? As he spoke, he turned to look at the room number on the door and smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I'm in the wrong room." The man frowned. "Then how did you get in?" Luke looked at the room card in his hand. "The door opened when I swiped it." The two men in white shirts stood up. One of them walked over and stretched out his hand. "Can I see your room card?" Luke gave an "oh," and immediately gave the room card to the man. The man tried the room card, and the door opened the moment he swiped it. Frowning, he took Luke's room card to 1026 next door, and the door opened. However, it couldn't open the door for 1025 opposite. After he was done, Luke asked, "Can you give me back my room card?" The man hesitated for a moment, but still returned the room card to him. "Take a good look at the room number next time." Luke nodded apologetically. "Okay, I'll be careful. Sorry to bother you." As he spoke, he opened the door to room 1026 and entered. Lying on the big bed in the room, he pulled the blanket aside and rolled over the bed a few times before he got up. The bed isn't bad. He went to the balcony, opened the window, and took out a lollipop. He could vaguely hear the sounds of a conversation between a woman and the man in the white shirt in the hallway. "What's going on with your doors? Why does it open with someone else's card?" The woman said, "Sir, let me check first. I'm sorry, the door card system did malfunction. I'll call the maintenance staff to take care of it." Luke smiled and observed the environment below as he pondered. 1024 was Miss Beth's room. 1025 was her two college classmates' room. Perhaps Miss Beth didn't want to reveal the fact that she was super rich in front of her classmates. The two men in white shirts weren't bad guys, but Beth's personal bodyguards. They were now occupying Beth's room after she went missing in order to preserve the scene and make it easier for the personnel who would come later to look for possible leads. They had done a good job of keeping intact the scene where Beth was last seen. Luke deliberately went to the wrong room and talked a lot of nonsense in order to verify the sense in 1024. The male sense could be excluded for the time being, which left the sense of 6 women. The most obvious scent was of Miss Beth herself, which meant that she had indeed stayed in room 1024 for a while. 2 of the other 5 women's scents were also in room 1025, they were probably Miss Beth's college classmates. In the mix was the smell of cleaning agents, probably from the cleaning staff. There were also traces of a scent in the room and the hallway which belonged to the woman talking to the man in the white shirt from next door. She was one of the hotel staff. The final scent was interesting. Unexpectedly, the place where this woman's scent lingered the most was in Luke's room, 1026. In addition, this temporary neighbor had been to Beth's room as well as her 2 classmates' room. Though she had stayed for longer in 1025, there were only signs of her briefly entering and exiting Beth's room. Thinking about these clues, Luke narrowed his eyes. After finishing his lollipop, he turned around and left. He also hung the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. After leaving the hotel, Luke looked around the entrance and walked toward a homeless man not far away. After talking for a while, he gave the homeless man a few bucks before he drove off. After wandering around several of the rental car companies which the homeless man had directed him to, Luke finally found some leads in one of them. Outside a rental car, a young male employee handed him a stack of documents. As Luke browsed through the files as he listened to the young employee. "They were here yesterday morning, but it was this woman listed who rented the car. She rented a blue Mercedes convertible from our company. The license plate is XXXXXX. Luke took the files and handed over a roll of cash as he asked, "Do you remember anything else? For example, did they mention where they were headed or what direction they were going in? Guess if you have to." The young employee frowned and thought for a moment, before he shook his head. No. Thing. He saw Luke take out another roll of cash, and he suddenly paused. The young employee looked around before he said in a low voice, "That's a high-end Benz. It has a GPS system, and our company can extract the data from the car system." Luke smiled and casually tossed him the cash. The young employee was both nervous and surprised. He caught it, only to see Luke take out another roll of cash. "Can I check the car's location?" The young employee frowned. "You'll need to use the computer in the manager's office. You can't access the system without a password." Luke smiled. "Then take me to your manager. If you can get him to leave for 5 minutes, the money is yours." The young employee gritted his teeth and waved his hand. "Let's go. I'll say that you're looking to rent a luxury car, and I'll get the manager to leave halfway." Luke nodded in satisfaction and followed him. Half an hour later, the manager was beaming as he walked Luke out. The manager even said, "Mr. Sam, have a good trip. Call me if you need anything." Luke hummed in response and said, "Have this young fellow accompany me to pick up the car. He has a good attitude." Of course, the manager had no objections, and decisively handed over the responsibility with delight. When he returned to his office, he mumbled, "Do these rich youngsters have nowhere else to spend their money? He's renting such a luxurious car when he's only going to be here for a few days. wouldn't that mean he still needs to hire a driver? When Luke and the young employee reached the garage, the young employee said, "Your car is here." Luke pointed at the driver's seat. "Drive. Take me out." The young employee, "Huh." A moment later, a stretch Lincoln limo drove out of the garage. Luke tossed the roll of cash onto the passenger seat and said, "Okay, park the car in that underground parking lot up ahead." He didn't know how to use the car. He had just spent the money to save time and draw the manager away. In the underground parking lot, he chased away the young employee who had obtained one last bonus before he threw the car key into the glove box. In any case, the young employee had said that the car rental company had a tracking system, and they would naturally look for the car when the time came. Thus, Luke didn't have to bother returning the car with his fake identity. Getting into the second-hand Polonaise, Luke headed southeast. Looking at the route taken by Miss Beth's Benz, Luke smiled. What a willful young lady. He felt quite relaxed on the journey. There were no concrete targets for this operation, and it was still unclear if something really had happened to Miss Beth. It was summer, and Poland in July was beautiful. It was all green along the road, and now and then there were buildings with dark orange roofs and white or beige walls. They looked like small, dreamy fairy tale castles. Luke could only sigh that he couldn't linger. In fact, Warsaw's art culture and landscapes didn't lose out to Paris. It was also an art capital that many artists liked to visit. If he had the time, he could come back here and play for 2 days. When night fell, Luke left his second-hand Polonaise in Poland and quietly crossed the border into Slovakia. He took out a second-hand Vespa motorbike from his inventory which he had bought at the same time as the Polonaise and rode 100 kilometers into Slovakia. A road sign finally appeared not far away. Natural hot springs. Scenic town Noria welcomes you. He turned the motorbike onto a small road. 10 minutes later, he arrived at a small town. Like many European towns, it was small and ancient and full of culture. Luke rode the motorbike unhurriedly through the streets, analyzing the scents in the air as he slowly passed through the town. On the east side of town, he turned off the engine and stepped off the pedal. Looking at the gloomy, dark woods, the tall trees, some straight, some crooked, looked as frightening as demons and ghosts in the night. Luke didn't stop. He went straight into the woods. Dozens of meters in, a small bonfire burned in a low dale, crackling every now and then. There were 20 to 30 shacks made from metal planks next to the fire. Luke didn't stop as he walked into the dale. Rustling sounds rang out as kids crawled out of the shacks. There were boys and girls, small and big. There were about 7 or 8 of them, but the oldest only looked 10 at most, and the youngest 5 or 6. The kids stared at Luke silently. Luke finally said, "I want to ask you something. 3 American girls in their 20s showed up here yesterday." There was silence again. Luke searched his pockets and found a roll of cash. He tossed it to a boy who was about 10 years old. "Reward." The boy reacted quickly. He caught the cash, tore off the rubber band, and swiftly flipped through it. He finally raised his head. "This isn't enough." Luke chuckled and threw him another roll of cash. The boy caught it, checked it again, then nodded. "Okay, we saw those 3 women. They came here yesterday and went east in the afternoon." Raising an eyebrow, Luke took out a roll of cash from his pocket and tossed it lightly in his hand. "Height, appearance, and clothes. As long as you're right, this is yours." The boy rolled his eyes and nodded. "No problem. One has black hair and a square face, one has blonde hair and a pointy face, and the other is a little old and has a lot of wrinkles on her forehead." So. Luke, however, suddenly stepped back and stuffed the cash into his pocket before he grabbed the necks of the 2 boys behind him. The 2 boys dropped their metal sticks as they flailed in the air in fear. Luke grinned. "Very good. I like people who don't behave the most." Throwing the 2 kids aside, he took out a P226 from under his armpit and aimed it at the kid who had taken the money. "Now, tell me where the 3 girls are, or you'll be the first to die." Saying that, he looked around and nodded in satisfaction. "There are a lot of people here. If one doesn't want to talk, I can switch to another. I'm sure there's someone here who wants to live." Saying that, he raised 3 fingers on his left hand. "I'll count to 3. If you don't answer, I'll ask someone else." 1. "I'll talk," shouted the boy. "Not bad. You're already good at answering questions." Luke nodded in satisfaction. He went over and picked the boy up before walking 10 meters away. However, he kept his P226 aimed at the bonfire. 10 minutes later, Luke's interrogation was over. He reached into the kid's pocket and took out the 2 rolls of cash which he had given to him before, as well as the roll of cash that he had put away earlier. Waving the 3 rolls in front of the kid's face, Luke tossed one back to the kid. "Look, I'm a man of my word." He pointed the gun at the boy's head. "I gave you the promised reward." Although his life was in danger, the boy couldn't help but look at the remaining 2 rolls of cash. Luke sighed. "This is your punishment. Your original $1,200 is now $400. Does your heart ache?" Looking at the frustration in the child's eyes, Luke was satisfied. Regret was also a type of punishment, and this would be an experience that was hard to forget. He rapped the boy's head with his gun. "Maybe the $400 will go to your friends next time, and you won't have to do it anymore." With that, he turned around and left the woods. Watching Luke disappear, the kids all looked at the cash in the boy's hand, and their hearts ached. There had been 3 rolls just now, and now there was only 1. That was USD. Noticing his friends' gazes, the boy yelled angrily, "Don't we do this all the time?" Also, he asked about that gang. "Why didn't you tell him yourself just now?" All the children trembled and lowered their heads silently. After saying that, the boy also grew nervous himself. If they divulged information about those people, they would definitely die if they were tracked down. But what could the kid's leader do? If he hadn't said anything earlier, he would already be dead. Of course, the kids didn't know that Luke had never planned to kill them. His words and methods, coupled with mental communication, were a trick to make them believe him so that he could extort a confession. Luke had killed many bad guys, but none of them were children. The kids in the woods might be twisted, but nobody cared that they were sleeping in the wild at such a young age. It was clear that they didn't have good childhoods. If they didn't cheat and steal, were they supposed to be hardworking and self-reliant teenagers? It wasn't easy for children who lacked moral education and capabilities to survive. These kids didn't look like Slovakians, either. Some of them clearly had mixed blood, which was probably why nobody had taken charge of them. Another reason might be the town itself. Luke rode his bike in the direction that the kid had pointed out. He found a river that passed the city and followed it east. There was an abandoned factory on the east side of the town. It wasn't hard for him to find the place as there were armed guards on the surrounding high walls. Most of the time, to protect a secret, you had to reveal something. Luke remained seated on the motorbike as the drone in the night sky automatically filmed the factory from every angle. It was an abandoned factory, and looking through the windows, it was empty except for some construction waste. There were, however, a few luxury cars and a small helicopter parked in a hangar in the factory compound, which meant that this place wasn't as desolate as it looked. The drone circled the factory 3 times, and a simple 3D model marked with red and yellow dots was produced. Each red dot was a guard, and a yellow dot was a surveillance camera. There were around 8 guards, but this was just the night shift. There might still be a number of them who were resting. The surveillance cameras were all set up in important locations. The surveillance cameras didn't cover the entire factory, but it would be very hard to enter the factory directly. Pondering for a moment, Luke put the motorbike away and took out a half-complete set of armor from his inventory. Placing the flat, white box-like armor on his back, he adjusted the straps and commanded in a low voice, "White Wolf armor, activate." With a soft crack, plates of collapsible armor shot out of the white box on his back to quickly cover his entire body. Luke shook his head slightly. Part of the collapsible technology for this thing came from the Predator's equipment and had SOSO effect. But he could only make do with this for now. He could slowly improve it later. It wasn't like Tony built a mature Iron Man suit in a day. Luke's thoughts turned from the new armor to the factory in front of him. He had cleaned out so many criminal nests that it was now a walk in the park for him. This factory's only strong point was that the surveillance cameras here were a little better. Back in Paris, Luke had to buy second-hand parts and assemble tools on the spot. Now, however, he had all sorts of equipment which he had prepared beforehand. Also, this wasn't Paris. Slovakia had a small population to begin with, and there were even fewer people in a small town like this. There probably weren't many police officers, and it was very possible that they were in cahoots with the people in this hideout. It wouldn't be easy for the police to detect movement in this abandoned factory, and even if they did, they might not care. This was Luke's favorite environment. It was quiet and isolated, and wouldn't draw any interference from the authorities. At that moment, Luke was done adjusting his mind frame, like an old farmer about to harvest his crops, cold and highly efficient. He stayed out of range of a surveillance camera on the high wall. After fiddling with it for a while from the side, he accessed the surveillance feed with his own wiretap. Using the enemy's eyes and ears to provide him with information was the easiest and quickest choice. Rolling a hard candy around in his mouth, he quickly operated his laptop. Tony Stark was someone who could hack into SHIELD's system. Although his technology would only make rapid progress in a few years, this surveillance system wasn't SHIELD's system. Unbeknownst to anyone in the factory, Luke began to receive the surveillance footage. He frowned just a moment later. Even though he had always told himself he had to be cool-headed and efficient when he did things, and to not be too emotional, he still let out some killing intent at that moment. This wasn't what he had expected, nor was it the same as the women trafficking gang in Paris. From the surveillance footage, he was able to more or less determine the truth of the situation. Luke narrowed his eyes. Were regular drug dealers bad? They were really bad, they would do anything for money. But some of the gangs which Luke had run into were far more disgusting than regular drug dealers. For example, the auction house in Paris, Wolf Kyle's hunting club, and the Ellsworth family's luxury sports car club. That was because they treated people like animals and used them as tools for their own enjoyment. Those people weren't doing it for money, they were simply venting their twisted, beastly natures. This abandoned factory was the same. The bloody scenes in the surveillance footage could give ordinary people nightmares for the rest of their lives. Luke, however, gradually calmed down. It wasn't worth getting angry over these people who were doomed to die. However, he finally found his target this time, Miss Beth. Two of Miss Beth's classmates were also here. Looking at how they were being treated, however, Luke felt that they were on the verge of being sent to the slaughterhouse. After thinking for a moment, Luke worked on the laptop for a while longer before he put it away, and then jumped. In the dark night, a white shadow went over the high wall. With a light swing of the longswords in Luke's hands, two guards on the high wall collapsed. Luke didn't slow down at all as he crouched down on the high wall and turned into a faint white shadow which charged at two patrol guards who were turning around. The two guards didn't sense him at all. The blade swiped across their necks and instantly cut through bone and their windpipes, paralyzing them but not killing them instantly. Two guards on the high wall at the back of the factory were still smoking and chatting. That woman this time looks so old. She actually thinks I would be interested in her. Come on, it's not that we don't have the time. You'll take any sort of rotten goods. Get lost. I don't have that kind of taste. Their conversation grounded to a sudden stop, their eyes wide open as they leaned against the railing on the high wall. Luke rolled over and went to the other side of the factory to stand in a dark corner. Several seconds later, two guards walked around a corner as they surveyed the surrounding high wall. Two dark shadows flashed past their necks, and Luke turned around and left. At the factory entrance, Luke cut the lock open with his blade and walked in. The spacious, run-down factory was covered in gravel and debris, and there were black metal doors not far away. He walked over and pressed a button next to the metal doors, which opened to reveal an elevator. A moment later, the elevator descended to the basement and the metal doors opened slowly. Luke stabbed his blade into the elevator's control panel. Amidst the crackle of electric sparks, the indicator light for an elevator malfunction lit up. After he stepped out of the elevator, Luke kicked the doors that were about to close behind him. With a bang, the elevator door on one side caved in and got stuck. Nobody would be able to leave this place tonight. At the other end of the hallway, two guards were walking over with two Dobermans on chains. The two dogs started barking before the guards saw Luke. Only then did the guards turn their heads to see the white figure who had just pulled back his leg from the elevator doors, and they immediately yelled, "Who's there?" They had already let go of the chains, however, and the two Dobermans lunged forward. Luke bent down slightly and charged at the two guards. After letting go of the dog chains, the two guards reached for the pistols in their holsters. A white shadow appeared behind the two guards and two blades slashed. The guards turned rigid before they fell with thumps. The bodies of the two Dobermans also went slack, and they hit the wall with two bangs before they dropped to the ground and stopped moving. Large amounts of blood spurted out from their necks, dyeing the ground red. Luke gently flicked the blood off the long swords in his hands so that they were spotless once more. He turned around and walked toward the hallway that the two guards had come from. After he entered, a door not far away suddenly opened. A man and two women walked out, and their eyes met Luke's. The pitch-black blades in Luke's hands blurred. A moment later, he let out a soft exclamation of surprise. He slashed 3 times in a row, and unexpectedly, only the short, bald old man was hit in the head. The two women behind the old man dodged the last 2 slashes. Then, something even more unexpected happened. The bald old man, who had been stabbed in the neck, bared his fangs and lunged at Luke. Frowning slightly, Luke kicked him in the groin and sent him flying. The black swords in his hands turned into 2 shadows and forced the 2 women back. They also bared fangs, and their faces were hideous. "Who are you?" roared the bald old man whose neck had been cut halfway. He swayed as he got up from the ground. Luke was silent. He had no interest in talking nonsense with them, even if they weren't human. The black longswords in his hands turned as he slowly walked forward. "Your weapons are useless against us." The old man grinned hideously and lunged forward. The 2 women lunged at Luke. His weapons were useless. Luke smiled and stepped forward. A white shadow flashed past the man and 2 women. Appearing in front of 2 guards who were staring blankly, Luke got rid of them in 2 slashes. He examined the various buttons on the console. This was the central control room in the basement of the abandoned factory. Basically all the switches for surveillance and electrical power were here. He quickly found a button and hit it. In the underground nest, bright yellow warning lights flashed and a gentle female voice rang out. "Warning! This is an emergency, please evacuate immediately. Warning! This is..." Luke quickly typed something on the keyboard, and the images in the control room disappeared as all the metal room doors opened. He had already taken control of the surveillance cameras and was replaying the footage. He hadn't been caught by any surveillance cameras since he entered. Part of that had to do with luck. If he had been any slower, the guards in the central control room would have noticed something was wrong. But he had always been very quick. Before the guards noticed something wasn't right and the alarm went out, he had already seized control of this place. Luke didn't stop. After working for a while longer, he exited the control interface. The 2 escape routes here had now been locked down. These monsters who killed humans were locked up with him. He raised his head and took a deep breath. What was that? That was the smell of experience and credit, which was incomparably wonderful. Luke slowly lowered his head and walked to the door. As he passed the three monsters who were kneeling on the ground and trying to get up, the corner of his mouth curled up. Idiots! Did they really think that they were invincible just because they couldn't die? His study of immortality far exceeded what an ordinary person knew, since the weakness of an immortal body was, to a large extent, his weakness. Just because they couldn't die didn't mean that they had thick skins. As long as their movements could be restrained, then it was a piece of cake. Luke had always been the cautious and prudent type. For fear of being targeted, he had traps in place. Just like for these three idiots, who thought that they could charge at the enemy's weapon just because they were immortal. They could only rely on luck to survive. A black longsword turned into a shadow and flashed through the necks of the three monsters. The three of them paused. A moment later, their heads fell off as blood spurted out of their necks. Luke, however, noticed something strange about the system. There was no system notification. Were they considered animals? Standing at the door, he turned around, only to see that the eyes of the three heads were full of fear, as if they wanted to say something. The blood spurting out of the headless bodies started to slow down into a flow. System: kill Sasha, the core leader of the bubblegum gang, and destroy the secret stronghold. Completed. Total experience, 3,000. Total credit, 3,000. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 3,000. Credit plus 3,000. Host's experience, 32,580/90,000. Credit, 22,380. System: you have killed the vampire servants Sasha, Martha and Nora, and have received a list of their abilities. Vampire servant abilities: basic combat, basic firearms. Vampiric regeneration, unavailable. Luke stared at the three headless bodies. He saw something that looked like black mist float out of the bodies. In the next moment, the three bodies and the heads next to them turned into bright sparks and instantly exploded into black dust. As the black dust fell, it disappeared in the air and was completely obliterated in a few seconds without leaving anything behind. Luke snorted. They really were monsters. They didn't die immediately after their heads were cut off. However, these monsters probably needed blood. Thus, after their heads were completely separated from their bodies, they couldn't survive for long. This type of immortal body wasn't hard to deal with. Luke left the room and cocked his head at the 12 people standing in the hallway. They were a mix of middle-aged and old men and women. Except for two of them, everyone else reeked of blood. Many of them were covered in blood, and some even had blood on their lips. Luke had seen their faces and their reactions from the surveillance cameras earlier. They were the guests who had been enjoying themselves in the 12 rooms on both sides of the hallway, and who were also just a bunch of animals in human skin. The animals were looking around blankly, and they stared at Luke in shock when he appeared. The guards who were supposed to escort them out in an emergency didn't show up as per their agreement. Instead, a strange man in white appeared, which made them uneasy. The white figure darted through the crowd in the hallway and all of them lost consciousness. Luke wasn't in a hurry to kill them and just knocked them out with the back of his longswords. He stopped in front of a door at the end of the hallway. It was the only room with the door still shut. There was a simple pattern on the wall next to the door which looked like two wine glasses. Luke cut open the door lock in a flash and entered. A spacious and dark room appeared before him. A bunch of white candles burned in the four corners of the room. At the bottom of some stairs was a wide pool with a circle of lit white candles around it. Above the pool hung a naked girl who was upside down. Her eyes were covered and her mouth was gagged. She was crying and struggling. Despite how wretched she looked, Luke's attention wasn't on the girl. Under his dark blue-tinted lenses, his eyes were fixed on a woman. She was standing in the depths of the room. Water gushed down from above, drenching her long, dark red hair that was loose over her shoulders. She looked like she was close to 30 years old. Her eyes were deep and her eyebrows were long and slanted. Below her sharp nose, her thin and long red lips were slightly pursed as she looked at Luke with dissatisfaction. When she saw Luke, who was wearing white and holding two long swords, she was slightly surprised and unhurriedly walked out from under the water. "Who are you?" the woman asked. Luke snorted and walked forward unhurriedly. When he entered the room, he was facing the woman, with the girl hanging upside down in the middle above the pool. He went around the pool. The red-haired woman gracefully wiped herself down with a towel and put on a crimson velvet robe. There was a complicated golden motif along the edge of her robe. She stood barefoot in the deepest part of the room and watched Luke. Suddenly, the red-haired woman took a deep breath before she grinned. "What a young and energetic body. I'm sure it has delicious blood flowing in it." Luke remained silent, nor did he increase his pace. The black longsword spun steadily in his hands and gradually picked up speed as the two parties approached each other. The room was only 20 meters long, and they were only 5 meters apart. The red-haired woman stretched out her right hand and picked up a black, short scythe from a nearby shelf. "Sweetheart, I won't kill you. I'll lock you up and drink your delicious blood, then turn you into my slave so that you'll crawl under my feet forever. When that happens, you'll be licking my toes clean with your tongue." As she spoke, she had a strange smile on her face as she stroked her body from top to bottom with her left hand. She flushed and trembled slightly. In a flash, Luke turned into a white shadow and melted into the shadows of the room. The red-haired woman brandished her black scythe and turned into a blurry shadow as she charged forward. Luke smiled. Physical outburst activated. Quick reflex activated. A white shadow wrapped around the red-haired woman like a tornado. He moved around her at an astonishing speed, and the sound of metal colliding rang out like rain falling in a forest. In less than a second, 4 to 5 thin cuts appeared on the red-haired woman's body, and blood soaked her crimson sleeping robe. Her expression changed as she realized that she had underestimated her enemy. With a roar, she bared her fangs and threw away the black scythe in her hand. Her nails elongated and turned into claws as she waved them. After discarding the black scythe, the red-haired woman was finally able to fend off the crazy slashes of the two longswords. Apprehension instantly welled up in her heart. The red-haired woman wasn't a warrior. Thanks to her superior bloodline, she was able to eat, drink, and enjoy herself in this world. She had no intention of fighting to the death. Thus, she flashed her claws and jumped. With her dexterity and abilities, she could move freely over the ceiling. She didn't believe that this human wielding two swords could do it. Trying to run. Luke thought to himself, "It's not that easy to run when you're so close to me." He flung out the black sword in his left hand at an angle above the red-haired woman's head. As long as the woman continued upward, she would hit the blade. Ding! The red-haired woman didn't hesitate at all as she swung her claws at the black sword. The immense force from the long sword caused her to fall back in the air. "Idiot!" Luke sneered. Unless she had the strength to crush her opponent, or could fly, her body in mid-air in close combat was just courting death. Before the red-haired woman could react, she suddenly felt something tighten around her foot as a big hand grabbed her right ankle. The next moment, she was sent flying in a short arc in the air before she hit the ground. Bang! Crash! With a dull thud and the sound of bricks breaking, her body created a shallow pit in the stone floor. But this wasn't the end, it was just the beginning. On this battlefield with nobody watching, Luke didn't try to hide his strength anymore. He focused his strength in his left arm as he immediately lifted the red-haired woman and swung her in the opposite direction. Bang! 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 The red-haired woman's body turned into a shadow that swung left and right in the air. In just a few seconds, her face and the back of her head hit the stone floor more than 10 times without giving her the chance to catch her breath. In the blink of an eye, she smashed a huge hole into the stone slabs on both sides. Looking at the red-haired woman who had gone limp, Luke tilted his head and shook his left hand. The red-haired woman seemed to be dead as her head was flung back and forth. The only thing that wasn't broken were the toes on the right foot that Luke was holding. Pfft! A black shadow suddenly swept past. The red-haired woman who looked like she was dead suddenly moved. Unfortunately, it was too late. As Luke shook her body with his left hand, the black sword in his right hand had already slashed her neck, and dark red blood gushed out. The red-haired woman brandished her claws wildly, but her broken arms weren't as fast as before, and she couldn't block the black sword that slashed down again. Thud! Thud! Her head fell off. Luke smiled. Too naive. The system didn't tell me that you're dead. Do you really think you can fool me by pretending to be dead? Eat sh*t, old monster. With a thought, the headless body in his hand suddenly disappeared. Only the red-haired woman's head rolled over the floor as she looked at Luke in shock and screamed, "My heart. Where did you put my heart?" No. With a long, shrill scream, black mist drifted out of her head and exploded into sparks before she turned to dust which dissipated in the air. Luke checked his inventory and found that the headless body was still there. He chuckled inwardly. This monster could be good experimental material. He just wondered if the headless body would turn to dust and disappear like the other monsters if he took it out of his inventory. Until he could think of a reliable solution, he could only keep this experimental material in his inventory for now. System: kill the vampire. Completed. Total experience: 1000. Total credit: 1000. Contribution rate: 100%. EXP plus 1000. Credit plus 1000. Host's experience: 33,580/90,000. Credit: 23,280. System: you have killed the vampire, hybrid, Raquel, and have received a list of her abilities. Raquel's abilities: basic combat. Vampiric regeneration, unavailable, embrace, unavailable, longevity, unavailable, hibernation, available. After killing the vampire Raquel, Luke quickly put everything away, including the big black coffin in the room and 2 black scythes, one long and one short. He then brought down the girl who had been hung up and undid her blindfold and gag, but didn't untie her. He told her to sit in the pool for now. Turning around, Luke threw the 12 unconscious guests back into their rooms and took out 2 girls and a set of clothes. The 2 girls were Miss Beth and one of her female classmates, Whitney. The last girl who had been hanging naked inside the room was the other classmate, Lola. Carrying them into the innermost room, Luke took off their handcuffs and tossed the clothes to Lola before he went to the central control room. Entering the central control room, he closed all the doors before he went up to the surface and cleaned up all evidence, including the bodies of the guards. He then went back down and started cleaning up, beginning with the central control room. He took away all the surveillance footage, along with the main computer, as well as all kinds of documents and files. After verifying that he hadn't left any clues behind, he turned off the surveillance system and walked into the 12 guest rooms. 2 hours later, Luke set off in a black Benz from the industrial zone. There were 3 frightened girls in the back seat. Of course, the 3 girls were Miss Beth and her classmates. Driving the car to a road on the north side of town, Luke got out and tossed a prepaid phone to Miss Beth. Miss Beth subconsciously caught it and saw a message on the screen: drive north and contact your family to pick you up. Tell your 2 companions not to leak this matter. They can't afford to offend the mastermind. Stunned for a moment, Beth saw the white figure turn around and leave. She couldn't help but call out, "Hey!" The white figure turned around. Beth quickly asked, "Who are you? White Wolf. Luke said the name, and his voice was as low and hoarse as a boss in a movie. He jumped into the woods and disappeared. White Wolf. Beth murmured, but she immediately came back to herself and called her bodyguards. She believed that they were already on standby. 48 hours had passed since she and her classmates left their range of surveillance. Her family must have heard the news. But she hated her family. Her disgusting brother and her annoying father were even more annoying than her stepmother. Her stepmother wasn't smart enough. At most, she was a little sharp and unkind. Her biggest dream was to be a rich wife who didn't lack money. As for her cunning father and her despicable and shameless brother, she really felt that they were a trial which God had arranged for her. After giving her bodyguard some instructions, she started the car and drove north. Beth glanced at the town in the dark and thought to herself, can't afford to mess with them. There aren't many people in this world that I can't mess with. Just you wait. Thinking that, the image of the man appeared in her mind. He was all in white armor, except for the bluish-purple lenses on his helmet and the black blades on his back. White Wolf. That name really suited him. After muttering to herself, Beth asked, Whitney, Lola, how did he save you? The two students looked at each other and talked for a few minutes, but in the end, Beth was disappointed. What she and Whitney had seen was similar. Lola was even more unlucky to be hung up, and she had only heard a brief battle. All she heard was a woman saying a few words, and there was no reply. Then, there was the sound of clanging, bangs, and crashes. The only thing the mysterious man said was, White Wolf. She was a little curious. Who exactly was this guy? She had to investigate him when she got back. She had never considered the possibility she wouldn't be able to find anything on him. The big shots of the Thompson family had to be polite to Miss Beth precisely because she was rich. Very, very rich. In this world, money could do most things, and it was even easier to investigate a person. After the Mercedes drove off, Luke went back to town on his motorbike. The underground nest was just where the bubblegum gang worked. Boss Sasha didn't usually live there. A few minutes later, Luke stopped the bike and looked into the distance. In the middle of a wide meadow was a luxurious European-style villa with a green roof and white walls. He sighed inwardly. These guys were really rich. Who knew how many innocent victims they had traded for this? The drones had already scouted out the villa. There were no surveillance cameras or guards. Nobody from town dared to come here to steal or wreck things. Outsiders who didn't know how terrifying the gang was would only become prey if they went knocking. The boss of the bubblegum gang, who was the short, bald old man whom Luke had killed first, had inherited some of his master's habits. One of them was that he didn't like surveillance. This villa was their daily residence. They probably didn't want to live under surveillance. Walking closer to the villa, Luke narrowed his eyes at a pair of enormous stone sculptures at the entrance. They were statues of two dogs. Their ears were long, their mouths drooped, and they had horse-like faces. They looked very simple and honest. These were bloodhounds, also known as St. Hubert hounds, and one of the oldest hunting dogs. It had an extremely developed sense of smell. It could even track a scent from 2 weeks ago, and over long distances. The record for the longest scent tracked was 220 kilometers. It wasn't a rare dog, but Luke had seen tattoos of this dog head quite a few times before. Charlie Diaz, the head of the hunting club in Wolf Kyle, Wolf Ellsworth, and the 12 customers in the underground nest all had the same dog head tattoo. They were all important members of the bubblegum gang. Putting the female vampire in the underground lair and the bloodhound together, Luke had some idea of what the dog head tattoo meant. The bubblegum gang was a hunting dog that looked for fresh blood for the vampires. Staring at the two statues for a moment, he stepped forward and opened the door. Looking at the interior decor in the hall, he confirmed that Sasha's gang was very rich. In the living room, two dogs raised their heads lazily. Luke sighed. He had never killed needlessly, but the two statues outside were clearly based on these two dogs. A moment later, the two dogs in the living room disappeared, and Luke went up the spiral stairs to the second floor. The door to the master bedroom upstairs was open. He walked in and silently stood behind a chair. A tall and beautiful woman was sitting in the chair and texting on her phone. Luke simply stood behind her and read the messages on her phone. A few minutes later, the woman put down her phone and let out a long breath. A low and hoarse voice rang out behind her. "You're really dedicated, Axel." The woman shuddered and turned around. "Who are you?" A cold smile appeared on Luke's face under his helmet. "That's my problem." This woman, Axel, was the person who stayed in room 1026 at the Warsaw Hotel as the temporary neighbors of the three girls. Axel had rented a Mercedes-Benz from the car rental company in Warsaw and left with Beth and the other two girls to come to this hot spring town. The reason why Miss Beth's bodyguards hadn't discovered this lead was simple. Axel was the one who rented the car, and the three girls never made an appearance. Luke's money, however, had motivated the young employee at the car rental company, and he remembered that three girls had been waiting outside when the woman rented the car, and they had left together. The young employee had seen the woman off as part of the service, which was the only reason why he had seen them. Of course, the manager of the car rental company never saw the three girls. When Luke had discovered this lead, Beth and her two friends had been missing for less than 48 hours, and the security guards had only been able to get a list of names from the manager for the time being. Naturally, they hadn't found anything. Unlike these classy bodyguards, Luke had taken the low ground from the beginning. The homeless man whom he had found at the hotel was someone who worked close to the hotel regularly. Luke only needed to shell out $100 to get a possible lead from the homeless man on the three girls as well as the locations of the closest car dealerships. After finding the rental car company, Luke's sharp nose didn't detect any traces of the three women, but he found traces of the temporary neighbor, Axel, in the car rental office. After working cases for so long, Luke knew too well that too many coincidences wasn't a coincidence. He dug deeper into the rental car company and finally got the information he wanted. While a large part of it involved luck, it was mostly a combination of experience and abilities. It couldn't be said that Beth's bodyguards were useless. If Luke didn't have sharp nose, he might have missed the lead at the rental car company. Half a day later and Miss Beth would have been dead. It could only be said that Miss Beth wasn't meant to die just yet. But in the end, Luke just used the fake identity of White Wolf, and didn't dare reveal anything to do with Jenny. That was because he had no intention of stopping this time. He wanted to earn experience and credit points more than he wanted the phone company to start making money sooner. The system had rewarded him with 1,000 experience and credit points for killing the female vampire Raquel. If he could find a vampire nest with 8 or 10 vampires in it, it would be worth it even if he didn't make any money out of this trip. As for why the three girls, especially the highly vigilant Miss Beth, had secretly left with Axel, Luke had his answer. Axel wasn't an ordinary woman. In her list of abilities, her basic language, English, French, Italian, Spanish, Russian, was already crazy. Most ordinary people couldn't even reach the system standard for basic abilities with their mother tongue, but she actually had 5. The point was that she was extremely smart. More importantly, she had 2 abilities, basic psychology and basic hypnosis. Using these 2 specialties, Axel approached Beth's classmates first. As ordinary people, they weren't as sensitive to danger as the cautious daughters of wealthy families like Beth. After the 2 girls were ensnared, they created opportunities for Axel under her mental suggestion to influence Beth. Only then did Beth irrationally escape her bodyguards to sneak off on some hot spring trip. This wasn't the extent of Axel's capabilities. She wasn't a puppet or lackey of the bubblegum gang, but a supplier and intermediary. Luke hadn't immediately attacked her because he had been waiting for her to send a message. She was asking a certain supplier to deliver a batch of goods as soon as possible. Naturally, Luke had no qualms about dealing with this extremely vicious woman. He used the simplest and crudest method to get the information he wanted from Axel. The vampire nests were mostly in northwestern Europe, but as an outsider, she didn't know their exact locations. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, however, the vampires had taken advantage of the chaos in Eastern Europe to set up secret nests in various small countries. These nests were entertainment venues. The vampires wouldn't live there. Many nests would only be opened just before they received a delivery. As for real vampires, Axel only knew one, Raquel. Luke was instantly annoyed. A dead end. Blame him for acting too quickly. He confirmed it several times, and the answer never changed. The only vampire that Axel knew was Raquel, whom he had just killed. Axel was a smart and knowledgeable woman who had done so many inhumane things. All she wanted was eternal youth. Or rather, the embrace of a real vampire. Using this method, the vampires slowly gathered a large force in the dark. Not everyone could be indifferent to life and death, especially those with money and power. At the last moment, they would still succumb to their desire to survive, and become vampire slaves. And what they had naturally became the vampires. But the vampires who didn't dare to be high profile would only consume the benefits that couldn't see the light, and wouldn't dare openly take over important enterprises. They had done that a few times before, but several agencies and forces had come knocking on their doors. Not only had the vampires taken a beating, even the businesses they acquired were thrown out. The talented big shots who had been turned into vampire servants were also eliminated. After suffering heavy losses, they could only hide in the dark. It wasn't hard for these powers and agencies to eliminate the vampires. But everything depended on interests. The costs involved and the possible destructive consequences of eliminating the vampires wasn't something that anyone wanted to take responsibility for, so they turned a blind eye to their existence. There were minor conflicts, but no all-out war. Of course, that had nothing to do with Luke. He didn't need eternal life, nor was he a member of any force or agency. His immediate department was LAPD, and he didn't care about law and order in Europe. At 5 in the morning, Luke left the villa and got into the light helicopter which he had obtained from the factory. A few minutes later, the helicopter rose into the air and flew east before dawn. When they reached the border, the helicopter slanted away and Luke jumped out of the open door. The unmanned helicopter flew in an arc before it crashed into a river in a deep valley. Luke had already put on his triangular wings and swept through the air into Poland. As the sun slowly rose, Luke was riding yet another motorbike. Some of the things on this mission that needed to be destroyed had fallen into the river with the helicopter, like the motorbike he had used before. On the other hand, he would destroy the consumables when the time was right, including even the white wolf armor. Thanks to his sharp nose, Luke had never been sloppy when following a trail. He was now just another traveler new to Poland, and was about to head to the next stop. His small motorbike wobbled as he rode it to Chopin Airport, bought a ticket, and took off. Watching as Warsaw gradually became smaller, Luke sighed. "I don't have time to play here anymore. What a shame." An hour later, Luke exited Orly Airport in Paris. Switching to the appearance of a black man again, he bought a half-new Volkswagen Golf with cash before he headed west. Several hours later, the Volkswagen Golf passed through the Channel Tunnel and entered London. It was drizzling in London in the early morning. Looking at the old city in the rain, Luke felt that it was a good day to get work done. Luke drove to 174, Brock Street and observed the old 5-story building for a while before he entered the store. In line with the old building, the decor in the store was simple and elegant, but clean and tidy. The bright lights made it warm and comfortable. A saleswoman stepped forward with a faint smile. "Welcome." She then stood at a distance and didn't approach him nor plan to go forward and help him. Luke waved at her, and the saleswoman slowly walked over. "How can I help you, sir?" Luke said with a smile, I want to buy 2 suits and matching shoes. The saleswoman immediately smiled more sincerely. Shall I show you what we have, sir? Luke nodded again, and they chatted as they walked. 20 minutes later, Luke came out of the store with a paper bag. This was a small store that sold custom-made suits. They didn't have any ready stock, and it would take a week to make them. Luke regretfully expressed that he needed them urgently, and he finally bought a pair of calfskin shoes before he left. Standing at the door of the store, he looked around as if he was considering where to go, but he was thinking to himself, this isn't a vampire nest, and there's no smell of any vampires here. It seems that I can only go to that fashion show. He looked at the building diagonally opposite him. On the top of the building was an image of 2 curved lines in a half-sphere, which looked a little like a circle encasing the Chinese character for well. Luke didn't think too much of it. There were all sorts of strange carvings in this old city. Take the tailor shop behind him, for example. In a hidden corner among the eaves was what looked like an hourglass design, except it had an extra line. There were a lot of ancient things hidden in this city. Murmuring to himself, Luke looked away and drove his car to the Paddington Hotel. Built in the style of a Victorian building, the hotel had over 100 years of history. Meticulously maintained, it still had a decent appearance and gave off a classic vibe. Before entering the hotel, Luke gave the paper bag with the leather shoes to a homeless man at the end of the street. The homeless man opened the gift in surprise, only to discover that it was a really beautiful pair of leather shoes, and he immediately thought about making a quick buck off them. Luke didn't care. He didn't want to leave those custom-made leather shoes behind as a clue. They were worthless. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to talk to the saleswoman, he wouldn't have bought a pair at all. Driving into the hotel parking lot, he asked the receptionist and found the ballroom. There was a fashion show in progress here for Alexander McCartney, a fairly well-known fashion designer. Looking at the security guard standing at the entrance, Luke scratched his head. He didn't have an invitation. A small-scale fashion show like this would have issued invitations in advance, and there wouldn't be many people. It wasn't like he could knock the security guard out. The guy was just doing his job, and wasn't a bad guy. Mind whirling, Luke suddenly reached out to stop 2 kids who were walking past. Kids, do you feel like you need to pee? Hurry up and ask that uncle where the bathroom is. The boy was 7 or 8, and the girl was 5 or 6. 7 to 8 meters behind them, a man and a woman were pulling suitcases behind them as they discussed something, and didn't notice Luke's actions. Luke only took a handful of seconds. When the couple saw their children run off and pull at the security guard at the entrance of the ballroom to ask something, they hurried over, and realized that the children wanted to pee. The woman found that odd. Didn't you just pee before we came out? You're just playing around again. The man apologized politely to the security guard. What could the security guard say? There was nothing wrong with a kid who really needed to use the bathroom. He told them where the bathroom was, waved goodbye to the family, and returned to the ballroom entrance. Luke, on the other hand, had already entered the dimly lit ballroom. Moving nimbly, he stood in a corner. The models were walking down a T-shaped catwalk wearing big sweaters in eye-catching patterns. This was an autumn/winter fashion show. Given the temperature in London, it would be sweater weather sooner or later, even as early as the end of September. Luke didn't bother with the models. He was looking for Alexander, the designer. Alexander McCartney was a famous fashion designer in England. He was also the owner of the century-old tailor shop, as well as a supplier for the bubblegum gang. A few hours ago, the fashion designer had been discussing with Axel how many goods he would send to the Slovakian town. Luke had come here to look for Alexander, firstly, to determine the guy's appearance and scent, and secondly, he didn't have the guy's address, so finding him here was the easiest way. As he was thinking about how to deal with the designer later, he saw something familiar. He had arrived a little late. The fashion show was coming to an end, and the models and Alexander as the fashion designer came out together to thank everyone. There was nothing unusual about Alexander. He was a regular British white man in his 40s. He was a little effeminate and had makeup on, but he didn't smell like a vampire. But the three female models next to Alexander looked familiar. Frowning as he pondered for a few seconds, their legs matched with Luke's memory, and he cursed inwardly. What a coincidence. Watching as everyone clapped on and off the stage, he took out his fake phone and sent a message to a certain girl. He had thought that the woman would only see it after a while, but a reply came in less than 10 seconds. Luke sighed and didn't send any more messages. It was easier for him to get rid of the problem at the source. The more people who knew, the more dangerous it was. As for the three women who dreamed of reaching the top and becoming world-famous models, Luke could only express his regret. In this world, it was never easy to succeed. It was already a huge blessing to have a life and work hard. Thinking that, he mumbled to himself, back then. I only won against Vanessa, didn't I? Why are these three so unlucky? They're risking their lives to become models. How dedicated. After the fashion show, Luke didn't leave with the guests. Instead, he snuck backstage during the hubbub. After the fashion show, this was just an ordinary hall, and nobody paid attention to the crowd. Luke followed Alexander to the parking lot. He saw Alexander get into an Audi stretch limo with 8 models, 3 of whom were Vanessa's old partners and friends. He slapped his forehead and followed them in his second-hand Volkswagen Golf. On the narrow British streets, a stretch limo's biggest use was to show off. It was still Luke's second-hand Volkswagen Golf that was more convenient. Luke easily trailed several hundred meters behind the stretch limo as they headed northwest of London. As Alexander's car drove further and further away, Luke found it a little strange. What was going on? Both cars had left urban London and were about to reach Waterford. Had Alexander realized that he was being followed? Luke quickly rejected this possibility. It wasn't impossible to track someone, like using a drone to monitor their surroundings, but Alexander wasn't that skilled. Neither was his vampire master. Puzzled, he followed Alexander's car and drove for more than an hour to Coventry, northwest of London. The car stopped in front of a bar, and 8 women and a man got out and went in. Luke drove his car into a dark alley not far away and changed clothes. This time, it wasn't a half-finished white wolf suit, but an ordinary gray and black hooded sweater and cap. A sharp metal mask covered his face. Luke always had many ways on hand to avoid coincidences. Naturally, he wouldn't allow his route to coincide with White Wolf's so easily. Even though he hadn't entered Slovakia or England with his real identity, he still chose a more reliable method, to use yet another disguise. After he got out of the car, he took a running leap onto the building on the side and released a drone to monitor the bar and the surrounding activity. There was nothing special about the outside of the bar, but there were no surveillance cameras here. Most bars would have surveillance cameras at the front and back doors to avoid petty thieves and brawls, but not here. Luke had a vague sense of expectation in his heart. What an interesting habit. The bar was located in a dilapidated industrial area. It was clearly in the style of an industrial loft and didn't stand out here. It only had 2 floors. There were no windows on the first floor, while the old iron bars on the second floor looked especially old. Luke watched as 4 models were taken to a room on the second floor. Alexander said something and went downstairs. The 4 models turned on the music and poured themselves drinks. The 4 models didn't include Vanessa's 3 friends. They all looked young and innocent, like newcomers. As for Vanessa's 3 friends, just thinking about how they had robbed a bank in New York with Vanessa was enough to know what they were like. One was marked by the company one kept. This principle was the same everywhere. After confirming this point, Luke didn't waste any more time and directly entered through a second-floor window. The 4 new models who were enjoying themselves didn't notice the activity at the window in the corner at all, nor did they see the shadow that flashed past. Coming down from the second floor, Luke suddenly smiled very happily when he reached a door. He didn't stop. He kicked the door open, and a huge wave of sound poured out. Just like the exterior of the building, the first floor was in the same industrial style. All around were naked brick walls, cement walls and pipes. This was a huge dance hall with dozens of people sitting around or dancing. With his keen eyes, Luke noticed that everybody was focused on the four tall figures in the center of the dance floor. Even when they were talking to each other, their eyes never left them. It wasn't until Luke appeared that he drew some people's attention. Ignoring them, Luke walked over to a table next to the dance floor. "Alexander, it's time to settle the score." Sitting on the edge of the semicircular couch, Alexander asked curiously, "Who are you?" Luke chuckled. He was speaking in a British African accent this time. "How dare you actually refuse to sell me a suit? Do you think your rotten clothes are that great? Die, you be asterisk starred." With that, he raised his left hand and fired. Pa! Alexander didn't react. There was a bullet hole in the center of his head, and he collapsed on the couch. Almost the same time as Luke drew his gun, a figure lunged at him. Bang! Luke sent the figure flying over the couch with a dull thud. Covering his face that had suddenly become a lot flatter, he screamed in pain. Their surroundings suddenly quieted down. Except for the deafening music, all the noise paused for one moment. Then, people started shouting. "He killed Alexander. Alexander is dead. Kill him." The bystanders yelled. "Ah!" The models screamed. Vanessa's three best friends, on the other hand, didn't say anything. They just slowly backed away. The British accent rang out again. "I'm only here for Alexander. Don't mess with me. I have a bad temper. Once I'm angry, I start killing people." In the audience, someone suddenly said bewilderedly, "You're a daywalker." As soon as he said that, the crowd suddenly backed away. Many people were shocked and angry, but most of them were terrified, as if they had run into their natural enemy. Luke looked around and was stunned. What the hell was a daywalker? He was just shooting off his mouth. "Come at me, why are you avoiding me?" Fortunately, these people had no intention of letting him go. After retreating some distance, the people around him gradually surrounded him, like wolves looking for an opportunity to attack. Luke promptly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, they weren't overestimating him. It seemed it was still better to be more straightforward in getting things done. With that thought, he drew a long sword from its sheath with his right hand. The silver blade glittered under the lights on the dance floor, and the crowd stirred with fear. Looking at the people around him, Luke found it strange once more. Why did they look like they were about to run away in fear? Something wasn't right. He didn't hesitate, however, and with a flash of light, he slashed at a man several meters away. The moment the blade flashed out, he put on a burst of speed and was instantly in front of the man. Poochie! The terrified man could only raise his hand before the silver light flashed past his neck. His head flew up and blood spurted out of his neck. Luke, on the other hand, had already moved away, and he swung his longsword in the opposite direction. Poochie! A woman who had bent forward slightly and spread her claws wide paused in her attack, before her head fell. Several people on the dance floor started shouting. "It's him! It's him! He's a daywalker! It's Blade!" At that moment, there was a loud bang as the bar's main doors were sent flying with a kick. A dark figure walked in and scanned the room, his grin the only white part about him. "You called?" Everybody on the dance floor was stunned. Even Luke, who had just killed 2 people, stopped and looked at the person at the door with interest. Silence fell once more. Almost everyone had the same reaction. They looked at the person at the door, and then at Luke on the dance floor. Some diligent people even looked back and forth 2 or 3 times in a second. Luke and the man looked at each other. On the dance floor, the bodies and heads of the man and woman who had just had their heads cut off exploded and disappeared. Luke, on the other hand, tilted his head and observed the newcomer. Daywalker? Or Blade? The person said, both. Who are you? Pondering for a moment, Luke said, a bystander passionately against racism. The newcomer. The 4 models. Everybody in the bar. Kill them. They're in cahoots, someone in the bar finally said. Luke raised an eyebrow. Are you blind? While he and the Daywalker carried guns and a longsword, and one was wearing black while the other was wearing black and gray, they clearly had different styles. At the very least, he wasn't black. But the people in the bar didn't think much about it. Someone gave the order, and everyone moved. Many people aimed their guns at them. Luke and the man raised their guns almost at the same time. Pa! 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 The criminals who had raised their guns were immediately killed. They were all normal human beings, but as people who accompanied the vampires here, they weren't anything good either. Almost all of Luke's targets were shot in the head, while most of the newcomers' targets died under a hail of bullets. After taking care of the armed criminals, the 2 of them seemed to have a tacit understanding. Using the center of the dance floor as the boundary, they attacked from both sides. Their movements were very similar as they alternated between their guns and swords. Amidst the intense music on the dance floor, the 2 worked in rhythm and their swords danced as they slashed at the people who lunged at them one by one. Most of the people who charged forward were killed and turned into sparks and dust which disappeared, and only a small number of bodies was left behind. In less than a minute, they were facing each other once more. This time, only the bodies of more than 20 human criminals were left on the dance floor. The person grabbed a man by the neck and looked at Luke's longsword. Your weapon won't work. As he spoke, he stabbed his blade into the back of the man he was holding. The man screamed and exploded into sparks. You have to use silver weapons or a garlic concentrate and ultraviolet light to kill them effectively. The newcomer drew back his empty left hand and spun the long sword in his right hand before he sheathed it on his back. Luke raised an eyebrow. Thanks for the reminder. I'll be more careful next time. The newcomer grinned. Next time. Luke also sheathed his sword. They pissed me off. After a brief silence, the newcomer said, Don't let them bite you, or I'll kill you too. With that, he waved his hand and left. His black long coat fluttered with his movements, revealing a red lining that was as dark as blood. Luke watched him leave helplessly. Hey, you're too pretentious. Why am I always the one who has to clean up? Watching the dark figure disappear, Luke looked at the center of the dance floor. A model trembled with her head in her hands, and there was a suspicious pool of liquid on the floor between her legs. He then turned to look at the 3 women behind the couch who were staring at him warily. He waved at them. After a brief hesitation, the 3 women walked out, each holding a small pistol. Luke secretly praised them. As expected of Vanessa's best friends. Even as models, they didn't forget to carry guns on them. If Alexander had been in cahoots with an ordinary gang, it was hard to say who would be taking care of whom. The monsters we killed have quite a lot of power here. You can't afford to offend them. Leave Europe as soon as possible, he said. Pointing at the frightened model on the dance floor, Luke reminded them, take her and the models upstairs away. Tell them to keep their mouths shut, or those monsters will find you sooner or later. If I don't kill them first. He added inwardly as he walked to the door. Excuse me, who are you? A woman asked. Luke looked at her and pondered for a moment. Nightwalker. He then turned around and left. Vanessa's 3 friends looked at each other for a moment and felt that the answer was, a little weird. The tall black man in the black coat and sunglasses was clearly the Daywalker and Blade mentioned by the monsters in the bar. The guy in the gray and black hooded sweater and mask clearly hadn't recognized the Daywalker. But he was actually calling himself Nightwalker. Who did he think he was? After he left the bar, Luke glanced at a car in the shadows and smiled inwardly. It seemed that this guy wasn't as cold-blooded as he looked. The person in the car was the Daywalker. After Luke disappeared, he stepped on the gas and drove off. He wondered where this guy came from. Judging from his weapons, the man didn't know much about vampires, but he had killed more than 10 vampire servants with ordinary weapons. It seemed he was just as good as he was. After thinking for a moment, the Daywalker gave up on digging deeper. As long as the man wasn't an enemy, it wasn't a problem. He had never been the only enemy that the vampires had. It was perfectly normal for monsters who fed on human blood to provoke some extraordinary beings. That was one of the reasons why the vampires had never been able to grow powerful. At that moment, Luke was on the roof of a factory building. Looking at the image sent through from the drone, he shook his head with a smile. He wasn't planning on wrapping things up so easily. He had finally found a vampire nest, only to run into someone who robbed him of half his gains. It wasn't like he could blame the other party for being too enthusiastic. In the last nest, he had basically killed all the vampire servants and a vampire hybrid. He checked the system notification. System, eliminate the vampire nest and save the models. Completed. Total experience, 3,000. Total credit, 3,000. Contribution rate, 50%. EXP plus 1,500. Credit plus 1,500. Hosts experience, 35,880/90,000. Credit, 24,580. In just 2 short days, the vampires and their related forces had given him more than 7,000 experience and credit points. They truly were as fat as Luke had imagined. What was even more amazing was that after the vampires and their servants were killed, they didn't leave anything behind, and directly turned to dust. It saved him a lot of trouble cleaning up, and it wouldn't be easy for the authorities to investigate. Delighted, he watched the 8 models emerge from the bar and get into Alexander's car. He unhurriedly took out a lollipop and sat on the rooftop with his legs dangling over the edge. There was a gentle night breeze and it was drizzling. Looking at Coventry's brightly lit city center in the distance, Luke hummed a song. When her heart breaks, the girl cries. Singing this, he felt that it was a little inappropriate. The girls who had just run away probably really wanted to cry. He simply switched to another song. Don't cry, big sister. Follow your own path. 20 minutes later, more than 10 cars arrived at the bar. Luke adjusted the drone's surveillance mode, and the bodies and surrounding objects turned blue and red in the surveillance image. He chuckled. Vampires were indeed different from humans. Of the 30 or so people that had shown up, 15 had a body temperature of 50 degrees, while the other 20 had a regular temperature of around 37 degrees. A regular person would be long dead with a body temperature of 50 degrees. Only vampires with abnormal blood and blood circulation could move freely with that sort of body temperature. Earlier, Luke had let off a few people, who were all ordinary humans. They weren't vampires, nor were they servants. They were the same as Axel, and had become lackeys of the vampires for various reasons. Luke really treated them like dogs. After beating up a dog, wouldn't it run back to its owner, crying in pain? It was just that these dogs could talk. Looking at the person whom practically everyone was subconsciously avoiding, Luke stood up on the edge of the roof and slowly retreated to the other end. Physical outburst activated. Quick reflex activated. Gunfighting activated. Taking a running leap of 10 steps, he jumped off the roof and dropped to the ground. More than 30 people were walking to the entrance of the bar. The person in the middle suddenly raised his head and quickly retreated. Bang! 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 5 highly explosive bullets were fired, and 5 heads exploded at the same time. The headless bodies collapsed and continued to twitch on the ground. Luke had already put his M500 back into his holster. With a flick of his wrists, he grabbed 2 short stakes. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. The moment he landed, he hit the heads of 2 vampire servants with his stakes. 2 deep dents appeared in their heads, and sparks flew out before they exploded. Almost at the same time, the headless bodies of the 5 vampire servants whose heads had blown up exploded into sparks. Everybody was shocked. A few people even shouted, "Daywalker! Blade!" Chuckling, Luke charged forward and stabbed the 2 vampire servants in their hearts with his stakes. Wrong answer. You can call me Nightwalker. The 2 vampire servants howled miserably as their bodies quickly turned to dust after their hearts were pierced. Don't panic. Shoot him, someone roared. Luke, however, smiled. You want to play guns with me in close combat? Do you also know how to use guns at close range? Physical outburst gave him a huge boost in strength and made his senses and reactions faster, pushing Luke's gunfighting skills to a higher level. Gunfighting had always been made up of 2 parts. The first part was how to hit the opponent, and the second part was how to predict, dodge, and intercept the opponent's shots. Thus, even if Luke didn't have a gun, he was still using the second part of his ability. 2 lackeys were just about to raise their guns, when they were hit in the head with the stakes. The 2 vampires next to them, on the other hand, were stabbed through their chins and up into their skulls. As the 2 vampires howled, Luke and his 2 stakes didn't stop at all as he swept through the crowd. Bang! 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 With a series of dull thuds, Luke quickly went around the battlefield and knocked out more than 20 lackeys. At that moment, he had the heads of 2 vampire servants in arm locks. He had broken their necks, but they weren't dead and were still struggling weakly. Holding their chins up with his short stakes, Luke chuckled. He 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 he. Such weak scumbags can also be food for humans. In front of him, only 4 guys who could still stand had embarrassed expressions on their faces. The 3 who were standing at the front had fear on their faces, but the person behind them roared, "Who the hell are you?" Luke chuckled and didn't answer his question. Instead, he looked at the 3 people in front of him and said, "Tell me everything you know about vampires, and I'll spare you this once. Otherwise." He stabbed his stake into the head of the vampire servant on the right, who screamed and turned to dust. This time, even the high-level vampire servant under his left arm shivered. Nobody wanted to die, especially a vampire servant. They didn't have any ailments, nor did they have the worries of most humans. Except for not being able to enjoy the sun and needing to drink blood regularly, they lived far more comfortably than ordinary people. "Kill him," ordered the man behind the 3 servants. Even the servant under Luke's arm struggled to attack him. Luke raised an eyebrow. Was this mind control? Throwing aside the unlucky B****, Luke lunged forward. Bam! 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 The 3 servants were struck in the stomach and sent flying. Luke's stake was aimed at the forehead of the last person. The man whose hands had always been behind his back suddenly stretched them out and grinned maliciously. "I don't believe you can't be killed." In his hands were 2 exquisite pistols. Luke curled his lip. Bang! He tilted his head and his body dropped slightly as a bullet brushed past his head. Bang! 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 The man didn't stop shooting with both pistols, and his eyes suddenly widened in fear. He realized that even though he had closed the distance between them, he still couldn't hit the gray and black figure. Every bullet missed its target by a hair's breadth. The moment the gunshots rang out, Luke was right in front of him, and a silver stake struck his wrist. Before he could block it, another stake hit his other hand. The 2 pistols flew out of his hands as his hands cracked and bent in the shape of an L. When Luke brushed past him, he pressed one silver stake under his chin and held the other to his back. "Now, tell them to stop." "Stop," the man shouted. The 4 servants immediately stopped and stood still. Luke chuckled again like some devil king in a game. "Now, tell me everything you know about vampires." Half an hour later, Luke raised his hand and pierced the vampire's skull with his silver stake. Looking at the vampire's disbelieving expression, Luke coughed and said, "I never said that I would let you go after you told me everything, that was for the 4 of them." With a miserable howl, the only vampire, hybrid, Arthur Taros, was turned to dust. Luke flung the stake up in the air and looked at the 4 servants. "Now, it's your turn." After another half an hour of interrogation, Luke nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, we won't meet again." The 2 stakes flashed twice and the 4 vampire servants felt a chill in their hearts, then stared at him in disbelief. Luke shrugged. "I said that I would let you go once, but that was before you attacked me. It was already useless." Bright sparks exploded, and the 4 servants disappeared from the world. Looking at the 20 human lackeys who were still unconscious, he heaved a sigh. "Accept your fate. If you want to be safe, you have to clean up the mess." An hour later, Luke left the bar and disappeared into the night in his car. It was already 4 in the morning, but he was in a good mood when he saw the system notification. System: eliminate the main branch of the UK vampires and kill Arthur Taros. Completed. Total experience, 3,000. Total credit, 3,000. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 3,000. Credit plus 3,000. Hosts experience, 38,880/90,000. Credit, 27,580. As expected, vampires were huge gift bags of experience and credit. It was a pity he couldn't do this forever. According to the information he had obtained through the interrogations, this was the main force in the UK. Luke didn't think that this was the truth, or at least not all of it. Unfortunately, the only vampire, hybrid, Arthur Taros, stuck by his words, and his servants and lackeys didn't know anything else. Apart from hearing from the servants that Arthur Taros had a sister named Danica Taros, Luke still didn't have any information on the other nests. Luke could only say that he was slightly disappointed, but when he saw his gain of 10,000 experience and credit points, it could be said that this was what he had expected. The reason why this gift bag was called a gift bag was that it was very rare. He hummed a tune as he entered Coventry's city centre. He found a small apartment in the city centre whose owner happened to be away, and he slept for 2 hours before he woke up in high spirits. He looked at the sky that was gradually getting lighter, the golden red light in the blue sky indicating that it would be a beautiful day. The one thing a person had to do in England was have afternoon tea. Luke made himself a cup of black tea and checked the surveillance footage from yesterday. Unfortunately, no other suspicious targets visited the bar after what happened. Maybe it was because he had been too ruthless, or maybe he should let off a few servants next time instead of lackeys. Vampire hierarchy was even simpler than that of human society. The 4 levels, purebloods, hybrids, servants and lackeys, were basically determined by the purity of their blood. Of course, the true purebloods had disappeared long ago. The so-called purebloods now were a joke. At most, the ancestral blood which they had inherited was thicker. The lackeys were completely normal human beings and the situation was complicated, they could be set aside for the time being. The biggest problem with servants was that they couldn't turn other people into vampires, the people they bit would just die, and wouldn't become new members of the vampire race. Only purebloods and hybrids could be considered real vampires, because they could create servants or even new vampires. The purebloods looked down on hybrids, who were essentially pets to them. In fact, there was no distinctive difference in their combat abilities. After the disappearance of their forebears for hundreds of years, there were far more hybrids than purebloods nowadays, and the ones who held power in the vampire race had long since become hybrids. Most purebloods lived in a remote corner and had their own system. Both parties minded their own business. The hybrids were also the group with the most servants. However, there was a price to pay for creating servants. It wasn't a big problem to create 8 or 10 servants, but creating 30 or 50 servants used up a lot of strength, and it was very hard for most vampires to recover from that. That was also the reason why the vampires couldn't go wild. They weren't zombies in horror movies who turn people into their own kind with their bite. In terms of killing efficiency, they were far inferior to human weapons. However, the vampires had a deep history in Europe, and humans and various forces had many different thoughts about them, which was why the vampires were still alive. Putting away his laptop, Luke stuffed €200 into the house owner's piggy bank as payment for accommodation and his internet use. Putting away the sleeping bag and making sure that he hadn't missed anything, Luke got up and went downstairs. Naturally, there were no surveillance cameras in this apartment in this small English town. Luke walked down the street with a fake face that half resembled his own. He had to buy a car, and perhaps think about going to France. Comparatively speaking, the UK was too small and too stable. There weren't many experience and credit points to earn here, and it wasn't good to waste time. While Luke mulled over the matter as he walked down the road, there was a sudden loud rumble in the distance. He was stunned for a moment. What was going on? Why did it sound like a bomb had gone off? He picked up his pace and ran in the direction of the explosion. A lot of people were also rushing to the scene to watch the show. It wouldn't be conspicuous if he followed them. But the series of loud bangs that promptly followed was very clear. Luke knew that the explosion wasn't some sort of accident. The noise after that was gunshots. The intensity of the gunfire indicated that it wasn't just 1 or 2 guns, but a battle which involved 30 to 50 automatic weapons. Alright, it was just that it was big for the people of Coventry. Since the end of the last century, England had passed a ban on firearms, and most personal firearms were made up of shotguns. Even the police officers didn't carry guns on them, but had them in the weapons box in their cars. The officer in charge carried the key to the weapons box on him. This was completely different from American officers and their guns. Thus, there had been far less serious shootings in England in recent years than in the United States. From this perspective, this gunfight was absolutely a huge event. The passers-by who had been running over to watch were frightened by the panic-stricken crowd running in their direction, and most of them started to leave the scene. Luke, however, ducked into a building. He quickly went up to the roof and easily jumped to a nearby building to reach the scene. He stuck his head out and looked down, only to see a small black Benz van lying on its side. The car was clearly dented from the explosion, and even the back of the car had been blown away. People in full special gear were firing from 2 black Land Rovers at the buildings on both sides of the street. Their bulletproof vests had eye-catching labels on them. Those with headgear were the GIPN, the French National Police Intervention Group, and those without were the police and Interpol. Their opponents were all dressed casually and shouting in European accents. Was this an ambush? Muttering to himself, Luke looked at the Benz and immediately realized that it was a modified prisoner van. Breaking a prisoner out? He was even more surprised. Who would run all the way to England to break a prisoner out? And besides Interpol, the French GIPN were also escorting the prisoner. He wasn't in a hurry to act since it was already too late. The criminals weren't weak, and had clearly set up the ambush beforehand. They occupied an advantageous position and surrounded the police from all directions. No matter how powerful GIPN and Interpol were, they couldn't withstand being surrounded in the middle of the street and being bombarded with bullets. There were at least 50 criminals, and less than 20 Interpol and GIPN officers. By the time Luke arrived, the officers that he could see were already dead. But the door to the prisoner van was still closed. He had just seen a police officer pull the door shut. Thinking for a moment, he took out a Glock 17 from his inventory. As usual, This was an unregistered personal item which could be discarded at any time and which couldn't be linked to anyone or anything. The criminals were well equipped and unafraid of death. They had killed more than 10 officers, and more than 10 of their own were severely injured. However, they didn't save their comrades, but directly started cutting the back door of the prisoner van open with a gas torch. Luke stuck his head out from the top of the building and quickly locked onto the positions of the criminals on the scene as he marked out the shooting order. There were more than 30 professional criminals who were all armed with automatic weapons. He had to be a little more serious. It wouldn't be good to fight a protracted war on British territory. He chose to act the moment the criminals opened the car door. It was easy for the criminals to be distracted for one moment when their attention was on the prisoner waiting to be rescued. It would give him at least one extra second to shoot. Luke adjusted his frame of mind and first aimed at 4 criminals who were approaching the van. In less than 20 seconds, the criminals burned a hole in the back door of the prisoner van. They clipped a towing hook on it and pulled fiercely. Bang! The car door flew out. Smoke from the door being cut wafted out of the prisoner van, and the criminals couldn't see what was going on inside. Now. Luke took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. Pa! 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 4 criminals were shot in the head. Pa! 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 4 criminals on the second floor on both sides of the street were also shot. They got better treatment, and were only shot in the chest. Pa! Pa! Luke took down another 2 criminals who looked up, but he suddenly paused. 2 people suddenly rushed out of the smoke-filled Benz. The man in the lead was tall and wore a black beanie. He shot 2 criminals on the street with a UMP, before he swung his gun and knocked down another one. The second to charge out was a young policewoman with a ponytail. What surprised Luke wasn't the policewoman, even though she was a beauty with a particular charm. What surprised him was the first guy who had charged out. His shooting and footwork were both efficient and ruthless, and overflowed with aggression. This guy switched jobs to become a police officer. Luke was suspicious. But it was only for a brief moment, and he tossed the question aside. At the very least, the guy was on the policewoman's side, so it wouldn't be a problem for Luke to help them kill a few criminals. The criminals were caught off guard by the sudden attack. Of the 2 people below, the one in the lead moved swiftly and shot accurately. He took down each criminal with basically 1 or 2 shots. The policewoman wasn't that good at shooting, but she provided good cover for the first person. As for the professional gunman who was hiding on the roof and sniping people in the head, he was too much. He emptied the Glock of 17 bullets in 3 seconds, blowing up the heads of 7 criminals and hitting 8 in their chests. Then, after he fired the last bullet in the first clip, he unloaded and slipped in another full clip that he was already holding in his left hand. It clicked in place. A series of gunshots rang out again. The criminals downstairs weren't rookies, but experienced mercenaries. After several of their comrades were killed, they realized that the gunshots were coming from the wrong location. Several of them raised their guns and started firing in a sweep above them. Luke, however, was very calm. He had already locked onto the approximate positions of the criminals, and half of them were dead. Those that were left were the most dangerous ones. This was a game to see who was faster. As long as Luke moved faster than the criminals' guns did, he would have the upper hand in taking shots. Once he had the upper hand, it would be near impossible for him to lose in a shootout at 20 meters. As 6 criminals raised their guns and fired, Luke fired 2 bullets at each of them. As soon as the 6 criminals fell, the gunfire on the street immediately died down, and the 2 people down below broke out of the prisoner van and charged into an alley on the side. Maybe it was because of how the man in the front was so flashy as he moved, but one of the criminals whom Luke had taken down hadn't let go of the trigger, and inexplicably, a stray bullet was fired off. The man was already halfway into the alley, but he was still shot in the leg. He screamed and yelled "Mother *****" as he rolled into the alley. Luke was lost for words on the roof. What kind of bad luck was this? Only half his leg was sticking out and he still got shot. Good thing it wasn't his knee. But this wasn't an ordinary person. Dragging his injured leg, he stood up, and then swung his arm out to knock down two approaching criminals. Even limping, he was as flashy as ever as he slipped away. The policewoman retreated into the alley and followed him. Luke didn't stop shooting. He emptied his clip and knocked down the four criminals who were trying to reach the alley. He then put his pistol away and beat it. He liked to do good deeds and not leave his name behind. He would let the police officers of England take the credit. After taking several turns in the alley and walking almost a kilometer, he stood in front of an apartment building. Easily jumping onto the wall, he grabbed onto the fire escape on the second floor and climbed up to the fifth floor. Stepping past two windows with ledges that were less than 10 centimeters wide, Luke grabbed the edge of a third window and stuck his head out. Someone inside was saying impatiently, "Ignore that damn phone call. The only way Dukovic knows our route is because there's a mole in Interpol. I need someone to treat my injuries, and you need help. Remember, it has to be an outsider." Luke listened for a moment before he knocked on the window with a smile. They immediately pointed their guns at him. They were both astonished to see a big smile and a waving hand outside the window. The policewoman was at a loss. Shooting would draw the police, and the other party hadn't attacked first. She subconsciously glanced at the person next to her. The other man raised his gun and frowned. Staring at the face for a moment, he said, "Honduras?" Outside the window, Luke's smile grew even brighter. "How's your future wife?" As soon as the question left his mouth, the man's lips twitched, but he put down his gun. "Let him in. He's not Dukovic's man." The policewoman was surprised. "Are you serious? Do you know how many assassins and mercenaries Dukovic hired to kill you? Also, this guy who was hanging around sneakily outside the window looked like a killer." She muttered to herself, but under the gazes of the two, she still opened the window hesitantly. After opening the latch, she immediately backed away from the window. Although she didn't raise her gun, she was still ready to attack. Luke opened the window and crawled in. He nodded at the vigilant policewoman. "Hello, beautiful lady. How may I address you?" The policewoman said, "Shouldn't you say something first?" Luke shrugged. "Call me Cool Bird." The policewoman, Roselle. Luke then turned to look at the man on the couch. "Long time no see. You have it hard, Kincaid." At that moment, the person on the couch had already taken off his black beanie to reveal a bald head with the same withered tree and crow's tattoo. When he heard the name that Luke gave, Kincaid curled his lip and once again confirmed that he wasn't mistaken. Cool Bird was the name of the bar in Honduras where he had met his wife, Sonia. The day he met Sonia, a young man had been sitting next to him, and they had beaten up the gangsters in the bar together. Although he didn't know much about this young man, and something wasn't right with his face, Kincaid was clear about his situation. If he fought this young man now, he would definitely lose. Luke grabbed a chair and a stool and gestured at Kincaid. Kincaid very consciously placed his right leg with the bullet in it on the stool. As Luke fished out something from his backpack, he clicked his tongue and said, "Why do you need to be flashy when you leave a scene? If you had been willing to crawl those last few steps with your butt in the air, you wouldn't have been shot, would you?" Kincaid suddenly realized something. "It was you just now." The moment he said that, the policewoman, Roselle, who was a few meters away, immediately aimed her gun at Luke. Hearing that, she thought that Luke was the one who shot Kincaid. Luke, on the other hand, didn't even look at her. He unhurriedly put on his rubber gloves and cut up the leg of Kincaid's trousers with a smile. "Let me remind you that you shouldn't talk nonsense without proof." Kincaid understood. No wonder when he charged out of the prisoner van, someone had attacked the criminals at the same time, and with frightening marksmanship. At the time, he had been in a hurry to break out of the siege and escape. He didn't have the time to stand in the middle of the road and look up. But even as experienced as he was still amazed by the shooter on the roof. To shoot without missing wasn't as simple as the movies made it look. In a real battle, a shooter had to control the situation, and their opponents weren't fixed targets. It would already be outstanding if their shots made contact 20 to 30% of the time. With Luke's appearance now, Kincaid recalled how the criminals had collapsed like wheat being harvested, and understood everything. Kincaid glared at Luke. "You were really good at pretending last time." Luke gave him an anesthetic and chuckled. "They were just a bunch of hooligans. You weren't serious either, right?" The solemn expression on Kincaid's face only lasted for 2 seconds before he suddenly burst out laughing. "Same here." "Right, how's your girlfriend?" Luke didn't even raise his head as he cleaned the wound. "Where's your future wife?" "Don't tell me she flew off." Kincaid chuckled proudly. "She's called Sonia Kincaid now." Luke raised an eyebrow. "Wow, that was quick. It's only been 2 months, right?" Kincaid waved his index finger. No, young man, you're mistaken. She's been called that since a month and a half ago." Luke raised his head in surprise. "Isn't that just a few days?" What he meant was that Kincaid had met the hot-tempered and fierce Sonia in the bar only a few days before that. Kincaid said smugly, "That's love. Once you see her, you feel that you have to be with her. Only then is life perfect." Luke shrugged. "Fine. It seems that you really are in love with her." Luke couldn't comment. He had never felt that way about any woman in his 2 lifetimes. In his 2 lifetimes, he had interacted with more than 20 women, some whom he appreciated and some whom were nothing special. None of them made his heart jump and want to be reckless. Of course, he felt that this was a good thing. In life, everyone had varying degrees of family, love, and friendship. He was simply a person whose love ratio was very low. Watching the 2 of them talk and laugh, the policewoman grew nervous and slowly retreated into the bathroom. After she closed the door, Luke raised his head and said to Kincaid in a low voice, "Don't tell me this girl is your colleague." Kincaid curled his lip. "I'm under Interpol escort." Luke understood. "I'm relieved." Kincaid was stumped. "What?" Luke said, "I don't think you can become a cop. Or an undercover agent, that's still impossible for you." Kincaid cursed angrily, but was unable to refute him. "I'm a witness." Luke asked, "A witness in a prisoner's van?" "So, a dirty witness?" Kincaid said, "I'll get her to tell you later. I've lost too much blood, I want to rest." Luke said, "This is just an anesthetic, you haven't even lost a liter of blood. You won't die." Kincaid, "I'm an old man. Losing a liter can kill me." A few minutes later, Luke cleaned the wound on Kincaid's leg, took off his gloves, and threw them into a nearby trash can. He looked at Roussel with a smile. "Did you find someone to pick him up?" After a brief hesitation, Roussel nodded. "He's almost here." Luke didn't care who was coming. He was more concerned about something else. "Can you tell me what happened?" "Kincaid isn't stupid enough to be ambushed." Roussel looked at him strangely for a moment before saying, "You don't know what's going on." Luke shrugged. "I only helped you when I heard the explosion and the gunshots. Tell me, who wants to kill him?" Roussel was suspicious, but her expression remained unchanged. "Someone doesn't want Kincaid to testify in court, so they sent people to silence him." Listening to the policewoman's explanation, Luke took out a thermos from his backpack. Looking at Roussel's surprised expression, he explained, "I'm just here on holiday. I made some black tea in advance to avoid buying drinks. Do you want some?" Roussel decisively refused. "I don't like tea." Luke hummed and said, "Just nice, I don't have much anyway, it's just enough for myself." He then poured some black tea into the cup and drank it. Unfortunately, the aroma of the milk tea made Roussel's throat go dry. In the end, she could only go find a bottle of water. Of course she liked black tea, but she was more worried that there was something wrong with Luke's tea. They talked for almost an hour, and Luke finally finished his tea. Someone suddenly interjected, "This black tea isn't bad. Give me a cup." Luke poured out the half-cup that was left in the thermos and swallowed. "I finished it." When Kincaid looked at the thermos next to Luke, Luke picked it up and shook it. "There's none left." Kincaid then looked at Roussel, who shook her head. "There's only mineral water here." He brought the black tea himself. Kincaid was full of despair. "You miser." Luke fished around in his backpack. "Is instant coffee okay?" "It's Nestle." Kincaid, yes. Since he was injured, he needed to replenish his energy, and of course needed food and water. Luke wasn't petty. But how could he give his black tea and cup to another man to drink, and an old one at that? He went to the kitchen and found some food in the fridge to heat up. He placed it on a big tray and asked, "Do you want some?" Looking at Roussel's conflicted expression, Luke sighed helplessly. "I'm a good guy, okay?" As he spoke, he reached for his waist, and the Glock was pressed to Roussel's head. Before she could react, the Glock was back in its holster. "I'm not threatening you. I just want to make it clear that it wouldn't take me and Kincaid more than a second to kill you." Watching Luke walk past, Roussel smiled bitterly. Luke was holding a big tray, but it didn't shake at all, even when there was milk and food on it. His control over his body was unbelievable. After that shock, she finally relaxed. The two guys in the room could kill her in seconds. She was alive and well, which meant that she was insignificant. Kincaid was a super hitman charged with more than 20 murders in a dozen countries. How much weaker could someone who could talk cheerfully and calmly with Kincaid be? Kincaid took a sip of the hot coffee and sighed in satisfaction. Ah, even instant coffee tastes good after getting shot. "Do you have a phone?" Luke took out a prepaid phone from his pocket and tossed it to him. Kincaid dialed a number with a gentle expression. With his sharp ears, Luke could easily hear an angry female voice on the other end of the phone. "What did you do this time? You useless devil." He tactfully got up and moved to the window. He looked out through the gap in the curtains and waved at Roussel. When she approached him suspiciously, Luke asked, "What do you plan to do?" Frowning, Roussel was silent for a moment before she said, "Send Kincaid to The Hague in the Netherlands to testify in court." Luke chuckled. "Then count me in." "Roussel, what?" Luke said with a righteous expression, "A ruthless butcher like Dukovich must be put on trial for justice." Roussel glanced at the black baldy who was already singing a love song on the phone. She had a feeling that neither of them was normal. Unfortunately, they were now her teammates. She could only ask, "He's not your friend?" Luke grinned. "This friendship isn't deep enough for me to help him deal with Interpol. Agent Roussel, would you be willing to break the law and go up against the police for your friends?" Roussel was unable to reply. She couldn't say outright that because Kincaid didn't abide by the law, she suspected that Mr. Cool Bird didn't abide by the law either. She could only acquiesce to Luke's request. What else could she do? She couldn't defeat Kincaid, nor was she confident that she could defeat this mysterious Cool Bird. She could only pin her hopes on the backup that she had invited. Only that person had the qualifications to talk to these two. Thinking of the backup, she couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the two people in the room, she scratched her head. Why were all capable men so rotten? 2 hours later, someone knocked on the door. Roussel looked at Luke, who nodded. She opened the door to let a man in. But they started arguing at the doorway even before they entered the living room. Luke listened with relish. That was more like it. If there was no gossip between a man and a woman, then it wasn't love. Love wasn't as sweet as Kincaid made it out to be. It was normal for couples to argue with each other apart. On the other side, Kincaid was woken up by the quarrel between the resentful couple. Looking at Luke, who was listening to the gossip with a smile, Kincaid rolled his eyes. As expected of A/B*TCH. After listening for a moment, Kincaid grew impatient. Using a mop as a temporary crutch, he walked to the door of the living room and looked at the two people arguing. At that moment, the argument had reached a point where they were on completely different wavelengths. Last week, a 300-pound banker's ass exploded 4 bags of heroin in the back seat of my car. You know, those seats aren't real leather, but cloth. Okay, Michael, I don't have time for. Think about how I felt when I was cleaning my car. Michael, I don't have time for this. I definitely have to sell the car when I get the chance. Enough, Michael. I never sold you out. I just dumped you. Michael, you always want to push the blame on me. Roussel's voice rang out for a moment, before it turned gloomy and she sighed helplessly. The escort target is inside. According to our agreement, after you complete this mission, I'll help you get your 3A rating back. Stop spouting sh*T about not forgiving me. I don't need it. Kincaid looked like he didn't want to listen anymore. Hey, the man with the blood is here, WTF. The two people facing each other at the door spoke at the same time, and Kincaid raised his gun. The person reacted quickly and slapped his hand away, knocking it against the door. Kincaid, who was in pain, couldn't help but let go of his gun. He then pulled out another gun from his lower back. The man grabbed Kincaid's arm with both hands and slammed it against the door frame. At the same time, he reached for his waist. Kincaid reacted just as quickly and aimed a knee between the man's legs. The man clamped his legs together and the hand holding the gun pressed down on Kincaid's knee. The two of them crashed into the wall. Kincaid reached under the man's armpit and pulled out a pistol. The man also pulled out a gun from his waist with his other hand, and they pointed at each other's head at the same time. The next moment, they felt a tight grip on their guns. They turned their heads and saw Luke standing next to them with a smile as he gripped their guns. I think it's better to give a certain old man his blood first before you fight him. How does that sound? Who are you? The man looked at Luke blankly. Kincaid was relieved. He had forgotten that he had a partner, although this partner wasn't very reliable. You dumb bodyguard, you really have, After glaring at the man and cursing, Kincaid felt dizzy and toppled backward. Luke sighed helplessly and looked at Kincaid. The fellow was hanging off him with one hand as he sagged limply like a female ballroom dancer. He resisted the urge to throw the old man out, and instead, dragged him back to the couch in the living room. Turning his head to look at the person at the door, Luke gestured at him. Where's the blood? Give it to the old guy, or he'll stay knocked out. The man smacked his lips and finally put away his gun. He then walked in with a box full of blood bags. Dumbfounded for a long while, Roussel finally came back to her senses and put away the guns that had fallen to the floor. She had no idea that Kincaid had so many guns on him. A moment later, Luke sat down next to the window and pretended to enjoy the view as the couple started arguing again. What? You want me to escort this murderer? He tried to kill me 27 times. No, that's not right. It's 28 times now. Kincaid is a witness. If he doesn't testify at the International Criminal Court in The Hague tomorrow, Dukovic will be acquitted. Then why don't you just take him to The Hague? I can't. There's a traitor in Interpol. The 18 elite operators who were part of the escort team in the morning were all killed, including 6 Gyptans. Huh. You call them elites? Maybe they were just nice. The newcomer, Michael, was a young man who wasn't even 30 years old. He had handsome features, but he had a scraggly beard and looked unwashed, and was full of obscenities. he was just as foul as Kincaid. Also, while he was bickering with his ex-girlfriend, Agent Roussel, he was also throwing poker cards at Kincaid, which slapped his unconscious face. Luke couldn't be bothered. After all, the old man was quite thick-skinned. The couple got agitated again as they talked, and went to the bedroom. Luke thought that it would be like in the movies, where a verbal argument was useless and they would fight it out physically. But in less than 2 minutes, they came out again. Roussel had even put on her coat. "Why should you believe me?" "Because I've never lied to you." In the hallway outside the door, Roussel sounded a little choked. "After this mission, I'll help you get back your 3A rating, and you can get your good life back. Then, we won't contact each other again, okay?" "Good," said Michael. "This is so embarrassing." With a complicated expression, Roussel pushed the door open and left. Looking at the shut door, Michael suddenly slapped his head in frustration. "Damn it! Why did I say that?" In the living room, Luke finally said, "Good. Looks like you aren't completely dumb." Michael turned his head. "Huh?" Luke shrugged. "You haven't had a girlfriend in a while, have you?" "Well, maybe you had some female friends when you were rich, but this girl is probably the only one who really loved you." Michael narrowed his dead fish eyes. "How old are you? Do you know what love is?" Luke chuckled. "It's because I don't have a girlfriend yet that I don't have to worry about love, young man." Michael's lips moved, but he realized that he couldn't argue with that. He could only change the topic and point at Kincaid. "Shouldn't you change your friend's clothes?" Luke crossed his arms and looked at him strangely. "Why are you here?" Michael also looked at him strangely. "To protect that damn old man." Luke spread his hands. "So, he's your mission objective, not mine. Besides, I don't know him very well. Why should I help him change? He was just an old man. Who would want to help him change?" Michael choked again. A moment later, he gave Luke a thumbs up. "How lucky for him to be friends with you." Luke didn't think much of it. Lucky? Of course. It was easy to find someone to help you change clothes in this world, but it was very hard to find someone to save your life. Kincaid regained consciousness and looked at the bag of blood hanging above him. He then looked at his other hand. "What the hell is that?" Michael adjusted his equipment. "Handcuffs. You haven't forgotten that you're a prisoner, have you?" Kincaid, "No, I mean, who put this fashionable outfit on me?" "You're lucky that I brought 2 sets of clothes." Michael started putting on his coat. Kincaid looked at his new outfit, which was a singlet. "You dare wear something so basic? Let me guess, don't tell me you bought this when you were a bodyguard a few years ago, did you? You did look like a little girl back then, huh?" Michael curled his lip and ignored the question. Kincaid said, "Huh? I don't think I'm wearing underwear. It's a little chilly." Luke finally said, "He did it, not me." Michael rolled his eyes. "Thanks so much." But he still said, "You have underwear on, or I wouldn't dare change your pants, okay?" Kincaid curled his lip. How boring. Suddenly, an old-fashioned telephone in the room rang. All 3 of them frowned. Michael quickly stood up. "This is an Interpol safe house. If nobody answers the phone, or if we pick up and can't verify our identities, they'll send someone to check." Luke's ears twitched. "I think, they're already here." He lifted the curtain slightly and saw several police cars on the street not far away with their sirens on. And at that moment, 2 black SUVs stopped outside the building, and 8 armed men rushed in. They clearly weren't police officers. There was indeed a mole in Interpol, whose men had actually reached the safe house before the police. Michael quickly unlocked Kincaid's handcuffs. Kincaid, however, was unperturbed. "Where's the beautiful police officer?" "I think her name is Roussel." Luke said, "She left." Damn it, I like that girl. Kincaid saw some interest in Luke's eyes. She's quite lively. I want a daughter like that in the future. Luke sighed regretfully. I thought your love had switched to a new target. Kincaid wiped his non-existent cold sweat. I'll always love my Sonia. Luke got up and picked up his backpack. Let's go, unless you want to kill dozens of police officers. Kincaid also got up. That many? Luke said, yes, at least 20 of them are SWAT officers. Michael was already waving at the door. If you dare touch them, it'll be the SAS next time. Kincaid fell silent. SAS wasn't easy to deal with. If it was one or two of them, Kincaid might still be able to fight back, but once SAS was deployed, they wouldn't just send one or two agents. At the very least, they would send out a full team that could take down the injured Kincaid. After the three of them left the room, Michael was about to go right, but Luke stopped him and gave him a few tactical signs. The two of them leaned against the wall just as two men on the other side pushed the door of the stairwell open. Almost at the same time, one of them was punched in the back of the head and the other was strangled by Michael. Dong! Michael watched as Luke drew his fist back from the face of the unconscious criminal that Michael was holding. He gestured at himself before he helplessly dropped the unconscious criminal and followed Luke. They had just opened the door to the stairwell when there were two bangs behind them. Both of them rolled their eyes and turned around. Kincaid lowered his gun from where he was standing at the door to the stairwell on the other end. Thanks for your protection. I was almost shot in the butt by these two. Michael, well done. Guess what the police officers downstairs will do? With his keen ears, Luke could already hear several police officers shouting downstairs. Gunshots. Gunshots upstairs. Footsteps came from the bottom of the stairs. Luke sighed and pointed at the roof. Killing a few criminals was fine, but there were dozens of police officers downstairs who were just doing their jobs. He really didn't want to fight them. He gestured at Michael, and the three of them ran to the roof. Kincaid had been prepared to suffer, but Luke practically dragged him to the top floor. He smiled and was about to say something. Luke, however, gestured at him to stop talking. As Michael ran past an exit up ahead and continued toward the top floor, two armed criminals snuck into the stairwell. Bang! Bang! Luke kicked one in the stomach and smacked the other in the face, knocking the two criminals to the ground at the same time. There was no need to kill anyone. There were a bunch of police officers down there, and he didn't want them chasing his butt. In any case, the guy who had been kicked in the stomach would be pissing blood for at least a week, and the person who had been slapped had a severe concussion. His corneas might even be knocked out of whack. Bang! Michael, who was running in the front, stopped and turned his head to see that a criminal who had just appeared at a stairwell exit in the distance had been knocked down. Of course, this shot had been fired by old Kincaid. Luke slapped his forehead. Kincaid, there are dozens of police officers downstairs. Can't you keep a low profile? Look at how I just slap and kick them. Kincaid, I'll be more careful next time. Luke was lost for words. Why should I believe you, you flashy black baldy? He raised the Glock in his hand and swung it left and right. Pa! Pa! The hospital immediately lost a patient with uremia and a concussed patient. Michael's eyes widened. WTF? Luke grabbed Kincaid and continued running. He fired first. As he spoke, he dragged the black baldy to the rooftop. As soon as they reached the rooftop, they heard the sound of a rotor. All right, we won't be able to escape from the roof, said Luke. Michael followed, and the three of them looked at each other. Bang! The door to the rooftop was kicked open, and a team of fully armed SWAT officers rushed through. They searched the area for a moment, but didn't find anything. Downstairs, Luke put the black baldy that he was carrying on the ground. Are you an idiot? You could have just climbed down the scaffolding. Why did you have to take the hard way and jump? Kincaid, how was I supposed to know that you can carry me down with you? On the side, Michael dropped to the ground from the construction scaffolding. Cut the crap. Let's try to find a car and run. Don't kill anyone, okay? I'm a bodyguard, not a killer, okay? If this went on, not only would he lose his 3A security rating, he would also end up in prison for the rest of his life. The three of them snuck into a car on the street. The moment Michael opened the door, Luke made a firm decision. He threw Kincaid into the back seat and sat in the passenger seat. Michael started the car, and the three of them set off again. Kincaid, however, was unhappy. Hey, what's that smell? It's like a dung pit. Wait, is this your car? Michael didn't say anything. Kincaid was vexed. Didn't you drive a Jaguar before? What's with this stupid car? If this was before, we wouldn't even steal a piece of sh*t like this. Ugh, did that banker really blow up? And what is this energy drink? Why do I smell piss? Luke didn't say anything. He silently took out a mask from his backpack and rolled down the window a crack. But while he remained silent, the other two people in the car weren't idle. Kincaid, this dog, never stopped provoking Michael, and exposed him completely. Michael, who had been badly traumatized, also revealed a lot about Kincaid. Michael Bryce used to be a CIA officer, but later switched careers. Thanks to his experience and connections in the CIA, he obtained a 3A security rating a few years ago and earned big bucks by keeping rich people safe. In the end, he screwed up a huge job. Not only did his 3A rating drop, his life also fell apart. Kincaid had a long criminal record. His father was an alcoholic who had been in prison for a long time. Growing up in that environment, Kincaid was in and out of prison many times himself at a young age. As hitman and bodyguard, they had traded blows many times and were basically evenly matched. In terms of mentality, however, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Look at Kincaid. He had been shot in the leg and was being chased by the police and mercenaries, yet he was still talking and laughing. What gave him an advantage over Michael was his mental fortitude. Even when he was in deep trouble, he didn't frown. Instead, he did his best to live even more assuredly, and laughed and cursed as he pleased. Unlike Michael, who looked like an aggrieved woman who hated everything. After driving for a while, Michael stopped the car in an alley behind a bar. We need a different car. They can pick up my license plate on the surveillance cameras. Less than a minute later, they switched cars. This time, Luke took the initiative to sit in the back seat. It was Kincaid who had gotten them this new car. He smashed the window of the driver's seat with his fist and completed the operation in seconds. Although Luke could easily open the door of the old Mercedes-Benz himself, he didn't want to lose credit points. It was the two of them who stole the car and drove it away. It had nothing to do with him. An old Benz was still a Benz. Furthermore, no banker had blown up the back seat. Thus, Luke chose the more comfortable back seat. One old man and one young man, one black and one white, finally started their two-man show. Luke, on the other hand, leisurely took out a lollipop and munched on it. He hadn't dared to do that in the last car, since he felt that the lollipop would smell like piss. Kincaid had also found the stash of a certain British drunk driver, a stainless steel wine bottle. Opening it and smelling it, he nodded in satisfaction and took a sip. This whiskey isn't bad, too bad there's no ice. Speaking of which, how did you end up like this? A few years ago, your socks were worth more than your entire outfit right now. Was your client killed? Michael's lips twitched. What's the point of talking about me? What about you? How did an internationally renowned assassin get caught by those rookies from Interpol? Of course, it was because of love, kid. Kincaid sighed. I had a job in Arizona when I received a call from the hospital. They said that my wife had been hit by a car and was in critical condition. The hospital said they needed a family member's signature before they could proceed with the surgery. I didn't even have time to finish the job before I took a plane back to Mexico City. He stopped talking. Michael, and... Kincaid laughed. In the end, more than 20 Interpol officers pointed their guns at me when I ran into the emergency room, drenched in sweat. Luke interjected, "Where's Sonia now?" Luke didn't think that Kincaid would quietly surrender to 20 Interpol officers. This old man had a lot of tricks. Interpol was nothing to him. Sure enough, Kincaid was silent for a moment before he replied, "They locked her up in an Interpol detention center in Amsterdam." "What crime did she commit?" Luke found that odd. Kincaid was silent for a long time before he finally replied, "Falling in love with me." Luke gave him the universal hand gesture, but agreed with him. If they didn't have his wife, Kincaid would never have let Interpol catch him. Sonia probably hadn't done anything wrong. Even if she had, she should have gone to prison instead of just being locked up by Interpol. It was no wonder that Kincaid couldn't be as active anymore. It turned out that someone had grabbed his beloved woman. Trapped by love. The Black Baldy mocked himself with a smile, but he didn't look dejected. "This is just like your agent Roussel, who caused your security rating to drop. There's no difference." "Fine, you were eavesdropping," Michael grumbled. "Kincaid, you were complaining so loudly, like a kid who didn't get candy from his mother. It was hard for me not to hear you." Michael said, "You know so much about love, why don't you write a poem? Maybe you can get it published in the newspaper." Kincaid laughed. "Haha, listen. Life is a highway and it's mighty King long. Nobody gets out alive, nobody gets out alive." Luke listened to the song quietly. Unexpectedly, the old man could sing pretty well. He sang with a smile, but only he knew how much blood and tears he had experienced. What a waste for this old guy to be a hitman. He should have been a talk show performer or singer. Luke thought to himself. The car drove west in the dark and headed for the beach. The country road was silent at night, and Kincaid, who was tired of singing, fell asleep. No matter how tough the old man was, he couldn't withstand the exhaustion from blood loss. Luke sat quietly in the back seat. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked in the rearview mirror. "We have company," he said. Michael looked in the rearview mirror. "How do you know?" Luke said, "Don't suddenly speed up, slow down a little. This isn't a car chase movie." Michael asked, "Are you sure?" Luke drew his gun. "It's just an SUV. 5 people at most, and no police officers around." Michael hesitated for a moment, but still did as he was told. He hadn't seen much of Luke's moves, but Luke wasn't any less efficient as he was. Of course, the best would be to deal with their worries and then move forward. Looking at the car behind him, Michael asked in a low voice, "Not going to wake Kincaid up?" They could get rid of their opponents without Kincaid, but Michael was afraid that the Black Baldy would be killed in the crossfire. Luke said, "It's fine. Wouldn't you be happy if he died? You won't have to listen to him teach you everything he knows about love." Michael. He could still tolerate a certain Baldy's verbal jabs for the sake of getting his 3A rating back. Luke rolled down the window and bent his body slightly as he observed the car in the rearview mirror. Michael started to slow down after Luke's warning, and the enemy didn't notice. The criminals weren't stupid. They were only a little faster than Michael's car, and acted like they were just taking a drive at night. Luke could only smile without saying anything. He had seen this car when they withdrew from the safe house. The people in it were clearly mercenaries, and just so happened to choose the same route in the middle of the night. Luke reminded in a low voice, "Start counting down. When you get to 0, stop the car." Michael instantly understood and started counting. 15, 14. Luke was lost for words. "Can't you start from 5? Even 10 is fine." Of course, he knew that Michael was counting down to when the cars would be next to each other. 8, 7. Luke already confirmed that this was the same car that had been outside the safe house. 3, 2. Luke put his foot on the back of the driver's seat and lifted himself a little. 1. Creak. The brakes screeched as the Mercedes-Benz slowed down, but it remained steady and didn't slip or flip over. Michael was also a skilled driver. He knew that he had to set up the best shooting conditions for Luke, so he braked quickly but not abruptly. Luke followed the car's movements and pulled the trigger at the black SUV outside the window. In the passenger seat and the back of the SUV on the right, the three men with guns didn't have time to react before a series of bullets hit them in the head and upper body. But Luke exclaimed in surprise. Something's wrong with that driver. He had shot at the driver as well, but the driver had instantly slid out of the way. Michael stopped the car smoothly. How did they track us down? I deliberately chose the road west because I didn't want them to block us in the east tunnel. Kincaid's lazy voice rang out. Surveillance cameras. There was one back when you stole the car. But Michael shook his head. That's impossible. I drove east for a while before turning west. Luke said, Gentlemen, it's time to witness a miracle. Can you show that driver some respect? The two chatterboxes in front also noticed that the driver of the black SUV had come out and was staggering toward them. Kincaid, I don't have a gun. Please go ahead. Michael said, I'm a bodyguard, not a killer. Luke snorted. This driver isn't human. As he spoke, he fired his Glock. The driver suddenly sped up, and it was almost impossible to see his movements in the dark. What the F***CK, the two chatterboxes shouted in unison. The driver was moving so fast that he left an afterimage behind. This definitely wasn't a speed that a regular person was capable of. Luke, however, unhurriedly reloaded the Glock. The driver who was flashing left and right as he pressed forward suddenly stopped. He hopped about as he clutched at himself and screamed. Ah! How is it that you can keep hitting me? The chatty duo also noticed that 7 or 8 bullet holes had appeared in the guy's upper torso, and he was bleeding non-stop. The strange thing was that despite being shot in the chest and stomach, the driver was still full of energy as he screamed in pain. Thinking about Luke's words, Michael raised his gun. Pa! 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 He emptied his clip, but wasn't in a hurry to check his results. Instead, he turned to look to the side. WTF. Kincaid was leaning against the side of his head, a gun in his hand. But Michael was blocking his line of sight. Kincaid slapped him in the face. Don't block me. Your lousy aim didn't even hit him. Pa! 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 Kincaid quickly emptied his clip. Michael sat up and started to mock him. Wow, your shooting skills are pretty bad too. Kincaid, I hit him 3 times, but you only hit him twice. I hit him in the chest and stomach, and you hit him in the arm. Is there a problem with your lousy shooting? Speechless, Luke ignored them and got out. At that moment, the driver, who had more than 10 bullet holes in his body, said in disbelief, That's impossible. How did you hit me? Luke didn't reply, but was secretly amused. It wasn't just Luke, Kincaid and Michael's fighting strength weren't ordinary, and their firearms were far better than what ordinary people had. This driver wanted to dodge all the bullets with his speed. He was really underestimating them. He wasn't good enough to dodge bullets, and rather than being able to shoot, it was more normal for him to endure being shot. Luke flicked his right hand and shook out a retractable rod, before he walked toward the driver who was riddled with bullet holes. The driver bared his teeth, roared, and lunged forward. The chatty duo also got out of the car, and Michael hurriedly said, Whoa, 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 how about we sit down and talk it out? Kincaid sneered. What's there to talk about with that sort of weird SSH*T? Zombie or vampire? Michael said, zombie. He won't let us hit him in the head. He must be a zombie. Bang! The driver, who had just turned into a black shadow, was hit in the head and fell to the ground. The driver was at most 60% as strong as that female vampire Raquel in the secret room. He was unlucky to run into Luke. Luke stepped on the guy's back. Tell me, who sent you? Don't tell me it's Dukovich. He's not one of you. The driver struggled weakly on the ground and yelled, your stick, is there something on it? Luke knocked him on the back of the head with the end of the rod. Do you think I don't know that you're scared of silver weapons? As he hit the driver hard, the driver's head let out some sparks, and he screamed. You dare go up against us? We'll get our revenge. Impatient, Luke picked up his Glock. Bang! 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 A series of holes appeared in the driver's stomach. I'm the one asking the questions now. Tell me the locations of your people, and I'll get them to avenge you, he said mockingly. Less than 5 minutes later, Luke stabbed the driver in the head. The chatty duo fell silent as they looked at the driver, who was screaming and struggling in pain. Luke shouted from the back seat, get in, fellas. We're in a hurry here. As if waking up from a dream, they got into the car and continued on their way. Luke took out another lollipop and started munching on it as he hummed, nobody gets out alive. After a brief silence, Kincaid asked, what the hell was that? Luke switched the lollipop from his left cheek to his right cheek. Michael was wrong. Hitting a vampire in the head might not kill them, but it'll still hurt and disfigure them, so of course he doesn't want to be hit in the head. Michael couldn't help but interject, are you very familiar with vampires? Luke shook his head. I'm not familiar with them, but I saw a guy called a Daywalker hunt down and kill a bunch of them. Both Michael and Kincaid sucked in cold breaths of air. This was a monster that was still alive and kicking after being shot a dozen times, and someone could hunt down and kill a bunch of them? At that point, Luke raised his own question. Why is Dukovich working with vampires? Have you heard anything suspicious? After a brief silence, Michael shook his head. Kincaid, however, said, I once heard that Dukovich would secretly send some criminals who had gotten the death penalty to certain parts of Eastern Europe, and the people who received them were from certain private organizations. Luke hummed and didn't say anything else. It was quite possible that Dukovich had been providing the vampires with goods in a mutually beneficial exchange. It couldn't be any easier for a person in power to pillage goods. When the ruler was cruel and had no bottom line, pillaging was very easy. The chatty duo was silent for a moment. But Michael suddenly asked, how can they catch up with us just based on surveillance footage? There are at least 3 to 4 side roads along this route. Are they watching every one of them? I'm more willing to believe that they have people waiting at the docks. Luke didn't say anything. It was impossible for him to be tracked. The most important thing about his fake phone was that it couldn't be used to monitor or locate him. Also, he hadn't been very active in Europe so far, and most of his targets were dead. But his gaze fell on Kincaid in the passenger seat. Michael looked at Kincaid as well. The black baldy was surprised. What? I'm a victim. Do you think I would get someone to kill me? Thinking this, Michael couldn't help but glance at the back seat in the rearview mirror. Luke coughed and said, my phone can't be tracked, but I don't know about yours. Michael shook his head decisively. I'm using a ghost chip. There's no way to trace the source. He looked at the baldy suspiciously. Where did you get the gun just now? Kincaid shrugged. I took it from a mercenary. Michael, you didn't take his phone, did you? After a brief silence, Kincaid gave a hollow laugh. It was convenient. The car swayed on the road and Michael roared, WTF. You're still not throwing it away? Don't you know that you can easily track the location of a phone chip? That's why I'm using a ghost chip. It's 2004, what century are you living in? Kincaid was displeased. I'm an old man, but I'll act as soon as I have a goal. I'm not like the two of you, hesitating and weighing the pros and cons, okay? The chatty duo started arguing again. But as Kincaid argued, he threw his phone out the window, using his actions to admit that it was his mistake. Luke continued eating his lollipop as a spectator. He had known that Kincaid had a phone on him that might draw the enemy. But so what? They were all experience and credit points. It was a pity Michael had discovered the bait phone, and Luke didn't want to be labeled an idiot. Once a person was deemed an idiot, everyone would avoid them in the future, and anything bad that happened would be blamed on them. As dawn broke, the three of them reached a dock. Michael wasn't wrong, the other party had indeed been tracking the phone and hadn't sensed his intentions. There was no one at the dock. There were a lot of docks in England, and plenty of ferries that left for France and Amsterdam. The mercenaries who were after Kincaid weren't a large force, and couldn't monitor all the docks in a short period of time. There were definitely people watching the Channel Tunnel, which was why Michael didn't drive to France. Sitting on the ferry, the three of them leaned against the railing at the top of the ferry and watched England gradually disappear. Luke had bought a big bag of snacks from a supermarket on the pier, and gave Kincaid a drink on the boat. It's an energy drink. It's nothing like the one in Michael's car. Kincaid didn't think anything of it. He accepted it and drank. Luke gave Michael another bottle of coffee. You're still young. Have this to wake up. Neither of them cared. They opened their drinks and started drinking and chatting. Luke sat on the railing with a smile and took out a sandwich to eat. He didn't forget to give the chatty duo some food. The reason he was being so nice was that it would take a few hours to get there, and it would be nice to listen to their two-man show. Food replenished stamina, drinks replenished saliva, and these two chatterboxes could continue chattering. Listening to their conversation, Luke gradually understood what was going on with Kincaid. In a sense, the Black Baldy was similar to Luke. The so-called hitman was just Kincaid making money while killing the bad guys, just like how Luke killed bad guys to earn experience and credit points. Nobody he killed was innocent. When Kincaid openly called himself a good person, Michael was speechless. Michael had fought Kincaid many times, so he naturally knew what kind of people he killed. Practically all of them deserved to die. While he, who wanted to make money, didn't care if his clients were good or bad, as long as they gave him money. Luke finally understood why a decisive killer like Kincaid would help them when the gangsters in Honduras went after Luke and Vanessa. That was because the Black Baldy was truly a good person. He was sure that he was doing a good deed. Even though he was a murderer, this guy was very optimistic and open-minded. In comparison, Michael was much worse. This guy, who was still working hard for money in his career, didn't seem to understand what he wanted. If he only liked money and success, he wouldn't be so lost. As a good person, he wavered over making money, his tortured thoughts turning him into a depressed young man. Luke exhaled in satisfaction and stretched. It was best not to live too complicated a life. The more he thought about it, the more troubles he would have, since the problems in this world would never be solved completely. It was a sunny afternoon in Amsterdam. The city was as pretty as a picture. Flowers and people in gorgeous clothes were everywhere as they walked through old buildings and streets. The three of them took the bus to Michael's supposedly secret base, but he couldn't unlock it. The landlord changed the password and set up a Heitzker alarm system. After putting in the wrong password 3 times, Michael was about to show off his extraordinary electronic decryption skills, when Luke silently stretched out his hand. After putting the fake phone up to the combination lock for 3 seconds, the door opened with a click. Michael, fine, it seems that the landlord didn't install a new security system. Kincaid gave him a thumbs up. You're so professional. Awesome. As he spoke, he laughed and walked in. Michael's face darkened as he looked at Luke. Luke nodded. Yes, this secret base is awesome. He then walked in. After entering, he sat at the window and looked at the scenery outside. Michael put on a clean outfit and prepared to take Kincaid to court at The Hague. Kincaid said that he wanted to take a shower and change into a new set of clothes. Then, Michael called his ex-girlfriend, Agent Roussel of Interpol. Luke couldn't help but smile when he heard the petty Michael say that he forgave his ex-girlfriend, only to be berated by the furious Agent Roussel. Congratulations, Michael Bryce. The sour smell of love is blown away by your foul mouth once again. Thinking that, he looked at a street corner, where a black Baldy flashed past. A minute later, Michael rushed downstairs and asked, "Where's Kincaid?" Luke shrugged. "Weren't you watching him?" Michael let out a sh*t, put on his helmet, and rode a motorcycle out of the safe house. A moment later, Luke left leisurely. But now, he was wearing a black leather jacket and a black helmet. He got onto a Harley Fat Boy motorcycle. With a low rumble, the Fat Boy charged up the street and left. A moment later, Luke stopped the bike next to the clock tower. He looked at Kincaid, who was walking over with a basket of tulips, and sighed. The master of love lives up to his reputation. No wonder Sonia became his wife in just a few days. Muttering to himself, he looked at a house facing the clock tower several hundred meters away. That was the Interpol detention center, where Sonia, Kincaid's wife, was locked up. When she talked to Kincaid on the phone, she said that she could only see one big clock tower from her room. Looking at the gorgeous tulips at the top of the clock tower that faced the detention center, Luke changed his mind. Previously, he had been planning to send Kincaid to testify and test how many experience and credit points he could earn from this sort of extra work on the side. But after seeing how Kincaid handled things, he felt that there was no need to disrupt the old man's sweet trip over an experiment. After the trial, he could kill Dukovic with one shot from 800 meters away, and would earn a lot of experience and credit as well. The drone had already landed at the clock tower and was monitoring the surroundings. Many suspicious people were earmarked on the screen. Luke only needed to look at them to know that they weren't police officers. They were clearly mercenaries, just like the group that had chased Kincaid in Coventry. Luke got off the bike and walked into the crowd without taking off his helmet. Starting from the fringes, he approached the people who were following Kincaid. The moment he got close, he grabbed a criminal and punched him in the stomach and in the back of the head. He then helped the criminal lie down on a stone bench. It had to be said that the square near the clock tower was quite a nice place. Fresh flowers were everywhere, as well as chairs and the like for people to rest on. It was very easy for Luke to find a place to throw away this garbage. He moved quickly and stealthily. Everybody was lazily enjoying the afternoon sun, and few people paid attention to Luke. Just like that, he forced more than 10 mercenaries to go to sleep. If they were lucky, they would be sent to the hospital, and if they were unlucky, they would be woken up by the cold at night. Looking at Michael, who had also knocked out several mercenaries and followed Kincaid into the clock tower, Luke smiled. Instead of joining in on the fun, Luke returned to the motorbike and listened to their conversation through his earpiece as he checked the surveillance footage. Naturally, Kincaid, who was like an old man from the last century, had no idea that Luke had put a few bugs on him when he was unconscious. Otherwise, Luke wouldn't be so relaxed. "Can't you get someone to deliver the flowers?" "No, I haven't bought flowers for Sonia in a long time. She'll love them to death. Even if you're followed by a bunch of mercenaries who want to kill you. It's been a long time. Of course I have to give her a special surprise." The chatty duo in the clock tower began to bicker. Luke smiled as he started the motorbike and unhurriedly crossed the street. Michael was still too young. Kincaid was the true master of love. This was love. Sighing inwardly, he stuck his P226 out from under his right armpit. Pooh! 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 He shot one mercenary standing outside a car up ahead, as well as 3 in the car. The first one was shot in the leg, while the mercenaries in the car could only take the hits in the upper torso since Luke couldn't see their lower halves. Luke didn't kill the mercenaries. This was a square full of people, and the dead could easily traumatize children. After 4 shots, the Harley fat boy veered to the side and left the mercenary screaming outside the car to attract curious passers-by. You know what? I told her today that I forgave her. Hey, not many women want to be forgiven. They'll think that they were the ones who made the mistake. The chatterbox duo continued to bicker. Luke hummed a tune as he pulled the trigger. I want to know what love is, I want you to show me. Pooh. Pooh. 2 mercenaries who were sitting down were shot from behind, and they screamed as they clutched their butts. The fat boy sped up and approached an SUV. Pooh. 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 The 2 mercenaries who had just opened the car doors after getting news of an attack were sent rolling back into the car, and the driver was also shot. The other black SUV started up. The mercenaries in it clearly planned to move to reduce the chances of being attacked. Luke blew up the rear wheel on one side of the SUV with 2 gunshots, and the car swerved and broke through the railing, falling into the river. Looking at the 3 mercenaries who were struggling to climb out of the car, Luke shot them in the shoulder. The 3 unlucky bastards screamed and took huge gulps of yellowish-green water before they struggled to the surface once again. Some helpful people were going to rescue them, but they saw the 3 people waving their guns. The enthusiastic people immediately scattered, and many of them took out their phones to call the police. Yes, I want to forget about Kurosawa. What? Wait, which Kurosawa? Takashi Kurosawa, my client. Roussel leaked his schedule and got him ambushed and assassinated. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? Ha ha ha, I was the one who killed Kurosawa. It was at the airport, right? He wasn't my target, but your Land Rover was too eye-catching. I just happened to look and recognize that arms dealer, so I shot him. What? From 300 meters away, through a window the size of a C-cup. Bang! Because of that shot, I made another fortune. I thought you knew I killed him. The chatterbox duo was still bickering. Luke burst out laughing. What was the most tragic story in the world? For Michael, he had always thought that he was the victim, but in the end, he found out that he had maligned his hot girlfriend, and his money, career and girls all went up in smoke. Luke, who was laughing too hard, had to adjust himself for a moment before the Harley caught up with an SUV that was circling the square. Pooh! 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 The mercenaries in the SUV screamed as they were shot. Ouch! Why did you slap me? A certain black baldy yelled. Let's split up, a certain bodyguard roared. The chatterbox duo ended their bickering. At that moment, the square was finally a little chaotic. Luke had taken down more than 20 mercenaries in one go. He hadn't killed anyone, but they had all been shot. At their screams, the people around them noticed that they were bleeding, and that some had guns on them. The enthusiastic crowd immediately notified the police, and the more cowardly ones ran off with their friends, yelling for the others to leave. Both the mercenaries and Interpol knew that Kincaid was very good to his wife and wouldn't abandon her. Thus, both parties had deployed men near the detention center, waiting for the Black Baldy to rescue his wife. Now that Luke had stepped in, the mercenaries were exposed to Interpol. The mercenaries who had been shot by a certain someone found it difficult to escape, and were all caught by Interpol. However, Michael was too angry to care about that. He left the clock tower and sat down at an outdoor bar not far away. Give me 2 glasses of vodka. Do you know how hard I worked? I laid out everything because I didn't want to make a single mistake. In the end, I was ruined by that damn bullet and by a window as big as a C-cup. Gritting his teeth, Michael's hands that were the size of C-cups themselves twitched as if he wanted to crush something. The bartender subconsciously drew back and covered his chest with his hands. It wasn't uncommon for drunkards to attack a man's chest. This was the Netherlands, and Amsterdam. A man harassing a man was an offense recognized by the law. Luke was a little helpless when he looked at the surrounding mercenaries who couldn't wait any longer. How many people did Dukovic hire to silence him? There are more than 50 of them. Even though he had already taken down more than 30 mercenaries, there were still a number of them who approached after Kincaid left the clock tower. Forget it, let's go with simple and crude. In any case, Dukovic and Kincaid would bear the responsibility. Luke made the easiest decision. Bang! 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 Luke had just made up his mind, when an impatient mercenary opened fire at Kincaid, who was 10 meters away. Mercenaries like you with no technique at all are the worst. Muttering to himself, Luke fired again. This brutish mercenary was easily dealt with. But as soon as the simple and crude battle began, the square was thrown into chaos. Several mercenaries who were still closing in didn't bother to hide anymore. They took out their guns and fired at Kincaid. The sudden burst of gunfire frightened the people in the square. Some of them ran around, some hid behind cover, and some yelled for the police. Police sirens rang everywhere. Interpol and the police in Amsterdam already had a contingency plan and promptly put it into action. Unfortunately, they weren't as good as the mercenaries. 2 of their cars had barely arrived when the mercenaries smashed the windows and caused them to crash on the roadside. Kincaid fled with 4 or 5 mercenaries hot on his tail. He was good at shooting, but he couldn't stop the enemy from opening fire 20 to 30 meters away. At this distance, it would be hard for him to use his pistol against the enemy. The old man bent down and scuttled off. He never hesitated when he had to lay low for a bit. Using all sorts of cover, he ran more than 10 meters and jumped onto a speedboat on the river. He said, "Sorry," and dragged the driver to shore. He then stepped on the gas pedal and the speedboat rushed out. Kincaid had killed countless people, but he never killed innocent people, and he certainly didn't want to start a fight in this crowded square. He might be worried about the people in the square, but the mercenaries weren't. The speedboat kicked up massive amounts of white foam on the river and sped off. Many of the rivers in Amsterdam were small canals that were more than 10 meters wide. The speedboat wasn't fast and couldn't completely avoid the gunfire from the road. When the mercenaries realized that Kincaid had slipped away, they didn't give up, and chased after him. The police officers didn't give up and followed the mercenaries. In an instant, gunshots and sirens rang out in the romantic city streets, and there was a constant series of accidents. Luke wasn't in a hurry. Kincaid wouldn't die so easily. Safety first. Riding the motorbike up to the back of the mercenaries' SUV, Luke pulled out a secret weapon from its leather holster on the back of the bike. Bang! Bang! He sped past the car and shot the front with his weapon. The front of the SUV blew up and blood sprayed from the driver's seat as the car broke through the guardrail and fell into the river. Luke exclaimed, F***King A. He pumped the weapon, and the empty shell shot out with a crack. The motorbike reached the second SUV by then. Bang! Bang! The mercenary in the second SUV was also hit in the face as the front of the car blew up. The bearded mercenary in the passenger seat reacted quickly and grabbed the wheel to prevent the SUV from going out of control. Luke swung his weapon around again and raised it. The bearded mercenary's expression changed drastically. He loosened his grip and hid under the dashboard. Bang! Bang! The passenger seat window shattered, and the SUV flipped over with a loud crash. Glancing at the guy in the passenger seat, Luke snorted and left. His secret weapon was a favorite personal toy that could only hold 7 bullets. It was too wasteful to use on a person, and was best for taking out cars. If there were 4 mercenaries to an SUV, it would be 7 in the first round, and in the next round, 18. Wow! Luke forced himself to calm down. These mercenaries weren't bad, but individually, they weren't that strong, they weren't as good as regular troops. It was very hard for Luke to be serious. The first car took a turn, and the Harley Fat Boy swung into an alley. When it charged out, it just happened to line up with the passenger side of the third SUV. Luke raised his weapon again. The mercenary in the passenger seat was terrified and quickly ducked. Bang! The mercenary felt a slight pain where the bullet brushed his scalp, but when he saw his comrade in the driver's seat start to bleed from the chest, he couldn't help but rejoice that it wasn't him. In the end, a hand reached through the broken window, grabbed his gun belt, and dragged him out of the car. The mercenary yelled and waved his arms wildly, trying to cast off the gun belt. But Luke had twisted the gun belt around his neck, and he couldn't pull it off. The mercenary's butt was dragged over the uneven bricks on the street, and his eyes were about to roll back. With one swing of the gun belt, the mercenary's head hit the railing on the side of the road and he was left half hanging from it. Throwing away this excess garbage, Luke continued the chase. However, a series of gunshots rang out, and the things around him blew up. 2 officers in police cars were firing at him. Luke was lost for words. These police officers were truly outstanding. They just attacked whoever they saw. He turned the bike around decisively, and the Harley Fat Boy dashed over a bridge as it followed the SUV. He caught up with the SUV at a corner and shot at a window, forcing the car to veer into the river. The Harley Fat Boy suddenly sped up and charged up the hood of a car, using the momentum to soar high in the air toward the middle of the bridge. There, a mercenary had an RPG aimed at the incoming speedboat. The black baldy on the speedboat widened his eyes and his nostrils flared. He even stopped breathing for one moment. Trying to avoid that thing on this narrow river was a pure gamble. He wasn't confident he could do it, and could only pray for God's blessing. At that moment, the rumble of a motorbike suddenly rang out as a Harley Fat Boy flew over and landed on the bridge before Kincaid. Kincaid could even see a modified Winchester M1887 spinning leisurely in the hand of this rider in black leather. With a clear crack, the shell flew out and the next bullet was loaded. Bang! This shot caused the mercenary with the RPG to spin half a circle, and the rocket head shot into the SUV next to it. The man's accomplice was scared out of his wits. Before he could react, a rocket burst through the window. But because it was at such close range, the rocket wasn't triggered and it didn't explode. Instead, it pierced the man's shoulder and nailed him to the seat. The Harley Fat Boy flew over the head of the shooter and brushed past him. In midair, Luke put his beloved toy back into its leather holster on the back of the bike and gripped the bike firmly to prevent it from wobbling. The Harley Fat Boy hit the bridge, its rear shaking twice before the bike finally stabilized. It swerved left and right on the sidewalk and caught up with the criminals and police cars. The people in the police cars finally stopped shooting at him. The officer in the passenger seat was surprised and shouted, "Which department are you from?" He had seen Luke kill the mercenary with the RPG, and anyone who used an RPG in the city couldn't be on the police's side. So, was Luke an ally? Luke didn't say anything. He stepped on the gas pedal and drove past the police car. He then turned around with his left hand stretched out. Crack! Bang! The last SUV swerved, but it couldn't avoid Luke's shotgun blast, and the hood was instantly destroyed. But the driver was very persistent. Even as the SUV slowed down, he tried to keep moving forward. Luke smiled and pumped his Winchester again. Crack! The criminal finally raised his head to check the road up ahead. In the end, he saw the black muzzle of a gun pointed at the driver's window. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "No!" Bang! Blood splattered on the driver's seat. Wasn't it good to be alive? Why was he so dedicated? Luke sighed and put his gun away. Watching Kincaid disappear around a bend in the river, the Harley Fat Boy which Luke was riding sped up again. While Kincaid successfully escaped, the bodyguard ran into some trouble. Michael might have been infected with bad luck. He also helped Kincaid take care of a lot of the mercenaries, but was sent flying from his motorbike in the end by a group of mercenaries and was captured when he passed out. Following the tracker that he had placed on Michael, Luke turned the bike around and went after them. 20 minutes later, Luke observed the mercenary nest in front of him outside an old building on the outskirts of the city. He looked at the screen again. There was a green dot rapidly approaching. The green dot was Kincaid. The old man wasn't simple. After escaping pursuit, he quickly turned around to catch up with the mercenaries that had returned. Michael was about to be given an electric shock, and Kincaid, the black baldy, was about to rush over as well. Luke couldn't wait any longer. In his earpiece, Michael was chattering non-stop. "Don't you know you need me to trust you and establish a connection first before I tell you anything, ah." There was a scream as the kid with the cheap mouth was given an electric shock. Luke had no choice. These mercenaries were neither Kincaid nor Roussel, and wouldn't tolerate Michael's foul mouth. "Now, tell me, where did Kincaid go?" "I'll count to 3. Michael's mouth moved quickly. Wait. Are you a vampire? Look at your pale face and red lips." The executioner, who was in the middle of saying 1, subconsciously paused for a moment, before he called out 2. Michael quickly said, I'll talk. He's right behind you, I swear. See? Scout's honor, ah. The executioner impatiently pressed the electric prod to Michael's body again. "Who are you kidding? Do you think I'll believe you?" A rope quietly fell from above to swiftly wrap around the executioner several times. 2 large hands reached out from behind the executioner to grab his hand and pull the electric prod away from Michael before pressing it to the executioner's strangely tattooed chest. Then, as one hand held down the electric prod, the other reached out to adjust the button. He pushed the voltage up to the maximum and pressed harder on the executioner's chest. "He's not lying. I'm right behind you." The executioner wasn't in a position to reply. Smoke rose from his body and the smell of roasting meat wafted out. But even so, the guy was still conscious. He only screamed in pain, and 2 fangs protruded from his lips. "Tell me, where are your compatriots?" Luke asked after a short pause. "You can just wait to die. They'll come for you," the executioner threatened. Luke wasn't in the mood to talk to him at all. He picked up Michael, who had been tied to the electric chair, and tossed him onto a mattress on the side before tying the executioner to the chair. He stabbed the tip of the electric prod hard into the criminal's chest and turned on the current. Luke checked on Michael. But the guy had been suffering from insomnia recently, and the electric shock had successfully helped him fall asleep, so Luke didn't bother to wake him up. Luke suddenly turned his head and said, "Kincaid, put down the cutter. Are you going to kill someone? If you're so energetic, get Michael out first." The black baldy, who had just reached the door and was prepared to use the cutter, was stunned. "Cool bird." Luke hummed and said, "Are you still going to The Hague to testify? If you don't want to, leave Michael in the car outside and go." "Kincaid, you're letting me go." He had previously had several chances to slip away, but Luke had been watching him, so he could only give up. Hearing Luke now, he didn't believe it. Luke said, "I'll find an opportunity to shoot Dukovich. It won't matter if you're there or not." Kincaid sighed helplessly. "Forget it. I owe it to Michael." Luke chuckled inwardly and didn't say anything. The black baldy's wife was still in the hands of Interpol. It would be strange if he could run. His agreement with Interpol was that they would release his wife if he testified. Unlike the naive Interpol officers, Luke knew that the only thing stopping Kincaid from making a run for it was his wife. Once Sonia escaped imprisonment, would Kincaid still serve his sentence obediently? They would have to lock the old man up in a special sort of prison, but Interpol probably didn't have a prison for unique people. Interpol might sound high and mighty, but they were in fact wrangling with other countries every day. Few countries liked them, let alone would give them territory to build a special prison. Walking back to the electric chair, Luke cut the power. Now, do you remember where your compatriots are? The executioner, I really don't know. I'm just a temporary guard here. In other words, you're useless now. Luke sneered. Hearing that, the executioner suddenly came back to his senses. No. Ugh. But it was too late. Impatient, Luke simply stabbed the electric prod into the executioner's heart. Then you can die. Smoke started to rise from the executioner's body as he roared despairingly in his heart, I just want to say, don't shock me, I'll tell you everything. Kincaid shouted from outside, are you done? We're leaving. Looking at the executioner, who smelled like roasted meat, Luke snorted. You're still alive. Vampires live up to their reputation. He suddenly swung his stake, and the silver-plated tip pierced the executioner's head. The vampire howled miserably, and sparks flew out of his eye sockets as he was completely annihilated. System: kill the vampire's servant executioner and destroy the secret nest. Completed. Total experience, 1000. Total credit, 1000. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 1000. Credit plus 1000. Host's experience, 40,750/90,000. Credit, 29,450. His harvest this time wasn't bad. Although he hadn't killed the mercenaries earlier, he had earned almost 1,000 experience and credit points from them. When it came to the abilities of the vampires and their servants, there basically wasn't much of a difference, it could only be discerned purely through experience. Luke stepped out of the building and got onto his Harley Fat Boy. He said to Kincaid, who was in the car, you go straight to The Hague. I'll follow you. I'll take care of the mercenaries. Kincaid nodded and drove off. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and the International Criminal Court of The Hague would close at 5. To make it to the trial today, Kincaid couldn't waste any more time. Not long after, Kincaid switched to another car and dragged Michael, who had only just regained consciousness, to The Hague. He could only blame the guy for having a cheap mouth, Luke was only a little late, and Michael had already been shocked twice. Kincaid's Ford was in the front, and Luke's Harley followed behind them as they headed west. The Hague was only 60 kilometers away from Amsterdam. If they picked up speed, they would arrive in 40 minutes. At the highway exit in front of The Hague, the mercenaries emerged again. Luke had already seen them with his binoculars from an overpass, so he wasn't surprised. He simply told Kincaid to relax and head for the court. Kincaid glanced in the rearview mirror, only to see the windows of 2 SUVs that emerged from a street behind them shatter as they crashed on the side of the road. This time, Luke chose the method he was most used to. The moment the mercenaries' SUVs appeared, Luke sped up and swept the area with the UMP that he had found in the mercenaries' nest. Michael, who had woken up, was also paying attention to the situation behind the car. Seeing Luke's simple and blunt methods, he heaved a sigh of relief. It's a good thing we didn't go along with Cool Bird after we entered Amsterdam. Otherwise, I would definitely be going to jail. Although Luke never revealed his face once he got on the Harley Fat Boy, Michael wasn't stupid. The only person who would help them at this moment was Cool Bird, who had disappeared. Kincaid, is it really alright to make such sarcastic remarks to an old man who's going to go to prison after testifying? Michael sweated. Sorry. Wait, I wasn't the one who caught you. Why should I apologize? Also, you ruined my life. Kincaid said, you're complaining like a resentful wife again. Are you sure you want to face your ex-girlfriend like this? Michael, what do you suggest? Kincaid said, I think you should do this, and this, and this. Luke casually helped them out as he listened to the dirty talk. After Luke flipped over 4 to 5 cars of mercenaries, Kincaid and Michael finally entered the International Criminal Court at The Hague. The trial officially began. Luke found an empty room, put away the Harley fat boy, and switched his face and clothes again. He had a tall body and strong features, and was wearing a white shirt, trousers, and leather shoes. He also had a big backpack. He had successfully transformed into a handsome black man. Walking out of the room, he stuck a lollipop in his mouth and walked leisurely to the courtroom that was several hundred meters away. Kincaid and the others had gone in, but that didn't mean it was over. If Dukovic was convicted, he would be sentenced to life imprisonment without parole, and might even be sentenced to death for crimes against humanity. How many people had he killed and how many family members wanted to take revenge on him? It wouldn't be less than 1,000 people. If he didn't seize this last chance to retaliate, he would definitely die if he went to prison. Also, Dukovic had given Luke almost 200 mercenaries worth of points. Given this heavy-handed and crazed style, he would definitely have a final trick up his sleeve. Outside the court, hundreds of people with signs were standing outside the blockade. Most of them had a grudge against Dukovic, who had killed their family and friends. A minority were the enthusiastic masses and reporters who had come specifically to see this butcher be sentenced. Luke had a calm expression on his face as he moved around the crowd. There was no need to smile. The people here weren't in the mood to smile. Most of them were worried, hostile, furious or expectant, but no one was happy. He circled the crowd, but didn't find anything. There were no explosives, firearms, or dangerous chemicals. Without these things, Dukovic couldn't create chaos from the outside. There were more than 50 officers in the criminal court, as well as patrolling Interpol and SWAT officers. It wouldn't be easy to escape. Thinking that, he walked to a tree not far away from the crowd and checked the image transmitted by the drone. In the courtroom, Kincaid presented lethal evidence, photos and videos of Dukovic at the scenes of slaughter. There was an uproar. This was solid evidence. In the courtroom, Dukovic looked at the evidence and suddenly smiled. "Judges, to save time, let me say something." Luke narrowed his eyes and had a bad feeling. He had dealt with many crazy big shots, especially when they were in desperate straits. It was the nature of many big shots to put up one last struggle. Without this sort of temperament, they wouldn't have been able to climb to the top in a society where the strong preyed on the weak. There was madness in Dukovic's tone. Luke glanced at the surveillance footage and suddenly noticed a large freight truck speeding down the street. Thinking quickly, he stood behind the tree and out of the line of sight. He picked up the folded White Wolf armor and said, "White Wolf armor, activate." With a crack, the white armor extended over his back to cover his entire body in 10 seconds. Luke turned into a white shadow and charged forward. The freight truck sped up and headed straight for the court building. Luke appeared not far away. Looking at the empty driver's seat, Luke frowned and drew his pistol. Pa! 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 The two front wheels didn't explode, they were explosion-proof tires. Thinking quickly, Luke followed the truck. His sharp nose had already picked up the scent of explosives in the trunk. He looked around and found that the situation was a little tricky. The freight truck was currently on the street, and there were buildings on both sides of the road. He couldn't let the truck stop here, or the explosion would kill a lot of people. But he couldn't let the truck charge directly for the court, where hundreds of people were also gathered. Thoughts whirling, he took out something and typed a line of words before he suddenly threw it in the direction of the court. The object that looked like a frisbee started to make a loud noise in the air. "Warning, there is a bomb on the truck. Evacuate at once." The crowd at the court gates raised their heads in surprise, only to see a black disc fly over and land hard in the grass not far away, but the words that it was broadcasting didn't stop. Everybody subconsciously looked at the truck that was speeding up and sensed that something was wrong. This wasn't a main thoroughfare, and a freight truck like this wouldn't pass through here. In that moment of silence, the police officers who were maintaining order were the first to react. They gestured frantically and shouted, "Run! Run over there!" They were telling the crowd to run away from the truck and to the other side of the building. It was dangerous, but it was better than being directly exposed to the explosion. Right at that moment, a white figure dashed out from the right and swung a black longsword. Clang! An ear-piercing metallic sound rang out as the truck's right front wheel jerked. Clang! 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 Luke unleashed his full strength, and the truck's right front wheel finally couldn't withstand the force and fell out. As the front right wheel fell off, the truck naturally swung around and crashed in the square on the right. The wheel hit a stone step, and the front of the car was smashed. The freight truck's carriage also stopped abruptly before it was lifted into the air and then crashed in the square. Boom! A huge fireball exploded with a loud bang and sent out a violent shock wave. The people who were running in all directions fell to the ground at practically the same time. Luke had already ducked behind a building when the truck turned around. Looking at the glass doors and windows that were blown out by the shock wave, he cursed Dukovich for being a lunatic. That had to be over 100 kilograms of explosives. Luke suspected there would have been even more if Dukovich hadn't been in the courtroom. After the blast, Luke stuck his head out and surveyed the court building in the distance. His warning gave everyone more than 10 seconds to escape. His efforts prevented the truck from exploding in the crowd, but many people were still injured. They were either sitting or lying on the ground, confused by the explosion and the shock wave. Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "White wolf armor, release." With a crack, the armor on his body automatically folded back into a flat white box. Only then did he quickly run to the court to join the rescue operation. On his way, he sighed inwardly. There were a lot of people who were injured, but Luke chose to treat the ones who needed the most urgent attention. The others could wait for the paramedics from the hospital, most of whom were probably already en route. Looking at the system, he had just earned more than 2,000 experience and credit points, which meant that he had saved hundreds of lives. But from what Luke had just heard in the court hearing, it didn't matter whether Dukovich confessed to this crime or not. This was Dukovich's final madness. There was a droning in the air as a red emergency helicopter flew over. How efficient. Not bad. Luke thought to himself as he raised his head for a look. The helicopter flew over his head and headed swiftly for the court building. He frowned and looked at the helicopter again. It seemed he saw someone in the helicopter just now holding a rifle. That wasn't right. The police had their own helicopter, and shouldn't have taken the hospital's rescue helicopter. Also, the person on the helicopter didn't look like a police officer. Sure enough, he heard gunshots from the top of the building. It was clearly the sound of a rifle opening fire. Luke got up and rushed to the court building. He activated the White Wolf armor and jumped up the building via the windows to reach the top floor. Looking at the helicopter that was landing, Luke raised an eyebrow. Two people were running toward the helicopter. One of them had recently become a hot topic in Europe, Dukovich. Luke unhurriedly drew his gun. Pa! The mercenary protecting Dukovich collapsed. Pa! Pa! The heads of the two mercenaries on the helicopter exploded. Startled, Dukovich turned around and raised his gun. Seeing Luke walk over, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Anyone who delayed his escape would die. Pa! 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 The white figure dodged the bullets and sped toward Dukovich, grabbing his gun and picking him up. Dukovich struggled, but to no avail. He was going to kick Luke, but he missed as he was turned around. Luke held Dukovich out over the edge of the roof by his right hand before turning him back around to face him. Tell me about the vampires and I'll give you a quick death. Dukovich was stunned. What? Luke said, have you forgotten how much food you gave them? He then exerted force. Duhovik screamed. His right hand was crushed, and all his weight was hanging from it. Luke picked up Duhovic's left hand with his other hand. "If you speak any more nonsense, I'll crush every bone in your body." Duhovic gritted his teeth and smiled. "No, you have to ask for their permission first." He looked behind Luke. Luke didn't even need to turn around to know that the police had arrived. The corners of his mouth twitched. Crack! Dukovich screamed again as his left hand was crushed. Then, his world flipped as Luke hung him upside down by his right foot. "Now, you still have 2 legs. How many bones do you think you'll break before they save you?" A cold electronic voice rang out. Dukovich was sweating from the pain, but he yelled, "Save me! Save me!" Behind Luke, the officer finally shouted, "Police, freeze!" Luke didn't turn around. He simply lowered his head. "Tell me. If you die, information on the vampire family will be worthless to you." Looking at the bluish-purple lenses, Dukovich gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Luke suddenly sighed and nodded. "Forget it. I admire those with backbone the most. I'll let you go." Surprise flashed in Dukovich's eyes, but he suddenly felt weightless. The bluish-purple lenses on the wolf mask seemed to flash mockingly as they gradually drew further away. "No!" Dukovich screamed in despair as he fell from the building. Many people downstairs had already noticed the situation on the roof. When Luke grabbed Dukovich and hung him over the edge, he had deliberately chosen to face the crowd. At that moment, there were at least 200 to 300 people watching. Even though most of them were injured, they couldn't help but be attracted by what was happening on the roof. The reporters and their cameras recorded most of the event. It wasn't until Dukovich fell from the top of the building that an uproar broke out down below. Poochie! Dukovich's body fell onto the iron railing next to the building. His chest was pierced through by a sharp iron rail, and he hung there, blood pouring from his mouth. The last thing he saw was the crowd gradually gathering around him, and the shock and joy in their eyes. Dukovich! Dukovich! Dead! Dukovich is dead! The butcher is dead! Ha ha ha! Sob! Dad, Mom, do you see this? He's finally dead! The shouts grew louder and louder, like a huge wave. More and more people gathered around and looked at the butcher who was stuck on the top of the iron railing. They were all excited. Some laughed, some cried, some prayed, and some threw stones and rubbish at the body, but all of them were relieved. Dukovich, the butcher, finally hadn't escaped punishment. His body was right in front of them. Many people couldn't help but look at the white figure on the roof, trying to see everything clearly. On the roof, the officers looked at each other. What should they do? It was their duty to shoot at the murderer without hesitation. But from the bottom of their hearts, they didn't want to attack this person. They had already heard through their comms that this man in white had taken care of the truck explosion and saved a lot of lives. Besides, the man in white had killed Dukovich, the butcher who had planned the explosion. The captain finally said, "Be careful. I'll give you 2 minutes to think about it. You better surrender, or you'll have to bear the consequences." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and the police officers retreated to the rooftop door. Luke smiled. This was clearly a hint that they could only stall for 2 minutes, and Luke had to run as soon as possible. He bowed slightly to the captain on the roof with his left hand behind his back and his right hand on his chest. "Thank you." With that, Luke straightened up and ran toward the rooftop on one side of the building. He jumped and shouted, "Angel wings, activate." 2 silver wings snapped out of the armor on his back. To everyone's surprise, a white figure with wings on its back flew across the square outside the court and disappeared amidst the buildings several hundred meters away. "What's that?" "Angel. It's an angel. He saved us and punished Dukovich before he left. Praise our Lord for granting us the power to defeat the demons." On the rooftop, the police officers who observed Luke's departure from up close fell silent. A moment later, a police officer asked cautiously, "Boss, do you think this guy is interested in you?" Bang! The captain kicked his head into the wall. Of course, he was wearing a bulletproof helmet, so he was fine. Everybody else burst out laughing. Did this idiot not know that the captain hated it when people talked about her gender? Luke, however, was in a very good mood. Compared with the Batman cape, this pair of wings made of special materials was more suitable for flight. Unfortunately, it also required more power. The glider could fly for a while without any power. If the angel wings didn't have any power, it would fall within minutes. However, even if it currently needed to recharge for an hour just to fly for 5 minutes, it was enough. Luke wasn't planning on using it to travel, it was just a handy complement in battle. A certain wealthy man had yet to come up with the real flight technology for a battle suit. Luke had to wait a little longer. In less than a minute, he had flown several kilometers through the air and successfully disappeared among the buildings of the city. 10 minutes later, he got into a cab. To the bus station. Before nightfall, Luke appeared on the streets of Paris. Thinking for a moment, he dialed a number. "Elena, it's me." After a brief silence, there was a shout of delight. "Luke, why did you call me?" Luke was amused. "I can call you every now and then, can't I? Can I take you out for a cup of coffee?" "What?" Elena was even more surprised. "Wait, you're in Paris?" Luke said, "I'm here on a last-minute trip. I'm flying back out tomorrow night." Elena asked, "Where are you?" "I'll come find you." Luke said, "Downstairs." Elena said, "Wait." A moment later, there was the sound of hurried footsteps, and the door was flung open and smashed against the wall. With a smile, Elena threw herself into his arms. "You're really here. God! Am I dreaming?" Luke hugged her soft body and walked inside. "Let's go. I remember you told me that Paris isn't safe at night." Elena had been about to cry at first, but she couldn't help but chuckle. "You remember that?" Luke closed the door with a smile and put her on his back. "I remember. A nice girl picked me up off the roadside. How could I forget?" Elena hugged him tightly. "Damn it. Have you had a lot of girlfriends? Why do you always say such sweet nothings?" Luke quickly denied it. "No, I just met an interesting old man, a man." Elena asked, "What's he like?" Luke said, "He's a little ugly, but his wife is a great beauty." They didn't even meet for a week before he turned her into his wife. "They're very loving now." Elena said, "Wow, no wonder your mouth is so sweet. Did you learn from him?" Luke said, "I haven't had coffee yet, are you sure my mouth is sweet?" Elena said, "Let me confirm it first. It was drizzling in Paris tonight." Seeing Luke return with freshly brewed coffee, Elena sighed in satisfaction. "I remember that it was raining when we had coffee last time." Luke moved the small table so that it was level with their heads and added sugar and milk unhurriedly. He chuckled. "That's right. The apartment next door is the same as when I left. Even the coffee I bought is still there. Don't tell me you're using it as a storeroom." Elena didn't say anything. Of course, she wouldn't tell him that she hadn't rented out the apartment next door after Luke left. She simply left it untouched. Apart from cleaning it regularly, she also liked to rest there and have a small pot of coffee. It wasn't wrong to call it a storage room. It was where she stored her beautiful memories, including the coffee he bought. Lying lazily in Luke's arms, they talked about what they had been up to. Of course, Elena did most of the talking. Luke could talk about a lot of things, but it wasn't the right time to talk about his work. Soon, the topic shifted to the LA earthquake, and naturally to Batman. Luke wouldn't avoid talking about Batman. It would be strange for anyone to deliberately avoid talking about Batman. But Elena suddenly said, "Actually, Batman is a little like you." Stunned, Luke pointed at his nose. Like me? Elena pulled his hand down with a smile. I don't know why, but I had this feeling when I saw the videos and photos of Batman. Luke was lost for words for a moment. Is this an artist's intuition? Elena chuckled. Maybe. I always put you together when I'm painting. Want to see it? When Luke nodded, she stretched out her hand to pick up a stack of sketches in a corner not far away. Looking at the drawings, he smiled. This is Batman. He's nothing like me. Elena nodded matter-of-factly. I'm just drawing him based on the photos. Of course you're like him, look at the second last photo. Luke flipped to the two pictures at the bottom and was intrigued. The first picture was the earliest draft of him as a black angel on a rainy night. He had seen it before. The second picture was probably the first one of Batman that Elena had drawn after reading about him in the news. The characters were different, but their movements and designs were identical. To put it in a less nice way, it was as if two different people had been photoshopped onto the same image. Holding the two sketches in his hand, Luke fell silent. Elena leaned against him. Are you unhappy? Luke sighed. Another powerful opponent has appeared to steal your attention. How can I be happy? Elena burst out laughing and didn't forget to punch him in the chest. Damn it. If I get the chance, I definitely need to meet this master of love that you mentioned. What spell did he cast on you? With a smile on his face, Luke put the sketches back and hugged her. No, I think what we need to do is deepen our understanding of each other. Elena exclaimed, wait, I want another cup of coffee. Luke chuckled. Isn't there some in my mouth? The rain outside the window didn't stop after a night, but grew even heavier. They didn't go out to play, even though Paris was a beautiful place in the rain. In Elena's words, she had visited all the streets and alleys of Paris already, and all she wanted to do was stay home. Luke bought a quick breakfast at a coffee shop on the street corner, and the two stayed in the apartment. Elena looked at the window and suddenly said that it would be great if she could open it directly and look at the rain outside. Luke smiled and went to Pierre's tool shed. He found some tools and materials, and after half an hour, he modified her window. Although Tony Stark's abilities had to do with machines, it wasn't hard for Luke to modify the window. Looking at how the window opened upward instead of outward, a pleasantly surprised Elena asked, "This will work?" Luke was amused. 1,000 years ago, China had windows like this. I didn't invent it. As he spoke, he latched the metal supports on both sides in place and raised the window. How about this? Elena waved at him with a smile. After Luke put down his tools and walked over, she gave him a kiss. Are you really a police officer? I think you're more like a mechanic. Luke bent down slightly and carried her into the bathroom to wash off the dust and wood shavings. Yes, I'm good at fixing certain things. For example, people. He mumbled inwardly. A while later, they sat back down at the table and enjoyed their coffee as they looked at Paris in the rain. The light rain outside the window cooled the room down. Elena shivered. Luke covered her with a blanket with a smile. Don't catch a cold. Elena was about to reply, when she exclaimed, No, just sit here for a while. Ah, forget it, do what you want. Luke, however, picked up the coffee on the table and poured her another cup. Isn't it more comfortable to drink it like this? Elena bit her lip. Can't you stay still for a while? Luke shrugged. I'm very honest now. Elena was lost for words. When night fell and Luke was done showering, he looked at Elena, who was dozing on the bed, and kissed her. She responded sleepily, then suddenly opened her eyes and woke up with a start. You're leaving? Luke nodded. I have a plane to catch later. Elena nodded. Got it. Then, go. Looking at her face, Luke smiled and stroked her. You can come to Los Angeles when you have the time. There are a lot of art centers there. Elena stared at him. Aren't you afraid that I'll interrupt your work? Luke said, are you going to look at me every day instead of the art you like? Elena punched him. You should learn more from that love master. That isn't touching at all. Go, don't miss your flight. Luke kissed her again and left with his backpack. Elena didn't get up. She simply lay in bed, deep in thought. A gust of wind blew, and she shivered. Waking up from contemplation of her future studies, she covered her naked body with a blanket. Looking at the open window and the faint lights outside, she sighed in satisfaction. It really is beautiful. After boarding the flight, Luke didn't find it boring. He took out the newspaper which he had bought before he boarded the plane and read the headlines leisurely. What was going on in Europe recently? Of course, there was only one major incident, and that was the series of events related to Dukovic at The Hague. From Coventry in England to Amsterdam in the Netherlands and to The Hague in the end, a string of violent events in these places proved to be related to the butcher, Dukovic. What was even more bizarre was that he was thrown down from the courthouse building and pierced to death on the iron railing when he tried to escape. Photos of Dukovic hanging on the iron railing was a regular feature in the headlines of European newspapers for the past 2 days. Although all the images were basically censored, there were plenty of HD photos online. At the same time, the hottest topic on the internet wasn't the dead Dukovic, but the angel of judgment who had thrown him off the building. At that time, almost all the reporters in the court square had taken photos of the angel of judgment leaving Dukovic and flying away. The photos were reposted by more newspapers, and the people who didn't care about Dukovic became curious. There were even imaginative European netizens who proposed a new theory: because of the appearance of American Batman, our superheroes have also appeared. The era of superheroes is coming, so let us cheer. When Luke read the information on the internet earlier in the day, he couldn't help but sigh at how astute netizens were. The superhero era of this world really was coming. Even without him around, it would be an era where superheroes and supervillains took turns dominating the headlines. He wasn't interested in being in the limelight. He was more concerned about public opinion in the newspapers. Generally speaking, the news that bigger media outlets divulged followed a trend. When all the media outlets spoke the same way, it meant that the authorities had reached a clear consensus. The Western world was a professional at manipulating the media and could play the common masses without batting an eye. Only with the appearance of smartphones would everything change. Anyone with a smartphone and some apps could become an eyewitness with pics and the facts. It would be even harder to hide the truth and fool the public. Luke had been looking forward to this era for a long time. The plane took off at night and landed at night. Breathing in the summer air of Los Angeles, Luke felt a sense of homecoming. He was very satisfied with the experience and credit points in the system from his personal operations this time. Host's experience, 46,350/90,000. Credit, 35,050. He had earned 16,000 experience and credit points in 4 days, which was very efficient. After killing Dukovic, the system gave him 3,000 experience and credit points in one go, which proved that this guy truly was a butcher. The last day he spent with Elena made him even happier, and the entire journey ended perfectly. After taking a cab home from the airport, Luke washed up and went to his workshop. He hadn't done any work with his hands in the last few days, and they were itching. A lot of adjustments needed to be made to the White Wolf armor, and new ideas and modifications could be incorporated. That was what personal equipment was like. When you discovered it wasn't efficient enough, you had to make the improvements yourself, and nobody could help you. A certain tycoon could actually share a lot of the basic tasks with other people. However, the basic operations always took up a lot of time and were very difficult to speed up by relying on talent alone. Fine. This was where Tony Stark shone. But Luke only had the tycoon's abilities and not the gift of inspiration. Thus, he chose to do honest work with his hands. It was fine being an ordinary person. He was so engrossed in his work that he didn't come back to his senses until someone knocked on the door. Putting his things away, he opened the door. Seeing Selina with a toothbrush in her mouth, he patted his forehead and smiled. "Sorry, I forgot to make breakfast." Selina waved her hand casually. "It's fine. I just bought a lot of seafood from San Gabriel Valley with Claire and Gold Nugget yesterday. You can slack off." Luke was stunned. "You went to buy ingredients?" Even Gold Nugget going out to buy the ingredients was more likely than Selina doing it. Forget Claire, kids rarely paid attention to what ingredients there were at home. For example, in Luke's previous life, he would only look for the sausages and meat at home when he wanted to have a barbecue with his friends. Selina was angry. "Can't I do it?" Looking at his silent smile, she sighed. "Fine." Gold Nugget said that it's been a long time since we had seafood. While you were gone, it wanted to try something new and weird. Luke walked out of the workshop and closed the door. Picking her up, he carried her to the living room. Fine, fine, fine. I'll do it for all of you." Selina said, "We also bought 3 Chilean king crabs. Remember to cook those." Luke hummed and asked suspiciously, "Just 3? Selina chuckled. "Once each for me, Claire, and Gold Nugget." Luke rolled his eyes. "Got it. I won't fight you for it." Selina quickly said, "That's not what I meant. The boss's prices are even more expensive than last time. I was hoping that you could go negotiate with him when you get back." Luke said, "Let's eat these first. He'll have to reduce the price in another half a month or so." Selina asked, "Why?" Luke said, "It's July. The king crabs in Chile will officially go on the market then. That profiteer was taking advantage of his last chance to sell them to you at a high price." Selina finally realized what was going on. "They're going to hit the market in July?" Luke nodded. "That's right. So, be good and go brush your teeth, or the toothpaste will dry on your lips." Selina snorted. "This profiteer. Next time. I'll only buy 1. Whines of protest rang out behind her. It was Gold Nugget. As Selina walked to the bathroom, she said in a low voice, "That profiteer cheated me out of $300 this time. If you're not satisfied, you can use your stash to make up the difference." Gold Nugget immediately shut up and turned its head to indicate that it didn't want to listen. When Luke was done with the seafood feast, Claire only woke up after Selina and Gold Nugget had already finished their first round. Seeing Luke, the little monkey grinned and pounced on him. "Huh, Luke, where's my present?" "You went to Europe." Luke said, "It's in my suitcase in my room. Can you get it yourself?" The little monkey immediately refused. "No, of course you have to give it to me personally. Now, let me lean on you a little." Luke didn't stop her. He carried her on his back into the kitchen. "It's a huge feast. Once you go to school, you'll only be able to eat pig swill." The little monkey hesitated for a moment, but still acted shamelessly. "Help me take it out first." Luke patted her head with a smile. As he carried out the breakfast which he had warmed up for her earlier on the stove, he asked, "Are you going to the police academy for training today?" Claire nodded. "The National Day holiday is over. Why did you only come back today? If it was yesterday, we could have gone shopping for seafood together." Luke said with a smile, "The stuff Selina bought is pretty good. I would have gotten the same things." Claire clicked her tongue. "But it was very expensive. Especially that king crab. 1 crab is even more expensive than my watch." Luke was lost for words. Before they hit the market, the king crabs were sold as luxury goods. When they entered the restaurant, 1 claw would be as expensive as Claire's girl watch. But when he thought about how a certain rich tycoon had exchanged a watch for 2 boxes of strawberries, Luke felt that he and Selina were definitely examples of thriftiness. Selena and Gold Nugget, who had already had their first round of food, started on their second round as Claire and Luke joined them. Everybody talked about what had happened recently. In the end, Claire brought up another hot topic. Did you see the Angel of Judgment in Europe? Luke shook his head. No, I went to Poland, not the Netherlands. Claire sighed regretfully. What a pity. He's so handsome. Luke found that funny. How do you know that he's handsome? What if he's not? Claire exclaimed, I'm talking about his behavior and his outfit. Just you wait, a bunch of cosplayers in white armor will appear in college in the next few days. Luke smiled and hit her on the head. Isn't your super idol Batman? How can you abandon him just like that? You're already bored with the old. Claire was angry. Who said that? Batman is my real idol. She then abruptly changed the topic. The Angel of Judgment is good too. But white doesn't seem cool. I prefer black. Luke raised an eyebrow. Then I picked the right gift for you. Most of it is in dark colors. Claire snapped out of her admiration for her idol. What gift? Go check it out with Selena after you're done. The dark ones are yours, and the rest are Selena's, said Luke with a smile. The little monkey was very sensible, but she was also a teenager. After this period of time, Luke realized that her taste ran toward dark colors like black. This was understandable. When they were young, they wanted to be more mature and cool, but when they got older, they wanted to be more lively. After stuffing the prawn dumplings and crystal dumplings into her mouth, the little monkey dragged Selena out and called for Luke to give them their gifts. She liked to accept gifts from others with her own hands, she said it was more satisfying. Selena, on the other hand, rummaged through Luke's suitcase. Doing this couldn't exactly be said to be mature behavior. Luke felt that she was only doing this because she was treating it like a treasure hunt, just like a typical kid. When they got their gifts, they asked in unison, "You bought me this?" Luke shrugged. It's Poland, it isn't far from Bohemia. Claire was suspicious. But I don't think the Bohemian style is really from Bohemia. Luke put his hand to his forehead. Are you sure you want to discuss the relationship between Bohemia and the Bohemian style with a man who doesn't know anything about fashion? The little monkey was lost for words. A moment later, she said, "Sorry, my bad." Selena, on the other hand, looked at the English labels on some of the clothes and didn't say anything. Of course they weren't from Bohemia, Luke had bought them from a shop in the airport. The little monkey wasn't that observant, while Selena couldn't be bothered. As the two of them split the loot, their spirits were lifted. Like Luke had said, Selena had gotten red, brown and yellow colors. Claire's clothes were mostly gray, black, and navy blue. There were dresses and pants of different lengths, as well as both covered and strapless shirts. There were also shawls, small jackets and scarves in all sorts of loose and intricate styles. It was a style they rarely wore, but it was very attractive. Both of them were very satisfied with the gifts and gave him a kiss each. Luke accepted them with a smile, and then indicated that they were about to start their day. In the end, both of them said that they were going to put on their new clothes. He could only remind the little monkey, "You have training. Are you sure your clothes will be fine after training?" The little monkey looked at him like she was indulging an old man. Everyone uses the same sportswear for training. I can only wear this to the dorm at most, and I'll have to change out of it. Luke could only admit that he was stupid. The nonsense he had spouted just now had purely been to tease the little monkey, he wouldn't be serious with this sort of family bickering. 3 people and 1 dog split up and headed for their own destinations. When Luke arrived at the police department, he went to greet Elsa as usual and leave her some lunch before he slipped back out. There was no need to pick up new cases. Selena had been working on a case with Elizabeth's team recently, and Luke had just returned. Driving out, Luke listened to Selena's description of the case and frowned. Isn't this a state police matter? Selena said, but the state police sent us a notice about helping them check if there are any similar old cases. Luke asked, a serial killer? Selena said, that's probably what they suspect, but they aren't willing to reveal more details. Luke chuckled. Then how are we supposed to check? Throw paper balls or read tarot cards? Selena grew solemn. This case is a little weird. Luke hummed to indicate that he was listening. Selena said, the earliest incident dates back to 1950. A female body was found on a farm in Sacramento. Luke listened for a few minutes before he asked, so, this case was closed almost 10 years ago, but the state police is sending us a notice now? Selena said, yes, and I found this. As she spoke, she showed him a photo. Looking at the bodies of the two men in the photo, Luke narrowed his eyes. These are the two suspects who were killed years ago. The state police found two kids in their residence, one dead and one injured. Selena said, I remember that the mastermind behind the hunters in Wolf Kyle also had this dog head tattoo. This dog is a bloodhound, said Luke as he pondered. Selena asked in a low voice, were those guys already doing this that early on? I'm afraid it's much earlier than you think. Luke shook his head. They're far more powerful than you think. I also saw a similar dog head tattoo on Wolf Ellsworth. That was the truth. When he disposed of Wolf Ellsworth's body, he had seen the tattoo on his neck. Selena asked, then, should we continue investigating this case? Two men of the Ellsworth family's current generation had mysteriously disappeared, and their influence in Los Angeles had suffered a huge blow. However, the Ellsworth family wouldn't fall so easily. Selena knew very well that the both of them were in conflict with the Ellsworth family. They hadn't sent anyone to cause trouble for Luke and Selena. Thanks to the family's bad luck, Henry and Wolf had disappeared without a trace, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Luke and Selena, on the other hand, were doing all right. Even so, the family had left a deep impression on Selena. This was also the first family she had come into contact with who could toy with the law and dare to interfere with law enforcement by casually saying that it was a family matter. Luke said, keep investigating, but Elizabeth and Billy have to be discreet. Apart from us, keep this absolutely confidential. He had only provoked Dylan Ellsworth last time, and Wolf, the uncle that seemed more like a father, had sent the fraternity to kill him. He wasn't afraid of the fraternity, and there was no need for Selena to be afraid now either, but Elizabeth and Billy would definitely die. They drove to the county police department. They gave their names to the receptionist and went to the archive room to look for files. Elizabeth and Billy were already working inside. Seeing Luke, Billy and Elizabeth put down the case files and greeted him. Luke simply nodded. Did you find anything? It was Elizabeth who said, there's one thing. We discovered two missing cases from the last 2 years which we suspect are related to that case back then. Taking the case files from Billy, Luke looked at the two missing cases and said, be careful with this investigation. Don't let anyone know that you're working on it. Elizabeth and Billy simply nodded. After reading the case files, Luke shook his head. We don't even have bodies for these two cases. Except for the statements from their family members, there's no other evidence to connect them to that earlier case. Elizabeth nodded helplessly. Yes, it's pretty much the same with the other cases we have doubts about. It really is troublesome. Pondering for a moment, Luke said, keep looking for case files. You don't have to look at them in detail. Just give me the suspicious cases. Right, this is lunch for you. Good luck, I have faith in you. They accepted the paper bags with bitter smiles and watched Luke and Selena leave. Luke tapped the steering wheel as he drove. Selena asked, did you notice something? Luke thought for a moment, then told her about the vampire and the bubblegum gang. Selena was shocked. There are monsters like that? Luke said, they're indeed a little troublesome if you don't know anything about them, but I'll prepare you some equipment. But Selena wasn't focused on that. She continued musing, so, vampires have been active in America for a long time? Luke said, I think so, but I'm not sure of the scale. Most people in this world like vampires, but only in the movies. If there really was a big nest, then Batman would have something to do. Batman didn't kill people, but he didn't say that he wouldn't kill vampires. After giving Elizabeth and Billy the task of searching the case files, Luke and Selina returned to downtown Los Angeles to work on the case. On the way, they saw two cosplayers in black and white performing on the street. Although their clothes were fake and their movements were clumsy, everybody could tell at a glance what they were doing: Batman versus the Angel of Judgment. This was what fans from all over the world had been doing in the last 2 days. Looking at the Angel of Judgment, who was flapping his wings like a white chicken, and Batman, whose small bat wings were carried over from playing a Christmas devil, Selina suddenly asked, was Europe very dangerous? Luke grinned. No, it was very relaxing. Selina nodded and said, this world is getting more and more dangerous. Even vampires have come out. Don't be careless. Luke chuckled. Safety first. I was the one who taught you that. Selina mulled for a moment. The risks that a certain person took basically weren't risks to him. At that moment, in the basement of a certain tycoon's villa in Malibu, Tony was looking at the video and photos he had just collected. I thought it was something mystical after all the commotion, but it turns out to be a bionic flying suit. Looking at the white figure flying away, he curled his lip. Rumor has it that the military has been building something like this for years. Even if it was a bunch of idiots working on it, their progress should be better than this angel's. Or maybe not. Even so, his eyes were fixed on the image. Jarvis, play it 10 times slower. Stop, he said. Tony watched as an indistinct black figure ran into the courtroom building with a huge white box on his back. A moment later, the Angel of Judgment appeared on the roof with Dukovich. He observed for a moment. Jarvis, look for other images of this person in the video. The black man quickly hid behind a tree, and the white Angel of Judgment came out. Tony burst out laughing. The angel is black. If only those people who call him an angel know. Chuckling, he ordered, Jarvis, search for information on this person. After a brief search, Jarvis related, the target did not appear near any cameras, and the video and photos are vague. There is one person in the police database whose facial and physical characteristics match at 82.3%. Tony didn't give it too much thought. There was a limit to how much videos and photos could be enlarged. To put it simply, the video was only 720p. It couldn't be turned into a 4K video. Tony could run a lot of simulations using software, but there would inevitably be deviations. Jabal Santos, of mixed African and Latin American descent, and a New York gang member. He went missing in a gang fight 5 years ago. Jarvis's voice rang out, and a black man's ID and profile appeared on the screen. Tony was stunned. A gang member? According to the intelligence, he's just an ordinary gangster with nothing special about him. He was incarcerated 7 times, 4 times on charges of robbery, 2 for severe bodily harm, and once for carrying illegal drugs, Jarvis reported. Tony shook his head. That doesn't make sense. Why would a New York hooligan go to Europe as a messenger of justice? Did Dukovich kill his family? Jarvis said, Jabal Santos was abandoned outside an orphanage in New York when he was a baby. There's no information on his parents. He moved around between 4 foster homes when he was growing up, but all of them are in America. Tony put his suspicions aside for the time being. When I go to bed, find out what the relationship between these family members and Jabal is like. Jarvis said, Sir, you haven't slept for 32 hours. Do you want me to start investigating now? Tony waved his hand. Wait, I have another idea. Let me. Miss Potts is waiting for you outside the lab, sir, Jarvis reminded him again. Tony put down the parts he had just picked up. Fine, I'll take a break first. Even so, he couldn't help but glance at the flat white box on the screen. Recalling the retractable function of an extraterrestrial weapon that he had bought not long ago, he was inspired once again. He had to hurry up and send Pepper away on some pretense later, then come back and work on his new ideas. Muttering to himself, Tony left the lab. In the southern hemisphere at that moment, an exploration team was taking a break in the Amazon jungle. "Captain, we've found traces of another indigenous tribe," a team member reported to Wade, who was drinking water. Wade said, "I hope we find the right person this time. Damn, my D***C case going to grow mushrooms if we stay here any longer." The team member didn't pay attention to him. "Then we need to prepare something in return for information." Wade said, "Can't we just give them some glass balls? Didn't someone do this before, exchanging glass balls for gold?" "Right, do they have gold here?" The team member said, "Maybe, and there are a lot of gem mines." Wade said, "How about some gems?" The team member said, "Captain, don't forget our mission." Wade nodded and waved his hand impatiently. "Got it. I've taken the money, the mission comes first." After that, he couldn't help but ask again, "By the way, if I get some gems in exchange, that's fine, right?" The team member said, "You can give it a try." Half a day later, Wade cursed as he was dragged out of a grass shack by two team members. "Damn it, these natives actually want USD. Aren't they a tribe? How do they even know what USD is?" The lips of the team member who was still in the grass shack twitched. "Don't you know that a lot of Americans have been here before? The natives know that good stuff can be changed with USD." He could only squeeze out a smile and gesture at the interpreter next to him. "So, if you can give us any useful leads, we're willing to pay $10,000. "Damn it, don't expect me to fork out the money. My pay doesn't include this," the captain roared. The team member's smile stiffened, but he immediately rejoiced. Fortunately, the natives didn't understand English. "American, your leader doesn't seem friendly toward us, and he doesn't want to pay up," a short native man next to the chief suddenly asked. The team member, "Huh?" Looking at his expression, the short man sneered. "You always think you can use glass to get gold and gems from us. Your captain isn't the first idiot to try that. Tell me, are you as stupid as he is?" The team member smiled bitterly. "Of course not. I'm the one in charge of money. Otherwise, they would probably already have to ask for a second batch of funds from the company even before they could board the helicopter. The company would definitely continue to give them money, but if this mission didn't work out, the company could sue the pants off them. Earning high wages from a capitalist was never easy." Somewhere in Africa, a 4-year-old girl looked at the image on the screen and gave a "wow." Brother, is he one of us?" Standing next to her was a young black man in his 20s. He observed for a long while before he shook his head. "No, the technology used in this suit is very different from ours." The little girl hummed a song as she swiped the screen. Suddenly, she cheered. "Huh, I found him. Look, brother." The young black man looked at the black man on the screen and frowned. "Search our database. No similar targets." The results were soon displayed on the screen. The little girl bounced around the room and poked at the black man on the screen. "He's even better looking than you, brother." The young black man asked, "Are you sure?" The little girl said, "It's true. Even if we calculate it with the computer, his features are still prettier than yours." The young black man said, "Let's go, Shuri. It's time for class." The little girl giggled. "Wow, you're angry, you're angry." The young man followed her helplessly. "How can that be? I'm not that petty." Luke's first day back in Los Angeles was peaceful. The next day, Selena went to work alone and Luke took the second-hand Ford to the police academy. Before he had even done 2 rounds around the training field, Remick called him over. "Luke, are you done with your list?" Remick's hair was a mess and he had eye bags. He had probably been working overtime a lot recently. The police department was urging him to hurry up. It hadn't even been 3 weeks, and they were already planning to drag the rookies out on duty to mitigate the lack of police officers in Los Angeles. Luke said, "Why the rush? I have a preliminary list. You can have that first." Remick was relieved. While one less name list wasn't a big deal, he still hoped that there would be some more talents on Luke's list. Compared with the lists from the other detectives, he had higher expectations for Luke's list. When he accepted Luke's personal notebook and read the names in it, Remick raised his head in surprise. So many. The other detectives only had 20 to 30 people on their lists, but Luke had more than 50. Even if there were more than 600 trainees, that was still too many. Luke coughed and said, "It's probably only the 20 or so on the first page that meet your requirements, while the ones on the second page." Bang! The door to Remick's office was flung open and a black baldy walked in. "T, this is all T. Our SWAT isn't an ordinary patrol team. How are we supposed to know which students are suitable?" the black baldy yelled into the phone he was holding. Looking at their expressions, he said helplessly, "Okay, let's talk later." The black baldy was none other than Harrison, the SWAT captain. After hanging up, he yelled at Remick, "What are you doing? We're SWAT officers, not patrol officers. Are you going to be able to use the people I pick?" More importantly, he himself couldn't use the people he had an eye on. SWAT had always selected elites from the LA police force, but these students weren't even official police officers. After they became official police officers, they would have to work for at least another 2 to 3 years before they could enter SWAT's candidate list. Remick said, "Harrison, everybody has to submit a list. It's not like we're picking a team for you." Harrison snorted. That was exactly what he was most unhappy about. He was going to all this trouble and got nothing out of it himself. SWAT had been under even more pressure recently. Harrison had been talking to the teams recently, and all of them were asking HQ for reinforcements. Naturally, all these requests for manpower were running up against a wall. Luke chuckled. "You need some people. Let me recommend some good seedlings." Harrison was surprised. "Are you serious? These are students." Luke picked up the notebook that Remick had placed on the table. "Take a look at the second page. I don't think they're suitable candidates for detectives, but you might be able to use some of them." Harrison read the notebook for a moment, and his eyes lit up. "There are people like these?" Luke nodded with a smile. "What do you think? Getting people to help you is one thing, but some of them are good enough for logistics and support, and don't have to follow you out in a rain of bullets." Harrison read the descriptions over and over again and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I can apply for them to become regular interns at our control center. If there's a mission, we can get them to be logistics support. As long as there are 8 or 10 we can use, they can take over the work of 3 or 5 official members." Saying that, he raised his head and looked at Remick. "I've been helping you out with the training for so long. It's your turn now, old buddy." Remick put his hand to his forehead. "That's against the rules, Harrison." Harrison gave him the universal hand signal. "Cut the crap. Are you going to give them to me or not?" Remick hesitated for a few seconds before he lowered his head in despair. "You go and handle the transfer procedures yourself. I'm just a training supervisor, okay?" Harrison sneered and tore out the second page of Luke's notebook. He folded it carefully and put it in his pocket. "Remember, you never saw this list, okay?" Remick, okay. He was already in his 40s, and the list was gone, only a ghost would remember those 30 or so names. Something like this wouldn't affect Remick's relationship with Harrison. The LA Police Department would always be short of manpower, one had to be shameless if they wanted to grab people for their own. An old guy making a scene in his boss's office to get the person he wanted was a very common thing. And generally speaking, a boss wouldn't do anything to a capable veteran who could get things done, much less refuse to give his subordinate any support. Harrison firmly believed in Luke's eye. He was in desperate need of help, so he was quick to take Luke's blacklist. The people on the list had more shortcomings than strengths, but those strengths really stood out. Harrison was a professional captain who had trained newbies for more than 10 years. He could definitely squeeze out their value. At that moment, Luke asked Remick, "Is Claire Coulson on any of the other lists?" Remick was stumped for a moment before he understood. "She's yours, sister." Luke gave him an affirmative answer. "She already has an acceptance letter from USC, so." Remick naturally understood, but he still sighed. "Your sister's name is on everyone's lists. Did you teach her?" Luke was amused. "You'll have to ask her father that. He's been a town sheriff for more than 10 years. Remick was enlightened. "It runs in the family." No wonder. He became even more friendly after that.